Well, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nikorasu, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. I will do a roll call of council members. Councilor Wright. Councilor Wright. Councilor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councilor Principe.
Hello.
Councilor Stevenson. Okay. Councilor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Councilor Tang. Councilor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Councilor Rutherford.
Good afternoon.
Councilor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councilor Cartmel. No worries. Councilor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Councilor Jans.
Afternoon.
And Councilor Stevenson is here now, and Councilor Tang is here now.
Good afternoon.
Okay. All right.
And Councilor Wright, I'm sorry, my
Okay. Councilor
audio
Wright.
is off.
Councilor Wright is there too. Got it. Okay. Adoption of the agenda. Councilor Hamilton.
I'll move the adoption of the October 4th, 2022 public hearing agenda.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Rice. Please vote.
I'm a
Yes,
yes,
for me.
Madam Clerk.
And yes for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Yes, from Councilor Salvador.
We're just waiting on one vote.
Yes, for me, Mr. Clerk.
Okay.
Still just waiting on one vote.
Okay.
Councillor Wright.
Yes, that was me. I'm sorry. I referred to you as Madam Clerk instead of Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Okay, display the vote, please. That is carried. Any protocol items? Any protocol items? Seeing none. And now we go to the explanation of the public hearing process. All right. The clerk will call out the bylaws to be dealt with. I will call out the names of the people registered to speak to each bylaw. Next, council members will select the bylaws that they wish to. Can everyone mute yourself, please? Because we are getting feedback. I think, Mr. Sate, can you mute yourself? All right, thank you so much. Next, council members will select the bylaws that they wish to discuss and vote on any bylaws that have not been selected for discussion. Council will then deal with each of the bylaws that were selected for discussion and debate. For each item, administration will first provide an overview of the bylaw. Members of the public who have registered to speak will then be invited to make their presentations. Those in favor will speak first in panels, followed by those opposed in panels. Each person will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer in council chamber. The timer lights on the podiums will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you're participating virtually, you may wish to use a timer of your own. When everyone in your panel has had a chance to present, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. For this reason, you may wish to remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. After comments from the public, council may ask questions of city administration. After all questions of administration have concluded, I will ask council if they wish to ask any further questions to those who presented in response to new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. Therefore, Council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. If you're participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking and refrain from using the raise hand function as it creates issues of fairness and decorum. If you're experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the Office of the City Clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at cityclerk@edmonton.ca. If you're here with us in person, the clerk will guide you to your seat when it's your turn to speak. As Edmonton transitions from provincial mask mandates and city temporary mask bylaw, we ask visitors to the council chamber to be kind and respectful to each other. You can wear a mask to protect yourself or those around you, or please respect people's personal decisions around wearing masks. In the event of an emergency, please follow the clerk's direction to evacuate. City staff will direct you to your muster point. So, Mr. Clerk, may you please call the bylaws.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.1, Charter Bylaw 20202, to allow for low-density residential development and a stormwater management facility, the Uplands?
We have Rihanna Rahman to answer questions only in favor. Joining us remotely, you there?
Yes, good afternoon.
Thank you. And we have two members of public in opposition, Rhonda Fox Miles joining remotely. Rhonda, are you there? And we have Atul Seth joining us remotely. I saw Atul there earlier. He's there. Okay, we'll check back on Rhonda later on when we come to this bylaw. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.2, Charter Bylaw 20254, to allow for low-density residential uses, park and open spaces uses, and a public utility lot Marquis?
We have Yolanda Liu to answer questions only. Yolanda, are you there?
Good afternoon.
Thank you. And Chris Nicholas to answer questions only. Chris, are you there?
Good afternoon. Hi.
Those are in favor. No one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.3, Charter Bylaw 20284, to allow for the development of public land for active and passive recreational uses and the opportunity for public schools, Edgemont?
We have Peter Sukalis to answer questions only. In favor, Peter, you there? Oh, you're in person, yes, of course. And Stephen Musselwhite in person. Thank you, and no one is in opposition. And to answer questions only for both of them.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Items 3.4 and 3.5 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.4, Bylaw 20098, to amend the Kavanaugh Neighborhood Area Structure Plan, or item 3.5, Charter Bylaw 20097, to rezone land for the development of low, medium, and high-density residential uses, a public park, and the preservation of a natural area in the Kavanaugh neighborhood?
In favor, we have Chuck Mckernan to answer questions only, Jim Kilio to answer questions only, and Russell Dack to answer questions only. And we have, Chuck in person, are you here?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Or joining remotely? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Jim Kilo, remotely. Jim, are you there?
Yes, good afternoon.
Thank you. And Russell Dack, remotely. Russell, see you there.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you.
And we have one person in opposition, Alexandra Sieben. Are you in person? Good. Thank you. Nice to see you. Okay. Next one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Items 3.6, 3.7, and 3.8 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to items 3.6, Charter Bylaw 20285, to allow for innovative forms of low-density housing, ALSAs, or 3.7, Charter Bylaw 20286, to allow for innovative forms of low-density housing, ALSAs, or item 3.8, Charter Bylaw 20287, to allow for innovative forms of low-density housing, ALSAs?
We have Scott Cole to answer questions only in favor, joining remotely. Scott?
afternoon.
Thank you. And Katrina Rowe to answer questions only, joining remotely.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.9, Charter Bylaw 20277, to allow for a mix of small-scale housing, Glenora?
We have Allison Rossland joining remotely in favor. Allison, are you there?
Yes, good afternoon. And I do have a presentation, but I'll only need to present it if it's selected for debate, if the item is selected for debate.
Okay, got it. Chelsea Jersak to answer questions only.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mauricio Ochoa? In person? And are you to answer questions only or make a, if it's selected? Okay, got it. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Items 3.10 and 3.11 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.10, Bylaw 20280, to amend the Jasper Place Area Redevelopment Plan, or item 3.11, Charter Bylaw 20281, to allow for small-scale infill development, Britannia Youngstown?
We have in favor Abdullah Imikawi to answer questions only, joining remotely. Are you there, Abdullah? We'll check back. And Tamir Sharif to answer questions only, joining remotely. Tahir, are you there? And we have one person in opposition, Elizabeth Elke, in person. Thank you. Just one person? Okay, got it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we did have one additional speaker register after the start of the meeting. It's Michelle Chipiuk, which is in person and opposed to item 3.10 and 3.11.
What's the last name again?
Michelle Chipiuk.
Chipiak?
The last name.
Is that you, Michelle? Okay, good. Thank you.
With that, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.12, Charter Bylaw 20283, to allow for a mix of small-scale housing, Sherwood?
We have Tony Mehe in favor, in person. Tony? Joining remotely? No. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.13, Charter Bylaw 20256, to allow for low-rise multi-unit housing, Holyrood?
We have in favor Neil Osaduik to answer questions only from City of Edmonton, joining remotely. Neil, are you there?
Good afternoon.
And Jeffrey Koo to answer questions only. Jeffrey, are you there?
Good afternoon.
And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.14, Charter Bylaw 20282, to allow for medium-rise multi-unit housing, Mckernan?
We have in favor Ihan to in person. Ihan, okay, to make a presentation or to answer questions only. Make a presentation. Got it. And we have one person in opposition, Ryan Sebastianelli, joining remotely.
Yeah, good
You
afternoon.
there? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.15, Charter Bylaw 20231, to allow for medium-rise multi-unit housing, Glenora?
In favor, we have Chelsea Jersak, joining remotely.
Yes, I'm here.
Allison Rossland, joining remotely.
Yes, I'm here.
Raj Kavia, joining remotely.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. And Art Neistad to answer questions only, joining remotely.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. And we have number of people in opposition. Lynn Odinsky joining remotely. Lynn? are you
Yes,
there?
here.
Thank you. Wendy Otaniak, joining remotely. Wendy, are you there? Okay. Scott Slatter, joining remotely.
Hello.
Thank you. Lee Matheson, joining remotely. Lee? Okay. Christine Lefebvre, joining remotely.
Good afternoon.
Alex Tiha, joining remotely. We'll check back on these folks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.16, Bylaw 20117, single-use items?
We have Sean Stepchuk in favor from joining us remotely. Sean?
Good afternoon.
Thank you. And we have Daniel Metisiuk joining remotely. Daniel? Nope. Okay. All right. So that concludes the members of public signed up to speak. All right. Now to exemptions, selections of the bylaws. Councilor Hamilton,
I would like to select item 3.1, please.
3.1.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hamilton. Councilor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll select items 3, 10, and 11, which are dealt with together.
3, 10, and 11, yeah.
Yeah, as well as item 315.
315.
And I think we still need to select 316.
Yes.
As it must be, so I'll do that.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Councilor Rice.
I would like to select 3.4 and 3.5.
3.4, 3.5 dealt together. Thank you, Councilor Rice. Councilor Jans.
3.14, please.
3.14. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Jans. So we have 3.1, 3.4, 3.5, 3.10, 3.11, 3.14, 3.15, 3.16 selected for debate. And I'll go to Councilor Cartmel to move the balance.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will move closure of the public hearing on items 3.2, 3.3, 3.6, 3.7, 3.8, 3.9, 3.12, and 3.13.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Rice. Please vote.
Waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move first reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Second by Councilor Rice. So we have these items moved. So please vote.
Waiting on one vote.
I'm a yes,
Thank you,
Mr. Clerk. It didn't come up for me.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of the aforementioned items.
Thank you. Second by Councilor Rice.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Waiting on one vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Hampton. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Rice. Please vote for the consideration.
I'm a yes. Councilor Stevenson?
Thank you, Councilor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of Charter Bylaw 20254, Charter Bylaw 20284, Charter Bylaw 20285, Charter Bylaw 20286, Charter Bylaw 20287, Charter Bylaw 20277, Charter Bylaw 20283, and Charter Bylaw 20256.
Thank you.
Second.
Second by Councilor Rice. Please vote.
Waiting on one vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilor Hampton. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councilor, here we go. Here we go. Councilor Stevenson, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a brief subsequent to make. I will read it in and happy to speak to it briefly. So that administration return to a future City Council public hearing with new direct control provisions based on Charter Bylaws 20286 and 20287, but to add the supportive housing and secondary suite uses to the uses of the DC ones as appropriate.
This is to item 3.7 and 3.8?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Okay, can you make the introduction, please?
I think
We need a
it's
seconder,
seconded.
sorry, need a seconder?
Second.
Councilor, Councilor Rutherford, seconded? Okay. Go ahead, please make the introduction.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just very briefly, it's just an opportunity to add some uses that I think were accidentally left out. It won't affect the built form in any way, but it just standardizes the list of uses with all of our other residential zones to ensure consistency and the ability for these housing forms to be used by a variety of Edmontonians in the future.
Thank you, Councilor Stevenson. Any questions on the subsequent? Councilor Hamilton?
Listen, I'm not doubting the merits of what the councillor is proposing, but not understanding sort of the implications of this fully. I'm wondering if we can postpone this motion to the end of the public hearing so that we can continue with the public hearing. And because this is the addition of new business, and I understand what the councillor is saying, but I have questions about it. I would like to talk to administration about it, and it right now, frankly, isn't appropriate given that we're in the middle of a public hearing. So I'm going to move postponement to the end of today's public hearing.
Need a seconder?
I can second, yeah.
Second, Councilor Stevenson seconded it. So to postpone this subsequent to the end of the meeting today. Okay.
Mayor Sohi, one point of clarification. Was that item for 3.6 and 3.7, the subsequent, or 3.7 and 3.8?
3.7 and 3.8.
Altogether. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
they're cross-referenced. Okay, to the end of the agenda. Okay, please vote.
Yes, Mr. Clerk.
My apologies, Mayor. So we just need to clarify items 3.6, 3.7, 3.8 are all to be dealt with together. So for the subsequent motion, we just want to clarify that it would be applicable to all three.
Yeah, I think the wording as appropriate makes that fine.
Excellent.
Okay.
Thank you.
3.6, 7, 8, okay. Okay, please vote. We already wait. We have to send the vote again? Here we go. You got the vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. That takes us to our first item, Charter Bylaw 20202, to allow for low-density residential development and a stormwater management facility in the Uplands, selected by Councilor Hamilton. And we have one person in favor, wrong list. One person in favor and two people in opposition. So we'll go to administration for a presentation.
Thank you and good afternoon. This application proposes to rezone an 18.31 hectare site in the southwest of Edmonton from the AG or agricultural zone to the RLD residential low density zone and PU public utility zone. The RLD zone allows for a range of low density housing, while the PU zone will allow for the development of a stormwater management facility. Next slide, please. The application is located in the Uplands neighborhood. The NSP designates the area for single and semi-detached residential, as well as a stormwater management facility land uses. The proposed rezoning conforms with the plan's policies. Next slide, please. The subject site is surrounded by other undeveloped land intended for low-density residential and a stormwater management facility. The proposed RLD and PU zones will be compatible with the existing and future surrounding development. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that Charter Bylaw 202 be approved as the proposed change conforms with the Uplands Neighborhood Area Structure Plan, will allow for a range of low-density residential and public utility uses, and will be compatible with the surrounding land uses. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Now we will go to Ravine, but to only answer questions. Ravine is joining us remotely. And at this time, I will ask if Rhonda Fox-Miles is joining us remotely. I see her. You're there. And Atul Seth is there too. So each of you will have 5 minutes to speak. So please go ahead with your presentation. I'll start with Rhonda Fox-Miles. Can you unmute yourself, please? What I'll do, Rhonda, while you figure out the technology, I'll go to Atul Seth to make a presentation. Atul, go ahead. You're muted as well, Atul.
Trying to, now can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Sohi. I just have two things to hear, no presentation, no big discussions here. I think Rhonda has a few other points. But our point was that the notice of public hearing, which was, I believe, posted on September 8th for this, none of our neighbors received that, except one of the person received, and he came to our place yesterday talking that we should register and at least bring it to the notice of the city that we never, most of us, like except for the one person, have received this notice. So we had very little time to understand this. That was one point. And the other point, which I was trying to understand this, which has been presented in earlier, that the low, what is it called, residential low density zone, which has been being approved, will, because in our area, which is, we are in Riverview neighborhood, the neighborhood structure plan has been amended, I believe, and we are making a separate representation in future meeting for that. However, will this low residential and the residential zoning done in our area, because we are all neighbors, will it be impacting the combined zones? Because apparently, what my understanding is, the rezoning or rezoning in our area is being done as high density residential instead of low density, which is still under discussions. But if this is approved, then apparently there will be no other leeway. So the residential low density zone, which is being proposed to approve today, is where we have some issues and clarifications to make. that whether it is impacting us in future or since it could be a combined. Yeah, I will. Yeah, Rhonda will be there now. I had, these are the only 2 points I had. Rhonda, I'm just finishing it up and you can take it up. So I will just repeat for her benefit since I have 5 minutes. I think I just consumed 1.5 minutes. So for her benefit, so that she can take it over. I had a point that we never received the notice of public hearing, which was supposed to be today. Very 1 or 2 people have received it instead of, I think 12 or 13 of us. So we had little time to understand this. The second point, which I just made is the land is to be rezoned to low residential, low density zone, which will it impact us being neighbors in Riverview? Because if this is a combined low density and high density, so if we are left with no other choice, we will be converted to high density. So we just want to clarify this. We didn't have time to understand. We have no argument. I don't have any argument against or for. I just want a clarification and not to rush this. Looks like it's being rushed today because we never received anything. So I will let my case rest here. That's all I made to present.
Thank you so much, Mr. Seth, for your presentation. Next, I will go to Rhonda Fox-Miles to make a presentation for 5 minutes. Rhonda, can you unmute yourself? We can see you. I know you're on the phone. Are you trying to figure out your technology? You're unmuted now. Go ahead.
2 points I have. Rhonda, I'm just finishing it up and we can take it up. So I was just looking for benefits since I have 5 minutes.
So, Rhonda, you're unmuted now. You can speak.
I had never received a notice of public hearing, which was supposed to be today. Maybe 1 or 2 people have received it instead of, I think, 12 or 14 of us. Okay. So we had little time to understand this. The second point which I just made is
Rhonda, if you hang up, Rhonda, if you hang up the phone, please.
So, which will it impact us?
Rhonda, if you hang up the phone. Are you there now? She left. Can we quickly connect back with her, please?
Mr. Mayor, we are reaching out just for her to call back.
I'm sorry?
We are reaching out for Rhonda to rejoin the meeting, so just bear with us.
Okay, no problem.
Rhonda, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Here, is that Rhonda?
Yes.
Hey!
Hey.
We got you back. Right on. Okay,
Okay.
you got 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Okay, I am speaking on behalf of the same matter as Seth O'Toole. This is a charter bylaw that we just were handed from our neighbor on Sunday. We just received notice. Everybody's feeling really rushed. Part of our big problem isn't so much about this application, but the application to the, I'm not on the north, or on the south end of us. We're concerned about the environment impact. We're on River Heights Drive.
I'm sorry?
We are
reaching out for Rhonda to rejoin the meeting, so just bear with us.
really,
Chris, can you mute your side?
Rhonda, please try
Yes.
to close your YouTube in the background. There's a delay from what comes out of council.
Oh, she got her YouTube on. Okay.
oh, just a sec.
Here we go. Okay, Rhonda, you need to unmute yourself. I'm sorry, Rhonda. You got to unmute yourself. So
Can you hear me now?
yes, go ahead.
Okay. I have to keep my space bar down. I'm at 11 River Heights Drive. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Which is not so concerned about this Uplands development. We're concerned of whether or not there's been an environmental assessment done. We're not far from there. We've already lost our creek. It has disappeared on us. And that used to be a free-flowing creek. It's got river rock in it, etc. The other concern that we have is that if this charter goes ahead, right beside it, to the south of it, is this special Riverview experimental, looks like density. And so we wanted to have a say today. We're concerned, was any environmental assessments done prior to all this high density going into Riverview? This is just north of Riverview, and we are requesting that an environmental assessment be done. That's our main concern is the environment. And we did write to all of the council members. I believe that the letter went out Monday morning, so just yesterday, about our concerns. And the whole thing that Edmonton, the city of Edmonton has always been Greenbelt, has always been cherish the river valley, cherish all of that, the animals, etc. And now it's imposing onto the river valley, where we're not far from the river valley, and here this creek is already impacted, it's gone. The other thing that we have been concerned about, when I looked over the plans from 2015, when it was first put forward for Qualico in this city, you had wild animal crossings, you had all these concerns. Those are all gone. And it seems to us that things are getting changed from this 2015 main document. And that's where our concern is, mainly the environment. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you so much for joining us. Don't leave yet. There are questions from Councilor Hamilton to both, either could be to Atul or to Rhonda Fox Miles. Councilor Hamilton?
Hi, thank you for coming today. So I can't answer your questions directly, but I'm going to seek for information from administration to clarify information about the notice for the public hearing today. To just clarify, you're on River, sorry, I just wrote it down. You're on River Heights Drive, correct?
Correct.
Correct. And do you know approximately how far that is from the rezoning area, the subject parcel that we're discussing today at public hearing?
As the crow flies, neighborhood to neighborhood, less than a mile.
Okay. Because sometimes there's I'm going to say a statutory boundary on sort of the distance for notification. So we'll clarify that.
What's weird, Sarah, sorry to interrupt you, is number 3 did not get noticed. Number 7 got noticed. Number 11 did not. So number 7 in between, for your purposes of that, number 11 is the only one that got it. So number 3 or 11 should have been in.
Okay, so we'll clarify that with administration. That's helpful to know that there were people sort of sporadically informed. So the application we're here to discuss today relates to a rezoning for utility site, but also to rezone a piece of land from, I think it's AG to residential low density, yes, and AG to public utility. And I was wondering if you had, I heard your concerns about the environmental impacts, and I'll ask about that. But did you have any concerns about that specific land use transition from AG to RLD, or about, did you have, and that's to either Seth or Rhonda. I see Seth has his hand up, so I'll go to Seth.
Yes, I just raised my concern or clarification about this low density impacting us in our area where Rhonda is mentioning, because I'm on 184th Street and I see the new map, which we are seeing that it's probably high density is considered in front of our neighborhood. So we're just concerned, is this combined effect? If you approve a low density residential housing over there, then the whole impact comes on our area, which will be left out, and we are compelled to have high density apparently. So I'm not sure if you guys have, is it a combined density we discuss, or this is, we have been selected out, or we are not, nobody has thought about it. That's all I want to bring to notice and the concern as well.
I have that written down, so I'll clarify on your behalf what sort of the impact to the density in your subdivision would be, and as well as the environmental impact piece and the notice. Rhonda, you had mentioned that there is an experimental density, and I'm looking at the land use map, and I was just hoping you could clarify what zone you were talking about to the south of this parcel.
I'm referring to the special river view outlook. What they're doing is they're taking a dwelling from 125 square meters down to 90 square meters, going from 3-level high to 4-level high, really, really high density in this Riverview special, which is directly south of what you're posing today. Now, if you need that many people in for taxes or density or anything, can we not spread that out a little bit further? Because the high density that's looking at the neighborhood directly south of this one is huge. There's a ravine there. There's coyote dens. There's a whole bunch of animals that roam there. And I just don't think the environment's been considered enough. And the animals and the high density, what kind of footprint are we going to be leaving on if we approve this low density? Then is there still room for high density to move in so that it is spread for whatever number the city's decided or Qualico's decided they want in there for tax purposes or for voting purposes?
That's helpful. Thank you very much. I'm out of time, so I'll seek clarification from administration. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Councilor Hamilton. So that concludes the questions to Mr. Atul and State and Rhonda Fox Miles. Thank you so much for joining us. And at this time, we'll go to questions to City Administration. And I'll start with Councilor Hamilton.
Thank you. I'm not sure who the file planner on this is that we have in the room. Is it?
Everyone is here to answer your questions, Councillor.
All of you. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pollock. So there is, we heard some concerns about, I'll start with the environmental impacts piece. Can you outline for me if you've performed any environmental sort of evaluations? Obviously, you did it at the beginning of the NSP. Have you updated that, or how do you update those, the environmental impacts?
The environmental impacts, you're correct, are done through the ASP and the NSP level. And because these land use rezonings do comply with the plan, there's no further studies required at this time.
So this was factored into the discussion or the decision when the ASP and the NSP were originally approved, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so this, while this is a new zone, this is not a change to the existing sort of plan for the area in the long term.
That is correct. I will add that there appears to be some confusion. There is another application that is in review currently that would come to a future City Council public hearing that we have not completed our evaluation of, and I think there may be some confusion between the two. There are studies being completed for that.
Yeah, and what's the density per hectare in the RLD zone? Just remind me.
There isn't a specific minimum density for the RLD zone, but throughout the neighborhood, it still has to meet those targets that are outlined in the NSP.
Okay, so that goes into Mr. Addle's question, I think, about the impact of sort of density targets on their neighborhood and if they'd be impacted. But I think, I'm not sure, we're talking about the Uplands and they're across Muskego Trail, so that might be a different ASP, NSP.
Correct, they're in the River's Edge NSP.
And this is the Uplands NSP.
Correct.
So the density targets hit in the Uplands NSP wouldn't necessarily impact what happens in the Riverview NSP.
Correct.
Okay. And there was some concern about the public notice that was circulated. River Heights Drive is within a mile. What is the circulation sort of, I'll say, circulation radius of this application?
The zoning bylaw does require that we circulate within 60 meters of this. And the circulation area did hit 2 of the lots, as was indicated by the member of the public. However, it did not hit the remainder of the block.
Okay, so that has led to some confusion, as I can understand that 2 people were within that 60 meters, but otherwise the rest of the neighborhood was not. Correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I think that covers the questions. I don't have further questions here. I see Councillor Tang's on, so I'll see what she has to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Tang?
I just wanted to follow up on a couple of those points. How long ago was the ASP, NSP environmental assessment done?
The NSPs, both River's Edge and Uplands, were done around the 2013, 2014, 2015 timeframe between the ASP and the NSP. However, that doesn't mean they're old or out of date. These systems between the drainage network and the ecological network are created and integrated together. So the question about the creek drying up, the development around this area, and I'll get our drainage expert to come in as well, it directs storm flows to the creek to ensure that the flows that were there originally are maintained, and that they're not exceeding the ability of the creek to handle that as well.
Councillor Tang, it's a balance between the amount of flows we can direct and preventing erosion. So typically in ravine fingers, we send only back of lot flows, and that too as a sheet flow from the whole backyard rather than point flows. Because we've seen, and it's evidenced in geotechnical reports, that if large amount of water in a small area is directed, it starts eroding the ravine finger, and then it leads to future problems.
Great, no, thank you for that clarification. I guess Edgemont, that's the one next to E.L. Smith, is that right?
Cameron Heights is next.
Oh, Cameron Heights, right, okay.
The Wedgwood Ravine is next to E.L. Smith there.
Okay, I'm thinking of a different property. Anyways, okay, I appreciate that it's not, that feels some time ago, but anyways, thank you for that clarification. And I think the other one I also heard was the comment that the process of sending out the notice was rushed. I was wondering if you can speak to kind of the typical, typical notice timeline, and was this an unusual timeline for posting notice and also sending out the notice? I understand it was a little bit sporadic, but to Councillor Hamilton's point.
This would have followed the typical process. It wasn't rushed. Again, I think that might have stemmed from the confusion between different applications that are in. They might be receiving pre-application notices at this time to let them know more changes is potentially being evaluated. Just looking up the dates. This October 4th would have been circulated and sent out for
I think he mentioned September 8th.
September 8th would have been the public hearing notice, as well as it would have been in the Journal on the 16th and 24th. But those are the final notices for the public hearing. When the application was originally accepted, it would have been sent out as well. And there's typically about a 90 to 100 day review period or application time between that application submission and then public hearing. Those are those targeted timelines we strive for, and that was within that range of this application.
Okay, yeah, I hope that offers some clarity as well, just in terms of that timeline. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. So that concludes the questions to administration. At this time, I will ask if council members have any questions to administration or to the members of the public, any new information arising out of the previous discussion. I see none. Are we ready to close the public hearing on this bylaw? Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, I'll move closure of the public hearing, item 3.1.
Second.
And I'll speak to it. or I won't
Yeah,
speak to closure, I'll
just
speak to
hold
first
on,
reading,
just hold on.
so.
Please vote.
Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Hamilton,
Thank you. I'll move first reading of 3.1.
Second.
second by Councillor Tang. We have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak before I go to Councillor Hamilton? Anyone else? Seeing none, Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to thank members of the community who came out to voice their concerns about this application. In our conversation today, I take your concerns about environmental impacts and keeping those environmental impact assessments up to date with the NSPs and the ASPs. And I think that there's some follow-up offline that I can do with respect to some of what I heard from Rhonda with respect to wildlife crossings. That being said, the points brought forward don't, in my mind, impact the sort of a fair use of this particular parcel of land. In public hearings, land use discussions are really limited to this specific parcel of land you're talking about. And so I didn't hear any objection to the residential low density zone transition from the agricultural zone. So I think that this can proceed. I do hear that there might be another application that's been circulated. I haven't seen that application, so I'm not familiar with what's going on, but I'd also be happy to maybe seek some clarity from administration in terms of what's happening there to provide some better clarity to the neighborhood. I know that you all care very deeply about the environment and the beautiful place that you live, and want to ensure that that is maintained. So thank you for that. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing us to speak
No,
today.
sir.
And that's on behalf of everyone.
Thank you, Rhonda. Okay, all right, so please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move second reading of item 3.1.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice, please vote. Oh, sorry, Wright, please. Oh, what am I talking about? Councillor Tang, what am I talking about? Councillor Tang. Second by Councillor Tang. Totally confused today. As always. It's becoming normal with.
Just waiting on one vote. Councillor Tang.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. We have all the votes.
I'll move consideration of third reading on item 3.1.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Please vote.
Just waiting on two votes.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I'll move third reading of Bylaw Charter Bylaw 20202.
Second.
Second by Councillor Tang. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So that deals with 3.1. Our next items are 3.4, 3.5, cross-referenced, and they are selected by Councilor Rice. And let me see, 3.4, 3.5. There are one person in opposition, so we will go to administration for a presentation.
Thank you. This application proposes to amend the Kavanaugh NASP and rezone the 5.5 hectare site in West Edmonton from AG, or the agricultural zone, to A, Metropolitan Recreation Zone, AP, Public Park Zone, RLD, Residential Low Density Zone, RA7, Low Rise Apartment Zone, and RA8, Medium Rise Apartment Zone. Next slide, please. The site is located in the northwest portion of the neighborhood. The proposed plan amendment will allow for the development of a range of low and high-density housing and will not decrease the neighborhood's net residential density, which remains at 36 units per net residential hectare. The proposed amendment is in keeping with the policies providing a range of housing choices for a range of diversity and objectives in the Kavanaugh NASP and the city plan. There will be no reduction in the amount of green space originally proposed in the NSP associated with this amendment. Next slide. The subject site is undeveloped and includes a portion of Black Mud Creek Ravine. It is surrounded by land in various stages of development. This application will establish zoning for this portion of the neighborhood to allow for the development of low, medium, and high-density residential housing forms, as well as the preservation of natural areas and 2 public parks. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that Bylaw 20098 and Charter Bylaw 20097 be approved because it will provide the preservation of a portion of Black Mud Creek, provide for a range of housing types without reducing the net residential densities, provide for open space and a diversity of residential land uses compatible with the existing and planned surrounding land uses, and align with the objectives of the city plan and the Kavanaugh Neighborhood Area Structure Plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'll check if members of public are here. Chuck Mckernan to answer questions only. Chuck, you there?
Yes, I am, Your Worship.
Jim Kilo to answer questions only.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Russell Dack to answer questions only.
Yes, I'm here.
Good. And then I'll go to member of the public in opposition, Alexandra Sieben. If we could please come up to the podium. And you will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Go ahead. Turn your mic on. There's a button there. You just click on it.
Oh, turn it. Can you hear me?
Got it.
Okay, good. Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. It's my first time doing this.
Don't be nervous at all.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
But I know it's important for me and like a lot of the residents I spoke to, so
Yeah.
I think this is important. So my name's Alexandra Sieben. I grew up in Edmonton. I went to school here at the University of Alberta. I have my science degree and my master's in psychology. I live in Kavanaugh. I'm a founding member of the Kavanaugh Parents Group. I'm part of the Kavanaugh Community Group as well. So I found out about this hearing just last week, and a lot of people that I've spoken to have not heard of it as well. And I've talked to hundreds of my residents who've shared similar concerns, and I'd be happy to compile that list for you as well. There's been a lot of rezoning and building in Kavanaugh to be able to just build these enormous amounts of houses, townhomes, and commercial buildings. Right now, there's actually a gas station that they're building in front of the proposed land with townhomes and further houses, and these haven't even been completed yet. So to approve even more buildings on this land is upsetting because we haven't even determined what this current build is going to do. And these buildings are right on the bank of the Black Mud Ravine currently, and they're advertised as live on the banks of Kavanaugh, live on the edge. And so because of this, I think it's important we do all we can to preserve this small remaining land. It's a unique area in that we are neighboring the Black Mud Creek, and it's interesting because studies are coming out now the effect of urbanization and the loss of farmland. And Alberta has actually the highest growth in Canada for this. And the study, one of the studies I read said the environmental impacts are intensive and long-lasting, and they're essentially irreversible. So I just want you guys to be cautious of this when we're making these big decisions. In 2004, there was a recreational parks and planning study in the Blackmud Creek, and it was actually found to be the most significant tributary of the North Saskatchewan River within the city limits, which means it's the most important water body within the city limits. And at the time, it had some of the highest diversity in wildlife because it was preserved. In 2004, the study also showed aerial photos that had high levels of significant disturbance in the southern portion, particularly south of Ellerslie, and found these disturbances along these slopes to impact the wildlife, and this important crossing for wildlife of all species. So this area has been vulnerable since 2004. 2018, there was another analysis done, and they have the North Saskatchewan River Valley and its tributaries have been considered significant environmental resources within the Edmonton region. So this disturbs all the wildlife. It helps prevent water pollution, all of this. The same analysis, the city looked at the ravine system. This specific system said that only areas that had steeply sloped ravines were able to maintain vegetation that maintained the river, creeks, and streams. It's an important, and also important wetlands marshes were lost during development. So we know the impact of this is going to affect generations to come. A member of the community wrote to me, and I thought they put it so well that I thought I would like to share. So the City of Edmonton recently created a gender-based analysis, and I looked up the report, they sent it to me. Plus, bylaw review and toolkit is recognized in this document that the green spaces needed to preserve new residential builds to support the mental health and well-being of the residents who are already in the community. This population includes seniors, women, and children. We are in a diverse community with a large population of visible minority neighbors who frequently access these spaces for walking, exercising, and socialization. And in all honesty, there isn't a lot of green space left aside from the ravine. And I find the map to be very misleading, as section AG to A is already ravine, and AG to AP is already a public park zone in the form of a walking path between the houses. So really what there looks like they're building is just more houses. So we do have, in that particular area, a stormwater facility and an empty field. And of course, a ravine, but all other greenery has been built upon. In this particular space, the land in front and behind, which is all the land that's left near the ravine, is all being developed for residential, townhomes, and commercial currently. So there are no neighbors right now to even have a say in who has moved in yet. And further, many people I've talked to, we've received many letters in the mail, and so we don't quite understand what they are, and there are some language barriers as well. And so we just can't recognize what the imprint is going to be by allowing further development. So thank you, and I hope you.
No, thank you so.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being here today, and also thank you so much for speaking on behalf of your neighbors. My office have received close to 40 letters and emails from the neighborhood. So thank you so much for taking time and being here to you're stepping up on behalf of your neighborhoods, right? So thank you so much for being here today. I'll see if there are any questions from council members, and this was exempted by Councilor Rice, and Councilor Tang is signed up to ask questions. I'll go to Councilor Tang. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, Alex. Is this your first time speaking? Yes. Oh, you have to turn on your mic.
Okay.
Yes, obviously.
Well, you did very well. So just want to thank you so much for
you.
coming forward and sharing the feedback. I also in particular love some of the points you made around how we as a city connect and engage and communicate with Edmontonians of diverse backgrounds, and sometimes when language, even if English is your first language, I think some of these processes when it comes to public hearings not always so straightforward. So thank you very much for highlighting that. I do have a question. My question, so this is a fairly large area that has multiple different rezoning. And are you and the neighbors concerned about the sort of the whole thing, or kind of specific portions that are meant for residential development?
So I think just because there has been so many rezoning and so many new buildings that are coming up, that I think now we're like, what is going on? Because it just keeps building and building. So I think this is really the last kind of area that's left untouched. So that's why I think like everyone is now really sad that, you know, this would be the last where there's no apartments or houses. And they're, from what I understood, it's going to be a medium or high residential area that they're proposing in some of it. So I think people are concerned because, like I said, they're still building and they just continue to build, and we don't know what it's going to look like. Even with townhomes that they've built in front of this space, they're building right now. So yeah, I think.
Yeah, thank you for that.
It's
And I think based on kind of how I'm reading the map and the report too, you know, there's part of why our city staff is approving is because of, you know, part of it is for the preservation of the Black Ravine. And I'm happy to kind of ask more questions in the next round around that. And also just to understand the context for Kavanaugh and, you know, kind of that long-term piece. So, but I just want to say thank you very much, and thank you for clarifying.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Rice.
Thank you very much, and I come to speak. And then I did get the opportunity to speak a lot of your neighbors because this is in my ward. My office received almost close to 100 emails.
Oh, wow. That's
to address this rezoning application. So I have two questions, and then you did great. And don't worry about it. English is my second language. Sometimes I'm very nervous in the chamber as well, especially compared to my colleagues' first good speaking skills, English native speakers. So you mentioned in your presentation, you mentioned this spot, the rezoning site, is the only spot and for our neighbors in that neighborhood and also around the neighborhood, and to have that review, Ravine review. And also, can you describe a little bit more about that? Because that is something I heard the concern and for the access to the Ravine systems, to lateral area as well.
Yeah, so I know when I moved into the area a year ago, none of this area was developed, including the area in front of this map and beside it. So I believe they started rezoning and building pretty recently. And so now, yeah, like I said, everything's being built upon this area, and that's all we have left from the ravine, the access to the ravine. And the apartments are built up now to block the ravine from the residential neighborhood. And just getting in and out without even the commercial area developed yet is going to be, I think a lot of people are concerned about that as well.
Yeah, I just try to confirm that my understanding. I actually did hiking in the Ravine and back to last November in that specific area. Yeah. So I just try to understand then I have the same understanding with our neighbors. Yeah. That is one. Another one, you mentioned the letter our neighbor received, and then it seems not, the letter is not really clear for you to understand. Can you explain, is it about how the letter is writing, is about the content, is not easy to understand, or what is the specific barrier there to understand the letter?
Yeah, so I think just because we've been given, like we see these maps in the community for years now, that a lot of people just don't even acknowledge it or realize what it is until it's too late. So we see, like this was what I got in the mail. So if you're not familiar with the city protocol or what AG to that kind of stuff means, and also just these areas, like it looks like they're going to build public park here, but that's already Ravine, the AG to A, and this public park AG to AP, that's already a walkway. So they're not actually building, from my understanding, additional preserving, more green space. That's already there. So you know, so it just looks like they're building this land here
So
that's been
you,
left. Yeah, sorry.
from our residents' perspective, and expect the more clear
Yeah, that would be
information and on the notice.
completely, or even just
Yeah.
an aerial map, so we know where in the community this is. Like, this is very specific, that unless you know these exact corners, you don't quite understand what that is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for answering my question. That's my question.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilor Rice. And Councilor Salvador, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks so much for coming out today to speak, Alex. I thought you did a great job. Just wanted to get a little bit more clarity, kind of following up on Councillor Tang's questions. Definitely hear you around concerns related to the preservation of Black Mud Creek. And, you know, as it's laid out on the map right now, transitioning from AG to A, which would be the metropolitan recreation zone that's intended to preserve natural areas and parkland along the river and creeks. Does that portion of the rezoning give you some reassurance, I guess, that preservation is being considered and put forward? Is it more so the eastern portion of the site?
I think it's more so first of all, I'm still very confused about the map myself, like just where this AG to A is, because from my understanding where I live and where I look at this, that specifically already is Ravine land that no one really touches because you can't really go into the ravine. So what are you further developing there? I don't quite understand. So the only thing that I can see that they would actually be developing here is the apartment zones, and so that is a concern, is that east portion with the amount of buildings and townhomes and commercials that are being built, they're going to be adding more, that there's only one way out of our neighborhood. So if you're building high or medium rise apartment zones, low rise apartment zones, residential in that small area, and their neighbors aren't even in there yet to say we don't want this because everything's still being built. So I think that's a concern as well, is that area.
Okay, well that is helpful. That provides me with some additional clarity. So I'll ask some further questions of city administration, and particularly around the neighborhood area structure plan. Because my understanding is that this chunk was also always sort of designated for development. But I will seek that clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Salvador. So that concludes all the questions to you. See how easy it was?
Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us. All right, now we will go to questions to administration. Okay, Councilor Rice, go ahead.
Because we are dealing with two items together, so my question for the 3.4, specifically in particular with neighborhood structure plan, NASP, can you tell me a little bit more, what is the density impact specifically due to this rezoning?
There is no change in the overall density. It is remaining at 36 units per hectare.
And how achieve that low density? And because we're building more houses, more units there.
Absolutely. So if the clerk, sorry, Julie, if you could turn on slide 5. This will probably give you a better example. I'll just wait for it to come up. So you can see in the left hand, the left-hand side of the slide, you can see that uppermost area is actually being brought in as low density to account for the difference where the remaining of the site is going to medium and high density, whereas previously the entire area that was going to be for residential was considered medium density. So they've essentially tiered it and split it out that way so that we're achieving the same overall density for the area.
So at average, like net density
correct, yes.
Perspective. If that is from like the neighborhood structure plan perspective, there's no density change. So that means average and from net perspective and no increase and decrease. So it keeps the same and overall in the area.
That is correct.
Okay.
That's at the ASP level as well.
Okay.
Or sorry, the NSP level.
So then why what is specific reason why we change this neighborhood structure plan? Is there any specific reason there?
Yes, absolutely. And again, if you could go to slide 2. So there's a variety of reasons that we're looking to do that, but it is so that we can do the specific zonings and split those out. So you can see at the bottom, there's a piece that's going to be designated as park, and this is all currently agricultural land, so it's previously unzoned. So we do need to rezone it so that we can facilitate future development.
Oh, okay.
So you'll see parkland at the bottom, that higher, high density, which is the RA8 in this case. We're looking at RA7, which is that middle light brown area. And then the RLD, which is our low-density zone, which is that bright yellow piece, again, all in the left-hand side. And then, again, to the speaker's points, you will notice as well that there is that large area of previously agricultural zone, which was not formally in any protected zone. So by moving that into the A, we are able to label it as protected.
Councilor Rice, I'm just over here. One clarity question or piece, in addition to the details, is that this is an application that was received from a developer in the area. So we are facilitating the application through the process, but it's been proposed.
Okay. So in terms of the concern I received from many neighbors and in that neighborhood, how about the specific green spaces, and then how that impact on these green spaces on the nature area and due to this rezoning?
Yes, so it does increase the preservation. So instead of being agricultural land, which does still have some uses available on it, this moves it into the A, which preserves natural area and parkland along the rivers, creeks, and ravines. So the larger chunk of area, this does add additional protections from a zoning perspective.
Okay, I cannot say my time, I'm sorry, because right now, and I just want to mindful of my time. Another question is regarding the road infrastructure and as a result of this rezoning. And so many neighbors concerning about if we have the more houses built there, how that impact could be for our road infrastructure and then from the original design perspective, because this makes more like increase more traffic, increase more cars and in the neighborhood. And then if you look at neighborhood current road design, so what does design can handle the capacity of the traffic?
So I can speak to that. So in terms of the neighborhood area structure plan, there was a transportation assessment done at the time this plan got approved, and that looked at the entire infrastructure or the roadway requirements. As was mentioned earlier, in terms of this rezoning, the net difference in density is 0. So it is more of rejigging the zones, and end of the day, there is no increment as such. As part of the NASP, this entire area was identified as MDR back then and was contemplated in the transportation assessment and was used to then identify the roadway requirements. So short answer, no changes to roadway requirements as pertains to this zoning.
Okay. Thank you so much.
So my time is up. I may come back.
No, yeah, of course. No worries. Councilor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Just on the transportation piece, do we plan differently? So is a low-density residential expecting higher car trips because likely there's probably greater car ownership than there might be in an apartment building? So, and I mean, I guess from what I hear, it's minimal, but I just wanted to get a sense of that.
That's absolutely correct. On low densities, typically are slated to generate about 8 trips per day, compared to almost half what you see in MDRs.
Because generally speaking, you know, what we are finding is people that are moving into higher forms of density, row housing apartment buildings, and in this case, a higher, like 6-story or above, you might have 1-car households instead of 2-car households, more so than what we've seen. So, okay.
Yes.
Great, that's helpful. So while there is potentially a slight difference, again, net change is not significant enough for you to make a recommendation differently. Just want to ask about Breathe and the open space piece here, because I think part of what I heard from the speaker today is that while these areas that are being proposed for residential developments were always planned for residential development when this neighborhood was first approved, as we know, not often does everyone go through those neighborhood structure plans, so they see this area as green space right now, and I wanted to just get a sense as to how this area falls within the requirements under Breathe for green space.
So the overall NSP meets its 10% MR dedication in the open space that comes along with this. This area, other than the Blackmud Creek, I wouldn't say has been viewed as open space. It's pretty, I would say field or brush, and it's pretty clear that it's private land up there, so I don't think anyone was using it as open space, other than the fact that it just wasn't built upon. So through the NSP, there's a series of open space, and that open space network has been provided, and this continues along that path of ensuring the natural areas in that creek, the Blackmud Creek, is protected through this process. So through this rezoning, the creek becomes part of the River Valley and Ravine system, and the subsequent subdivision, it becomes part of the city's ownership.
And that we have greater protection if the rezoning is approved with regards to the spots that will be rezoned as A or AP than we did under the previous. Just generally in terms of that whole neighborhood, again, I was just pulling up the maps that you had in your presentation. There's other park space in this community beyond the creek. And again, that aligns with what we've identified under the Breathe green space plan.
Correct, and as with any developing neighborhoods, the development of these parks and open spaces take time, and they come online when funding is available or the land consolidation occurs through the development process.
Yeah, so there's other sort of open space, I think, sort of along that 30th Avenue that's not yet converted into a full park yet, but that's designated for park site. So there's no worry about this area isn't out of the ordinary of any suburban development when it comes to green space retention. Is that correct?
Correct. I would say it's probably better positions because of the creek within it, which isn't counted as part of that 10% open
Oh,
space.
that's right. So this is actually a higher level because of that space. And again, just from what I understand, if you compare sort of our newer areas to, in fact, many of our mature areas, many of the newer areas often have a higher percentage of green space than what we've seen in mature areas. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah. The ability to take municipal reserve occurred legally after a lot of our mature neighborhoods were developed.
Yeah, which it's a whole separate conversation for another day, but just, yeah, getting that sense. Okay, I think those are all my questions. Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Thank you, Councilor Nat. Councilor Salvador?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Yeah, a few of my questions were answered, but I just wanted to, I guess, loop back to something Councilor Knack said just around, low density residential actually generating higher numbers of car trips. I noticed that along with these changes, we would actually see an increase in circulation space and area that's designated for roadways. Is that also related to just the low density nature of the development?
So, Councillor, I'm just understanding your question. Are you referencing the local roadway requirements compared between the two zones?
I believe so. Yeah, I made note that compared to just having the entire area zoned like RA7, or I guess maybe this is a question, as opposed to the area zone completely RA7, designating a larger portion for low density residential and having sort of that smaller portion for high density, will that result in, I guess, more circulation space in terms of roadway coverage? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that was exactly looked at, and the difference is again minimal. It's not a huge difference between the circulation. It's 0.24 hectares increase.
Okay. Thank you for the clarity there. And then I also just wanted to get an understanding of what this might mean for housing diversity and housing choice. And I guess just in general, I'm starting to see a trend where in a lot of our developing areas, we're seeing a move towards kind of to the poles where we see a tendency towards low density plus high density residential, and a move away from more of that medium density residential, still maintaining the same densities, but in the process potentially reducing housing choice. So I guess what does this mean for housing diversity and choice in this particular area and neighborhood?
Yeah, I would say, Councillor, that, I mean, we are looking at an application that's submitted by the private landowner. And so we look to how it fits within what we're trying to accomplish. And in this case, because they were adding the high density as well as the low density, it did provide a balance of opportunity. So this was viewed favorably.
Okay, and then just a final question around maintaining equitable access to the ravine. I know that was brought up as a concern from our speaker. Just wanted to get some clarity on that and what that access would look like.
Councillor, the top of bank policy applies to this abutting areas of Blackmud Creek in the neighborhood. So there'll be either a pathway or a percentage of road which will have public access, and the intervals will be maintained through the subdivision.
Okay, excellent. And I'm just going off memory, but was that 120 meters?
That is what's strived for.
Yeah, okay. Okay, excellent. I think that is it from me. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Most of my questions have been answered. I guess really my question is, there are stretches along both north and south along the creek from this space where there's a fairly wide swath of land and the creek is kind of meandering back and forth between it. Is it fair to say that this is going to be developed in much the same way? Like where there's a top of bank, there's access to the top of bank, like you just said, and it's not just a small creek kind of running through a space. There's a pretty wide, quote-unquote, ravine that's going to be preserved here. Is that reasonable?
That is accurate, and it was determined in a combination of geotech as well as a top of bank walk.
So if a person, you know, including our speaker, our guest today, wanted to sort of understand what it will sort of look like, then, you know, a walk through the ravine a little bit to the south and perhaps more to the south than to the north, but to the south would sort of would provide that impression. Is that I'm looking at Google Maps and I'm just kind of looking at where there's some spaces already developed. There's trails on both sides. The creek runs back and forth, but otherwise it's a fairly natural space. Would you think that that's a reasonable indication of how this space is going to be developed over the next few years?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, thank you. So I want to just clarify earlier what you mentioned about this distinction about currently, you know, there's this portion that is, you know, land, but it's not preserved or protected. Moving towards the A rezoning will actually allow it to be protected, which is, quite frankly, a good thing because we do want to preserve our green spaces. Do you, I guess I'm just wondering, like, would that change anything in terms of signage or kind of like wayfinding and kind of trail marking and that kind of stuff, or
Councillor, the zoning won't provide any sort of wayfinding. However, when that top of bank comes in, it will have the typical signage for these ravine connections, if there are any.
Yeah, no, that's great. And then there's I think access came up quite a bit, but I just wanted to clarify something. I think there's some concern about having limited access in and out of the neighborhood. Can you just speak to that a little bit, or is that from a traffic perspective, you know, is that valid?
If I can have slide 5 that shows the neighborhood layout. So 111th Street is identified as a collector road. It will loop both to the north and south of 30 Avenue, as shown on the slide. As the area is developing, 30 Avenue is an arterial which got upgraded to serve the development, and 111th Street will be upgraded as well as the development occurs both east and west of it. So right now, what we are looking at is as the development is progressing, there are subdivisions either in works or approved that require roadway constructions as part of their approval.
And that will be developer-led?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And then just this point about kind of, what is the long-term plan for an area? And I think typically, we have our big city plan, which guides sort of the planning of the city, and, we have this goal to strive towards 2 million people. And kind of when you get down at this neighborhood level, each area has this designated plan that says, we're striving towards this much development for the long term. And so Kavanaugh being kind of greenfield in that developing neighborhood, kind of, I guess, how much is it fully, to what point do we fully develop out Kavanaugh? Is it 50%, 60%?
I mean, sorry, I might be misunderstanding the question, but I mean, we hope to see full completion of the neighborhood over time.
And where are we right now?
Oh, I don't have that stat, but I could find out for you.
Okay, yeah, and so I guess this is my just kind of thinking about the question, the response with the speaker earlier, just that long-term wise, we do want to develop our neighborhood so that people who come to Edmonton in the future have a place to live, and we have those housing choices. I know I'm not familiar with this one. That's why I was curious, where are we and how much more development are there? And I guess a final point, and I feel like this comes up, it's not a direct consideration for land use, I get that, but I think this point around understanding what is happening in a public hearing item, just, and this is the thing that worries me all the time, is that people get their notice and they have no idea what is happening and what that implication means until things start to go underway, under construction. Thinking about, the diversity that we have in the city, I guess I'm just wondering if you can speak a little bit to that, kind of that public engagement, communication, how we engage and outreach different Edmontonians.
Councilor, it's feedback well taken, and we've taken steps, the first steps, I would say, in trying to modernize our communication around the public hearing. We just came out with the public hearing playbook, which was provided to council and all of our communications with the public, which outlines in very plain terms what the public hearing is, how to engage in it, what to expect in it. Our public hearing and our advance notices, as you can see, they're quite small, and there's a lot of information that needs to be put on there.
Totally.
So in terms of direct translations, there isn't any. However, there are 6 different languages represented on the back that say that this is an important notice and that you should get it translated if you need to. It's not the greatest, but it's within the tools that we have on the notice itself. So there are steps being taken to simplify the language that we use in explaining the process. And at the end of the day, yes, it is a technical exercise, but there's a way, and I think there's a way forward that we can be better at explaining that.
So work in progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Cartmill, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. So the majority of the correspondence that my office had were related to the loss of the green space, and you answered those questions. But I do have questions related to transit. I understand that currently on-demand transit is available, but that is available on 30th Avenue. Do you know how far 30th Avenue is from this future development? What is the walking distance be?
It would be within 400 meters. I can reconfirm that for you.
Can you please, right? And also, as this area develops and service standards are demand, and then ETS service will be added depending on budget considerations, would there be, because sometimes what we notice is that on main arterial roadways, the development can back onto the road. And in this case, is there access for people to walk onto 111th Avenue from this area, that they can actually get on the bus on 111th Avenue, because that's where probably more efficient transit might be added?
Absolutely, because both 111 and 30 Avenue are identified as part of the active modes network. So there will be accessibility both through the collector and the arterial.
Okay, what I'm trying to understand is that, and again, this is based on some of my experience in some of the neighborhoods where you have the road, you have a fence along the road, right? And you have no access from the houses to go to the road because of the fence, right? And you got to walk around the neighborhood, and that increases the walking distance. It might be from, if you're just measuring from in a direction of arrow, might be less distance, but if you have to walk around, then it's much longer distance walk. That's what I'm trying to get at on this side.
Yeah, in this context, if you see right at the intersection of 111 30 Avenue, there is a commercial site, which obviously is very much accessible, open. As we go into the neighborhood, it's a combination of mixed use and low density. There will be multiple access points. The reason at times when the constraints are there are due to some fencing requirements that are triggered due to the noise attenuation requirements, and that's where at times you don't find that permeability. But I think that is more a subdivision level detail. I don't have that layout in front of me, but generally speaking, that is something that we look forward to and make sure that the distances are kept reasonable.
Yeah, and my last question probably is to Ms. McCabe on the city plan, and this could probably rule me out of order if this is not a land use. The introduction of public transit lags number of years. Are we not creating car dependency by not having early introduction of public transit as we develop our areas?
It's a great question, Mr. Mayor, and I think the growth management framework is looking at in the substantial completion policy in a neighborhood, what are the things that the development community pays for, and what are the things that the city needs to make sure, what are the services, what are the amenities that the city needs to make sure are in place in neighborhoods, and that's a very live conversation that we're having right now.
Okay.
And you're correct, we did see some pickup, or not, we did see transit use when there was the developer-funded transit program in the past, so it's something that we are still evaluating further.
Good, okay. Thank you for that. And I will move the second round.
Return the chair. Oh, sorry.
Second.
Please vote on a second round.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried, and I'll return the chair.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Cartmell. Councilor Rice, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. In terms of green spaces, can you provide information about me and compare to the population, and what's the ratio for the green spaces and in this area? And I do have concern and in the newer underdevelopment neighborhoods. And because by looking at the map, even I personally and walking in the neighborhood many times, and in the newer area in southern Edmonton, and our green spaces is very limited. I want to get that standardized ratio and then to looking at this rezoning.
So within the Kavanaugh neighborhood, there is roughly 10% of it dedicated to open space. In addition to that, there is roughly 29 hectares of environmental reserve, which is the Blackmud Creek. The 10% is standard across neighborhoods, across the area structure plan level, because it's balanced at a larger area so that we can accumulate district parks, which are situated in basically each ASP. So some of the land for those district parks and other regional amenities are acquired through the other neighborhoods. But roughly 10% is required as open space for all new neighborhoods.
But this sounds like doesn't make any sense. If you look at those areas, look at the houses, and this neighborhood specifically divided by 30 Avenue, but both sides. And there's a really high density area and around Black Mud Creek. And Black Mud Creek not only used by Kavanagh, the used by the surrounding area. It seems we only have that one green spaces ravine system for the surrounding neighborhoods. And then at least I can say 5 neighborhoods. And so I just put the concern there. That is my first question, but thank you for that ratio. The second question, because right now this rezoning, and you look at 3.5, and is rezoned from agriculture and to the residential commercial is mixed. And how could that increase the perception of nature area? Because the nature area is already there, and we have the perception, preservation, let me say this way, preservation, if that word right, already there. How could we rezone from agriculture area and to commercial housing and increase that preservation of nature area? This doesn't make sense. And then I understand the concern why my constituents come from.
I think that comes from, again, that misunderstanding of what its existing use is and what its planned use is.
Okay.
And so the green space that is being provided is in alignment with, has not shrunk from that as laid out within the plan. But because some of that
So
land
that
is
technical-
currently undeveloped, it may appear to be green space currently, even though it's not. It's just private land that is undeveloped.
Okay, so if that is some technical explanation needs to be more concise and to the public. I think that from information communication perspective, and then looking forward for that. I would like to follow up Mayor Sohi's comment on transportation. Thank you, Mayor Sohi, for pointing that out. And those areas, if we are looking at the city plan and to develop certain area in this area, through the rezoning land use, but we don't have even services matched the needs, and we keep building houses there, but we don't have the services and to match the people who actually live in those areas. And we did have, this council, we did have the motion passed and to improve the transportation services, but that will upon to the budget discussion. This is a larger than when we look at the development and how we can balance the public services and also the rezoning and the community development.
So, Councillor, as neighborhoods develop, there's lags between the approval process, the construction, the occupancy, and some of the services provided, whether it's ETS, schools that are provided by the school board in the province, parks that are developed at varying stages, and other facilities, whether that be recreation centers or libraries. The point being is that it's not a flash moment in time where these neighborhoods are fully built out. They take time, and then also those resources need to be budgeted through council's other decision-making processes in order to provide those services. But through the rezoning process, you're setting up that stage that allows development in line with currently approved plans, which then can inform those decisions made by council at budget time.
Thank you. My time is up.
Thank you so much, Councillor Rice. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I think I just want to pick up on a line of questioning. So we said So 10% in an area structure plan is dedicated to park space,
Open space.
open space. And one of the things I know we've had in previous conversations is around is there a difference between open space and park space? Let's get that clear first.
Open space and MR, well, I guess to back it up one step, MR is for municipal purposes, which includes schools and parks. So that's sort of that first difference.
Yeah.
Obviously, school sites have open space along with it. Parks can come in different forms, whether they're natural areas, they could be woodlotted, which we can take as MR now, or they can just be programmable fields, which are your traditional open spaces.
Okay, and because I remember this conversation in the context of Inglewood, where we were talking about the ratio of, is it park space then to per capita, kind of per the hectare amount of park space per capita or density? Is there some sort of ratio that I'm thinking of around that?
Yeah, so in Breathe it outlines amount of open space per person within the neighborhood. As mentioned previously, some of these mature neighborhoods haven't had the benefit of municipal reserve, so sometimes you need a different ratio or a different mechanism to measure and compare the neighborhoods and which neighborhood is underserved and which is not. In the new neighborhoods, that 10% is allowed to be taken, and it is taken 100% of the time. So that is typically used as that benchmark of open space per the neighborhood.
So the argument that there's a disparity of green space in the greenfield areas is potentially not accurate to data that we have?
I guess
in
which
neighborhoods?
argument is that? Sorry.
The argument from one of my colleagues that they were concerned about the amount of green space in the greenfield areas was a disparity to other areas of the city. Is that an accurate, is that something we should be concerned about? Like, is there an inequity here that we need to be addressing through policy? I guess is what I'm trying to get to.
Every neighborhood that we strive to take the full 10% of that we're allowed to take, and that is generally fulfilled through all new neighborhoods. So every new neighborhood typically has 10%, but you have to remember those neighborhoods are quite large. We look to balance out those open spaces throughout the neighborhood. Sometimes streets are closer to parks than other houses, and that happens. But that's just the nature of it.
The Breathe strategy does try to say, make sure that they're distributed throughout a neighborhood, correct?
So Breathe doesn't go into that detail. Right now, what manages and guides that is called the Urban Parks Master Plan, which is quite old, but it still outlines the distance and access to parks. Typically, as seen in transit, that 400 meters magic number, which is that 5-minute walk. We look to strive to have that equitable access across the neighborhood.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, thanks. It percolates something for me, but I don't have any answers today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rutherford. So that concludes our questions to administration. And at this time, I will ask if council members have any questions to administration or to the member of the public out of any new information arising out of the previous discussion. Seeing none, anyone prepared to move that we close the public hearing on this bylaw? Councilor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll move closure of the public hearing on items 3.4 and 3.5.
Thank you. Second by Councilor Rice, right? Okay. All right, so we have, okay, so please vote.
Just waiting on one vote. Councilor Jans.
It's not coming up for me, but I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councilor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move first reading of item 3.4 and 3.5.
Thank you, Councilor Cartmel. Need a seconder?
Second.
Second by Councilor Knack. Thank you. So at this time, we have the first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Councilor Rice? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and also thank you, all public speakers, and take your time come to share your thoughts, and thank you, administration, and to prepare this application. At this point, I would like to say, yes, our city is expanding. Based on our city plan, and we are develop our city, we are develop our community. And however, and during this development, and then our cities and our Edmontonians and the quality of life and needs to be considered and include and in the consideration for the development. And specifically, if you look at the southern Edmonton, and then that's a big area, and which and is repeatedly growth mostly area, and then we have so limited little green spaces, and the green space and it become the big challenge asset, and for our residents in the south area, and the south Edmonton area. And then Black Mud Creek and easy area actually, and many neighborhoods and use that area and for walking and for enjoying their life, and then to have that mental health, even relaxation, and in that place. And also I understand our city, we specifically, we focus certain goal, and we have the protection for the nature area. But for the nature area, when we make some development close to the nature area, and then what is the voice and from actual residents around that area and come across, and how we consider to address their concern, and then related to our green spaces, and with limited green spaces and limited parks, and in the newer and under development area. And when we develop the new neighborhoods and the city services, and we need to have the plan to match that same development. This I did not see, and in many new neighborhoods and in the South Edmonton. That is the big concern. So another concern is about the infrastructure, and also including the transportation. And infrastructure, and then when we design the roads and in the neighborhoods, and then what I heard over and over is a newer neighborhood, is the road design, the capacity is not meeting the traffic needs. And when we increase the density in the area, we increase the cars traffic. But the road condition is not there. And this is another concern. So I know, and then I heard many of our Edmontonians residents live in that area voice their concern. And then also as the residents, and not only from the leadership perspective, I personally walked many times in the neighborhoods. I know what the challenge could be. And that is why I understand why there's so many emails and come to my inbox and come to our mayor's inbox to voice their concerns. I think their concern needs to be heard. So I cannot support this bylaw at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rice. So I think we should take a break here now, and come back at 3:45. Yes. Yeah. Okay, we'll take a break here, and we'll be back at 3:45. We are on recess for Knack.
Good afternoon.
Principal will be joining us shortly. Councilor Stevenson,
Good afternoon.
Councilor Paquette,
Good afternoon.
Councilor Tang,
Hello.
Councilor Hamilton,
Hello.
Councilor Rutherford,
Hello.
Councilor Salvador,
Hello.
Councilor Cartmel,
Good afternoon.
Councilor Rice, she's in the back, and Councilor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Andrew, can you do me a favor? Can you let Councilor Rice know that we are just getting into it? Oh, there she is. Okay, got it. Yeah. Okay. Councilor Tang, you to speak, please.
Yeah, thank you. And just, I just want to thank all the residents who have reached out with your concerns. And I have to say, I'm between that first item for discussion today and the one just now, I'm actually quite heartened by a lot of the concerns for preservation and natural areas. And I think it's a good reminder that I think a lot of these feedback actually aligns quite well with the vision that we have set out through the city plan and the principle, or rather the commitment for greener as we grow, which I think is quite fundamental to how we build our city. So I want to acknowledge that. I think through the discussion and the questions, we were able to clarify a lot of the points when it comes to what does some of the specific rezoning actually means. And I think as, city continues to work towards, continues that work in progress of making sure our materials are, understandable to a wide variety of people, regardless if English is your first language, I think we'll always have more work to do there to make sure people fully grasp the significance of rezoning and how that might impact their quality of life. I will be supporting this because I do think, for all the reason that has been laid out, not only are we making sure that, the areas that needs really to be preserved, actually preserved and not just being left on its own without any kind of preservation designation, but also just in terms of the diversity of housing that this rezoning will create, not only just for current residents, but for future residents. And just in terms of that long-term vision, a lot of our neighborhoods haven't been fully developed, and that is our goal. Certainly I know that with a lot of the neighborhoods in the south, in my ward in Southeast. But as we build those out, making sure we keep in mind those commitment and principles in the city plan for sustainable growth, smart growth, and so I think those are the principles that we are moving forward with. In any case, there's concerns and answers and responses I got around access and traffic that, I heard that helped me have a clear understanding of this application. So for all those reasons, I really appreciate the feedback. I'm actually heartened by the concerns that were voiced. And I know that, because we're guided by the city plan, a lot of these are principles that we're holding on to as we move forward. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Tang. So, Councilor Cardinal?
Yeah, if there's no one else, then I'll close.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thank you. So, very quickly, we talk in our city plan about 15-minute neighborhoods, and I really appreciate, as has been mentioned by my colleagues, that a number of people from the community have reached out. We've received a lot of emails, and I completely understand that apprehension. You see a big wide open space, and it feels like it's about to be filled up with this ocean of houses, and you're not sure that's really what you want to see. In the view that you're currently contemplating. I'm thinking a little bit about my own neighborhood that I've lived in for not quite 25 years, and I know gazing south, there wasn't a whole lot when we first moved in, and now there's a whole other city all the way down there, and so I kind of understand that. But the flip side of of this is that this is carefully planned, laid out, methodical development of the neighborhood. And when you look at some of what the first residents in these new homes are gonna have, they're gonna have an LRT station within, a 5-minute bus ride at most. There's a brand new high school, which looks like a cathedral if you've been in this high school, that is arguably within, walking distance, at least for some of those students. It's just up the road. We're seeing that high school, by the way, has got a community center added to it that is, I think, the only city amenity south of the Anthony Henday Drive. We're seeing some of the other amenities in terms of shopping and commerce and those kinds of things. This is going to be a 15-minute community, and on top of all of that, they're going to have this wonderfully preserved ravine to spend some of their time in. When I talk to people in the ward I represent, we talk about green space, play space, and park space. And there's green space, which is essentially space that doesn't have anything in it. And I understand that some are arguing that that's what we have. When we talk about park space and play space in equal proportions, or at least proportionally serving a neighborhood, we need a certain amount of rooftops in order to gain all of those things, to make sure that we can get the school, that we can get the transit supports, that we can fully build out the neighborhood so that there's a critical mass of people there. And I will say that even just earlier today, some of my colleagues were talking about how you get to the southern stretches of the city and it's all about cars. Well, not here, because of all the things I just mentioned. This is going to be a 15-minute community. It is going to be transit service. There is the best high school in Edmonton sitting right next to it. So, I really think that if the community can understand that this is methodical and planned development, that this is not just sort of an endless sea of housing, but it is going to be part and parcel of a really cool place to live, that I think they'll see the wisdom of having this passed today. So I encourage my colleagues to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Please vote.
Just waiting on one vote.
Yeah, I'm a yes. I'm in the wrong meeting right
Councillor
now.
Hack, we have all the votes.
That is carried.
So I'll move second reading of items 3.4 and 3.5.
Second.
Second by Councillor Tang. Please vote for the second reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of item 3.4 and 3.5.
Second.
Please vote for the consideration.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of Bylaw 20098 and Charter Bylaw 20097.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote for the final reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, so that concludes item 3.4, 3.5. Next are item 3.10, Bylaw 20280, to amend Jasper Place Area Redevelopment Plan exempted by Councilor Knack. Let me see, 310. Okay. We have, I'll just check with the members of the public if they're here. Abdullah El Mikawi. Are you there? Tahir Sharif. Tahir Sharif, are you there?
Abdullah Sarab here. Good afternoon.
Okay. And Elizabeth Elke. Elizabeth, you're here. Just wait there. I'll call you up when you ready to speak. And Michelle Chuchak, right? Oh, Michelin. Okay. Sure. Thank you. And I will ask our administration to make a presentation.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce a new senior planner, Mr. Perry Beckydermo. At the end here, he'll be providing the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This application is to rezone a site in the Britannia Youngstown neighborhood from the ROF4 semi-detached residential zone to the ROF3 small-scale infill zone. The proposed ROF3 zone would allow for a maximum of 4 principal dwellings, up to 8.9 meters in height, with additional opportunities for garden and secondary suites. Next slide, please. The subject site is located at the corner of 103 Avenue and 161 Street. It is surrounded by roadways on 3 sides and has excellent access to active travel modes such as bus service along Stony Plain Road and 163 Street, and bike lanes east of 156 Street along 104 Avenue. Amenities such as a park and schools are also easily accessible and within walking distance of the subject property. Next slide, please. Administration sought feedback from the public through advance notice and information on the city's website. We heard one concern from adjacent property owners around an increase in density and traffic congestion. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning would allow for multi-use housing, secondary suites, and garden suites. The RF3 zone, in conjunction with zoning regulations, will limit the height to 8.9 meters and will require a greater interior setback of 3 meters, allowing the multi-unit housing to sensitively integrate into the existing neighborhood. Next slide, please. The site is located within the Jasper Place Area Redevelopment Plan and is designated small-scale housing where row housing is not a supported build form. To facilitate rezoning on the subject sites, Figure 8 of the ARP will be amended to redesignate the subject property as active edge housing where row housing is a supported build form. In addition, the site is located on the northern edge of the Stony Plain Primary Corridor. The proposed rezoning facilitates the intensification of the Stony Plain Road Primary Corridor and supports the direction outlined in the city plan to achieve 50% of new net units through infill development. Next slide, please. Overall, this proposed rezoning aligns with the objectives outlined in the city plan. Administration is in support of this application because it provides the opportunity for increased density and housing diversity in the Britannia Youngstown neighborhood. Is located on a corner lot within walking distance to a variety of active travel modes such as frequent bus service and bike routes, and it aligns with the infill objectives of the city plan. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you. Right on. Okay, now we'll go to members of the public. Abdullah Mikawi is on to answer questions only. Tahir Sharif, when he joins, to answer questions only. Now we'll go to Elizabeth Elke. If you could please step up into the chair up there, as well as Michelin Chipiak. You'll be the second one. So if you could please step.
Sorry, point of order.
I'm sorry.
You should ask council for if they have any questions to the applicant. So those in. No? Like they're for questions only, but we should ask if there's any questions.
Are there any questions to the applicant? No one. Okay. Okay. Good. Okay. Now I'll go to members of the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Michelin, can you please also come sit beside
She isn't going to say
Elizabeth?
anything. She's just here for support.
Or not to speak?
Yeah.
Okay.
Michelin actually was kind enough to join me. She actually owns, with her husband, a single-family dwelling directly across 103 Avenue from the proposed rezoning site.
Okay.
I'd like to thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Elizabeth Alkey. I live down 162 Street, and the proposed lot for rezoning is 10250-161. We do respect the city's intent for infill policy and understand that that's a good environmental move and provides options for a lot of people. I can't say that I'm representing wildlife or the environment. I'm just representing 9 homeowners, long-term and short-term, who believe that the property in question should not be rezoned. We would be very happy to see a duplex on that site. We have low expectations in Youngstown, at Britannia Youngstown. We think green space is the edge of somebody else's lawn and the kids playing in a little patch of grass. I'm here not only to represent the 9 people who have agreed for me to speak to them, for them. They're listed on a sheet that I gave you. I'd like you to note that we're not all long-term born in Canada residents on that street. One of the first persons who responded to disagree with this zoning is a new Canadian on my street in a fairly new duplex. I'd also like to draw your attention that Tanya DeYoung, across the street again, is 98 years old. She phoned me. She lives in the equivalent of Anne of Green Gables in a original farmhouse, green and white, with a little greenhouse on the edge, a vegetable garden, an orchard garden. What happens in the future, we don't have no control of, but we have green space here. I think it's really healthy, and she, at 98 years old, wanted to be represented here. You can't put a number on what I want to preserve in my neighborhood. What I can tell you is that it's the kind of thing that I think the city of Edmonton wants to happen between people. It's the soft side, the human factors around decisions. We've worked really closely with the police to reduce drug traffic, eliminate drug deals on the corner. We mow the lawns, clear the snow for seniors. We wait till 10 o'clock to mow the lawns. We share gardening tips. One neighbor clears the space where the scrapers leave a great big berm on. He gets up in his backhoe and just does that. People thank him with food. We lend tools. We alert each other to intruders. Fellow across the street, former pilot, helped me fix my garage door without an expensive serviceman coming. Another recommended an awesome roofer to come and replace my duplex roof. And I'm a landlord. I have a basement suite. I have a shared wall. So I have a certain perspective on multiple units with shared walls. We've laughed together, shared food, parties, fire pit evenings, and we continue to keep touch with long-term residents who are now in seniors' homes. I've been there for 19 years. These people supported my development as a property owner. I've turned around and supported them as they age. And we think that we already have 2 4-plexes. One's just going in, one's completed on the west side of 162 Street. And we think that adding another 4-plex to the end of our block is going to cause some practical problems and some social problems. One of the things that we're worried about, we've talked about before, is parking. I've seen what happens that you put a 4-car garage facing the lane. We have a tough enough time with potholes, but there are suites in these homes, and those garages are so small here and elsewhere, and in the existing 102 Avenue, people are using them for storage rather than parking their cars in them. So if we have 4 more families plus whoever with 1 or 2 cars, plus their tenants there. That's 8 cars, bingo, that we're going to have to deal with. And some of the seniors are worried about access to rides and things like that when they go.
Okay,
Um,
I'm going
we have-
to just stop you here. The 5 minutes are over.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in closing, I'd just like to repeat that for the social cohesion of our community and safety, we, the 9 people, including myself that I'm representing, would prefer that the zoning stayed the same, and we would welcome a duplex to support the city infill initiative.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's some questions yet, so Councilor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohin. Thank you for joining. Hello, sorry, I'm over. Good to see you. So I do want to ask, because as you touched on at the beginning, as a city, we are trying to stop growing out because, and we've talked about this, I think, even when we were talking about your community presentation before. And so I guess the question I have is in your opinion, how does that social cohesion stop in a 4-plex versus a duplex? I live across the avenue from a 10-unit.
In a lot of cases, we're afraid of the unknown.
Yeah.
We're absolutely, and I've looked at the literature that this kind of unit doesn't necessarily drop property values.
Yep.
But we're concerned of it. I think, well, it just changes the visual environment.
Yeah.
And we've got stability here. We've got people that have been there for over 40 years. And I just think adding that many more families right away, seeing as we already have two 4-plexes there, is putting a little more stress on us.
Yeah.
Because the people that are there, because it's a stable community, they feel that they have some rights that precede those of unknown people in that area. We like it shabby. I ride my bike up to the pool and I go by Anna Green Gables Cottage, and there's empty lots, and there's rundown rentals, and we just are fine with it. We're not asking for more parks or anything. We just want our peace to go out. As a landlord, I can tell you that putting a suite in someone's house is not a ticket to nirvana or a lot of money. I've been doing it for 19 years. Most of the people that apply, Canadians, new Canadians, have no clue about the laws pertaining to rentals or to shared accommodation, which these will be. And, so I'm saying this could be trouble.
So I want to ask you a little bit about, how am I doing on time? That notion of stability. I live just in Jasper Park, not too far away, in a mature neighborhood, very similar age. And unfortunately, if you go look at, sort of the history of our mature neighborhoods, and almost all of them are the same in the West End, is that, in fact, they're anything but stable. And a perfect example being, you think about the 2 schools in Britannia Youngstown. The school board voted to close both of them because there wasn't enough of a population. Now, fortunately, the replacement school, whenever it gets funded by the province, will be in Britannia, but that's an example of where we struggle a lot in our mature neighborhoods of not having that population to sustain, I think, the stability that we used to have that oftentimes doesn't actually exist now. And so I guess I wanted to get a sense of you of, when you think about stability, what does that look like? Because to me, it's having, well-populated mature schools. It's having, activity and having a neighborhood commercial shop where I can go and there's enough business and clientele around it to support it. But we don't actually have a lot of that in mature neighborhoods. So I just wanted to turn that to you, find out your definition of stability and what you would envision of that.
Well, it's the absence of dramatic changes. We know each other, and we have ways of resolving conflict, or not, or growing. I'm starting to become an elder in the community with new people coming in. My father is a contractor, and I can rip up floors, fix a toilet, contract the roof. I can do all that. My neighbor is new to Canada, has never owned a home before, doesn't know the difference between a toothbrush and a gutter. But we just educated each other. We talked to another neighbor who's a builder, who's their Portuguese heritage. They've got second generation that built that place, And 19 years is pretty good. There's people there 40. My neighbor was in the neighborhood for 60 years. And I think it's about quiet. I think it's about collaboration, caring, respect. Most of, we have our issues.
We all
But,
do.
we all do, but we just have our little green space and our quiet lives, and we want everybody who comes, and because as older people age out, to have that same experience where there's a little bit of grass. On 102 Avenue, where the fourplex has been built, at 30 degrees, they've got to sit on a concrete step. They may be homeowners, but it's 30 degrees. And you have to have a social contract with your renter and with the other people on the other side of the wall because they ain't soundproof. At certain times, you have to work that out. And it's different in single-family dwellings. We have a very multicultural block, Half of them people are new Canadians, and there's more or less been no problem there at all. They're happy as heck to have their own home.
Thank you.
I'm out of
Thank
time.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Knack. So that concludes the questions to you. I will, at this time, you can step back.
Thank you. And thanks to the city clerk for managing the paperwork for me. I sent you.
No problem. I'm sorry, if you want to answer questions, you should have, sorry, you go ahead. I'm just answering the question. There were people raising hands at the back. You had to register to speak, and we gave you the opportunity to speak, and you did not, so you can answer questions. Councilor Knack, go ahead. Two questions to administration.
Certainly. Well, maybe just a question to Mr. Johnson about, because I appreciate, I think one of the two members had actually registered. I just want to double check. And what are the rules around, because we hadn't got to questions of admin before they put up their hands, so.
Yeah, if she's registered to speak, you could deem it as if it's registered for questions only.
Okay.
And it would probably be appropriate to err on the side of caution and ask her a
So
question.
then council members would have to ask them
You
questions.
could ask her a question and say, is there something you wish
good.
to add or say?
So I think we'll follow that process then. Then, Councilor Knack, you want to ask a question?
Yeah, I saw her put her hand up, so I'd like to give her, I'd like to be able to ask her a question, which may lead
Yeah,
into
if you
some
could
points
please
that-
step up to the, sit in the front chair there.
So I guess this is technically a second round of questions, so I may need somebody to.
I'll move the second round.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Councilor Stevenson, please vote.
Yes, Mr. Clerk.
Just waiting on one vote. Councilor Paquette. Just waiting on your vote.
Yeah, just a second. It's not saying for some reason. I'm a yes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, now Councilor Knack.
Yes, so thank you. Officially, I'll use my time to ask you, it looked like you'd put your hand up and you had something you wanted to add, so I wanted to ask you, what would you like to add? And you might just
bear with me, I'm really nervous. I've never done this before. I've never.
No problem. And sorry, can you just make sure your mic is still on? I think you just need to press it. You shouldn't need to hold it.
No, it's still not working.
Still not
Okay.
just yet. Try that once more.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can,
Perfect.
yeah.
Thank you.
I apologize. Thank you for letting me speak today. I'm very, very nervous. Thank you. I've never been in this building, so it's a beautiful place. And I just want to let you know that the place where I reside is a great neighborhood. And I just wanted to let you know that the people surrounding us are great. And yes, I'm all for rejuvenating our neighborhood and welcoming anybody. I don't have a problem, an issue with that. They will be putting this building right in front of our house. Again, no issue. It's the height of the building, and it's the amount of units that will be put and added into our neighborhood in that complex and in that lot. As Elizabeth said, on the corner, it is supposed to be a fourplex. But eventually it becomes an eightplex because they do their basement suite or mother-in-law suite, whatever you want to call them. And again, it's more cars, it's more traffic, it's more, there's no sidewalk. When they're wanting to do this change, it is at a T intersection, and I don't know if any of you know about this. There is nowhere to go. It is only from west to east, east to west. That is it. There is no stop sign between 156th or 163rd. It is directly straight across. With all the building of the LRT on Stony Plain Road and all the rejuvenation about the bus system at Jasper Place, it's a wonderful thing. We accept it in our neighborhood. They've taken our bus transport away from a lot of us. As Elizabeth said, a lot of seniors reside there too. But unfortunately, it's too much, and I know that the vehicles are going to be crazy, you know, and it will be facing my place. And you know, when I first did my homework to build my house, you know, the city told me, you know, no, there won't be any apartment building going across your street because, you know, and I said, can you assure me of that? Because 102nd and 100, from Stony Plain to 102nd, that's all there is apartment buildings. And they said, no, don't worry about it. The zoning is, it's only family dwelling, family single dwelling. And it's okay, you know, and now it became multifamily unit, and which is fine, you know. Like Elizabeth said, there's always new people coming in, and it's great. We enjoy that, and we do a lot of things together as a community. My only concern is the height and the amount of units. They don't do anything for the environment. Garbage is more intense. As for doing any paneling for a solar system or anything like, they're not improving it in that sense. But yet we're asked as homeowner to do so, to build our furnace, change our water tank, do anything like that that needs to be more for our city, to improve our climate change. But these builders, they're not doing nothing, and they're just putting new, bigger and more, you know, thing without doing the climate change thing. And we're big on that, and we should be focused on that. And they should be held responsible in maintaining the same rules and regulation as a single home like me. That's all.
Well, thank you. I have just a few seconds left in my round here. You raised two separate core issues. One is the number of units, and we'll touch on that separately. But the height is something you also brought up. And I just wanted to ask, and I'll confirm with our administration, but the way I understand it is that whether it's the RF4 zone is currently zoned or RF3, it is the same height that they can build to, because the mature neighborhood overlay says it can't go any higher than 8.9 meters. Were you aware of that? I just wanted to ask that.
No, I wasn't aware of that, but when we built our house, we were sure told, do not build over this and this and this.
Correct. Yeah, the mature neighborhood overlay since about 2001 has been quite strict.
Yeah, and the same thing with our driveways. Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm out of time, but thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. And Councilor Tang, no, sorry, that's done.
No, it's okay. Councilor Knack asked
Councilor
a
Knack
question.
answered that question. Ask the question. Okay, got it. Okay, thank you so much. That concludes the questions. Okay, at this time, we'll go to administration for questions. And Councilor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor. So again, first I just want to ask that question around height. Again, since it's RF3 zoning, it would be set to a maximum of 8.9 meters under the mature neighborhood overlay, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah. It's only if you went to a RF5 which is like the higher form of row housing that you could do that, but that's not what's before us today.
Yes, that is correct, Councilor.
Okay, great. On top, and it probably doesn't really impact in this case because we don't have the neighbor right beside, but I think you showed in the presentation, there's a slightly further setback from the immediately adjacent neighbor along the street. So there's a 3-meter setback instead of 1.2 meters under the zoning. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. One thing that had come up both in the presentations and I was going through some of the emails, there is a lack of sidewalk around that. When this is redeveloped, does that require that a sidewalk get added to that space to start filling in those gaps?
Yes, that's the approach. And just to also add to that, this neighborhood is tentatively scheduled for rehab in 2026-2030 cycle. So there will be more attention given to the walkability for the entire neighborhood.
Is that reconstruction or is it the overlay?
It's the rehab, renewal, sorry.
The full renewal.
Full
like
renewal,
Full renewal,
yes.
that's right. So
Yeah.
we'll be rebuilding all the roads, all the sidewalks. With that, because I think another very valid point, and this would exist regardless of the zoning piece, but it's still valid, is that roads like 103rd Avenue do often become a bit of a speedway. 102 even has a bit of that, although there's some stop signs. So when we do that reconstruction, that's an opportunity to add in curb extensions, add in things that would allow for traffic calming to occur in some of these locations. Is that right?
That's correct. And even what I can see here is along 102 Avenue, you will find some curb extensions already at some
already there,
intersections,
yeah.
and then also at 161 Street as well. So if even before the renewal, there are issues that come up, then we can use other initiatives like Street Labs.
Street Labs is something I was thinking
to
about.
address
We could
that.
work on independent and something I can follow up with Elizabeth and others afterwards, because Street Labs is something we could install fairly quickly based on some neighbor engagement around ways to deal with traffic calming, because that's an issue, again, independent of this rezoning in front of us today. I think the other question I have, just from, again, a planning perspective, I know the Jasper Place area redevelopment plan didn't necessarily plan for corner lots beyond the ones under the residential infill guidelines to have row housing. When we updated the city plan, that was a decision, and essentially the city plan now suggests that all corner lots across the city in every neighborhood, we had one in Glenora this morning that wasn't selected, that those are the type of lots where we would look to put row housing in generally now. Is that correct? And then maybe just expanding on the why.
So the city plan doesn't specifically call out corner lots as an appropriate place for location. However, it does call out the additional requirements or the need for densification of these neighborhoods and how to do it sensitively. And it's been landed on that right now that corner lots are an appropriate location for these row houses because they're only flanking typically, well, by nature of being on a corner, there's typically only one affected neighbor, which reduces that localized impact. It provides that diversity of housing within the neighborhood itself, and it helps redevelop some of these neighborhoods to reach some of these density goals that are outlined in the city plan.
Mm-hmm. And I guess the other piece, and it's touching on it in the questions with our guests here, but we are running into some of the challenges, particularly we saw in Kenora, Britannia, Youngstown, Mayfield, High Park, where there's a pretty low enrollment for children at the schools. And is that different in this area compared to many mature neighborhoods, or is there any trends that you're seeing from what you've been reviewing?
It's pretty common as these neighborhoods go through their life cycle, as they hit their dips in terms of their population numbers, that those student enrollments go down, and then as we see redevelopment and occur, those numbers start to pick up again. However, there is a little bit of a disconnect there between Edmonton Public or Edmonton Catholic's planning, school planning, and sort of our overall goals and densification of these neighborhoods.
Thank you. I think I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councilor Knack. So that concludes the questions to administration. At this time, I will ask if council members have any questions to administration or to the members of the public regarding any new information arising out of the previous discussion.
Nothing further.
I see none. So, Councilor Knack, you want to move?
Sure,
to
I can
close
move
the-
closure of the public hearing on items 3.10 and 3.11.
Second.
Second by Councilor Rutherford. Okay, please vote.
Yes, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Here we go. It's carried.
Mayor Sohi, I will move first reading of items 3.10 and 3.11 and speak to it at the appropriate time.
Yep.
Second.
Second by Councilor Rutherford. We have a first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Anyone else to speak before I go to Councilor Knack to close? Seeing none, Councilor Knack?
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. So first, a quick story, and because I heard the passion for this community from both of our speakers today, and you know, my quick history of Britannia Youngstown is that if you know that church at 159th Street and 104th Avenue used to be the Holy Spirit Catholic Church. That's the church my parents got married in, and it's the church that I got married in many years later. And we have some great pictures of my parents in the same spot as myself and my spouse. It's a special part of the city because it's this long history for me. So I share that because I know how special this place is. It's a neighborhood I've been into many times. I don't live too far away myself. Why I will support this, but I want to share some reasons why I think it is important to support this. So I hear you in that concern of stability, and I asked that question a bit earlier. And the problem is, I think, especially for those of us who have lived in maternity areas for a long time, there's a feeling that not a lot has changed in the last 10 or 20 or 30 years, when unfortunately it actually really has. If you look back and you think back to what existed 30 years ago, you would remember that almost everyone in the neighborhood was walking their kids to the local school. The corner store that existed, that was vibrant because there were actually way more people living in our neighborhoods than there used to be. And so we actually lost that stability. And it's really hard because, at the same time we're going through this struggle. And I think about Britannia Youngstown in particular, and when I think about stability as well, the other challenge I think about is how, out of all the communities I've represented in the ward I'm fortunate to serve in, unfortunately Britannia Youngstown is oftentimes the least active of the community leagues, and not because of a lack of desire, but it's because of a lack of people able to volunteer. And many of you have been there for so long, and you've done your part, and you volunteered, and you did your time, and now it's something we don't see a lot of. Even I think the community AGMs, they're struggling to get quorum if they're even able to get quorum. And so part of why we're looking at these changes in these neighborhoods is to give us that chance to bring together new people. And you talked about social cohesion and what you've been doing with the neighbors that have been moving in, and I love to see that. And my feeling is that we can do that with row housing. I live across the street, not across the street, I live across the avenue, so I'm Jasper Place Library, my home, in a 10-unit row housing development's right across the avenue from me. And the neighbors who got to move in there were so excited because they haven't had the chance to afford living in a mature neighborhood in a more central area, because oftentimes, as you know, the prices of our homes in mature neighborhoods is restrictive for a lot of young families. And they've gotten involved with the community. I even think about the building I live in. I live in a 3-story condo building, and there can be times where people think, oh, an apartment building or condo, they won't add to that social cohesion, but it just takes active people to say, hey, I'm gonna make this happen. I know how to make this happen because you're doing it already with your other neighbors. And I think that's possible here. We've seen it. One of the things I've really enjoyed, and I know I'm running low on time, is that over the last really 5 years where we've started to do a lot more row housing on corner lots, I've had the chance to knock on those doors now during the campaigns that I've been fortunate to run in. And not unlike one of the neighbors you mentioned who moved into the duplex, I'm finding a lot of new folks who are moving in because, and this is their first chance. And they're so excited to be part of the neighborhood, and this gives us a chance to get them involved. And so I know that change is hard, and you even mentioned it. I don't deny it as somebody that's lived in the mature neighborhood for a long time. I know it, it's hard. But I don't see these types of changes as being the ones that are going to bring down the neighborhood, as long as you've got the right people around, like you are, to help bring them together. And my commitment is always trying to work with the communities to try to help bring these folks into the neighborhood and help make them feel like this is their home and they can get involved as well. So I know there's some nervousness, and I can't completely eliminate that through my comments today, but I will say over the last few years that I've been seeing these developments, I haven't seen that challenge that you've raised materialize in any of the mature neighborhoods that I've been serving. And so I'm confident that we're going to continue to work on this, and we'll stay in touch on some of the traffic safety stuff after. I think I'm out of time here, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Knack. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of items 3.10 and 3.11.
Second.
Second by Councilor Tang.
I apologize.
Sorry. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading on items 3.10 and 3.11.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And Mayor Sohi, I'll move third reading of Bylaw 20280 and Charter Bylaw 20281.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Our next item is 3.14, Charter Bylaw 20282 to allow for medium-rise multi-unit housing, Mckernan, exempted by Councilor Jens. I just want to check with members of the EHAN. EHAN, you're here, so thank you. And Ryan Sebastianelli.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will go to our administration for a presentation first. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. This application proposes to rezone a parcel of land within the Mckernan neighborhood from RF1 single detached residential zone to RA8 mid-rise apartment zone. This would allow for the development of a mid-rise building of up to 6 stories in height with limited commercial opportunities at the ground level. Next slide, please. The site is well positioned for an increase in density. It's located at the corner of University Ave and 114th Street. It is surrounded by roadways on 3 sides and has excellent access to active travel modes. Though not shown on the screen, the Mckernan Belgravia and Health Sciences LRT stops are both within 5 minutes walking distance, as well as frequent bus service along both 114th Street and University Avenue. Bicycle routes are directly accessible via the shared use path in the LRT right-of-way and along 115th Street. Next slide, please. Administration sought feedback from the public through advance notification to surrounding property owners and the Community League. We heard 3 responses with concerns that were related to the property isolation and questioning whether the site was large enough to accommodate a 6-story building. Next slide, please. In the Mckernan-Belgravia Station Area Redevelopment Plan, this site is identified as being within the University Avenue corridor. This area is designated for medium-rise apartment development, allowing up to 6 stories or 23 meters in height, and therefore the proposed RE8 zone aligns with this direction. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning also conforms with the city plan, which identifies the site as being within the university area major node. A major node is a large-scale urban center that serves multiple districts and is typically anchored by public institutions and significant employment centers. In this case, the University Hospital and the University of Alberta campus. Major nodes capitalize on excellent transit access and support higher density development and a wide mixture of land uses. Supported built forms include mid-rise and high-rise buildings. Next slide, please. In closing, administration supports this application. It aligns with the Mckernan-Belgravia ARP, and it realizes the goals of the city plan by supporting the intensification of the university area major node by providing medium-rise development in close proximity to major employment anchor and mass transit services. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll ask Yehan, are you making a presentation or just answer questions only? Presentations, can you please come to this side of the podium?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sohi, for giving me an opportunity to speak. So I would like to get this land rezoned because it complies with Mckernan ARP, mixed-use development site. It also fits the vision of City of Edmonton, create a walkable and a bikeable community because it's nice and close to LRT infrastructure. As a student myself, before like international student, I feel like it's really privileged to be able to work, like live and work and study nice and close to the university. It helps students to save both financially and timely wise, and then they can advance their life. So as an Edmontonian, live here for 12 years, I'm very genuinely want to see Edmonton succeed and grow. So I'm happy to answer any question provided or provided clarity for the neighborhood. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you so much for joining us and waiting. I'll see if there are any, can't see the screen, who's signed up to speak. Councilor Tang, you're first up. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming here. I was wondering if you can, obviously the height is a bit of an issue, and there's a lot of concerns about, is it possible to fit that 6-story? And I know there is going to be that development process, the development permit process, where that's kind of where you have that conversation. But is your intent to build up to 6 stories?
Right. Thank you for the question. As you can see, our west side, they have a 6-story development. But for our company, we're a new company. We're not as big as them. So we only decided we're not smart enough to build 6-story yet. So we want to build something that no elevators, walk up three story. It's easier to maintain, it's easier to fix. It's like lasts forever. So that's our vision, to build 3-story. So there's no height issue.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you, Councilor Tang. So that concludes the questions. Thank you so much. Now we will go to Ryan Sebastianelli, joining us remotely. You will have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Hey, thank you for the time, and let me be part of this process. So first time speaking, it feels like this might be an exercise in futility after watching all the votes come in with all these passionate speakers today, but I'll give her a go. I'm the landowner that is to the west of the property, one of the 4 that's in that going to be an island of houses, if you will. My main concern is the fact that we're going to become an island. I do not have any issues with the rezoning, the R8. I'm all for high density. I went to the university. I have 2 degrees. I lived in the area for 15 years, and I love the area. The more development that can happen in the area, the better it is. My main concern is that our houses will become an island. I spoke with 3 developers, including Westridge, who's developing on the west end of the property, and asked them about the viability of developing our houses and the 4 houses in between if that other development goes through. Every single one of them said the same thing. They said there's not enough land to make it worthwhile to develop it into something that they can make money off of. So what that leads me to believe is that in the future, these houses will never be redeveloped. That's my main concern. Obviously, I have the personal concern as well of my property house value going down. I can share that with you, but I know that's not really anything of your concern. I have listed my house for sale recently and to test out the market, and I did actually have some feedback from potential buyers about living next to the high-rise or mid-rise 6-story that's to the west. There's two potential buyers that said no, they don't want to live that close to something. And then I also had a interested buyer that asked about any more rezoning, and I told them about this what we're talking about right now, and they said the exact same concerns that I have right now. That they said the only thing that's going to happen to their house value is it's going to go down, and they weren't interested anymore. So I'm being personally affected, and I'm sure all the other ones are as well. What I see happening is the same thing that happened on the other side of one of my street. I can't remember the exact avenue and streets there, but there was some sort of low mid-rise apartments that went up there, and some houses got stuck in between, and they never got redeveloped. They ended up just being slowly over time becoming less and less valuable because the upkeep wasn't worth it, because there was no value on the house, and those houses just became an eyesore. Where our property is located is probably, if anybody's been in that area, it's probably the busiest intersection in the whole city, 114th and University Ave. And having 4 houses in between that will look terrible, it isn't good for the city and isn't good for planning. Now, you're probably wondering, like, why, what I want to come out of this objection. What I want City Council to consider, if they approve this change, it will essentially eliminate the possibility of that entire area be rezoned to R8 or any R3 or anything like that, because it just won't become feasible. As the city plan, what you guys wanted to happen in that area is high density living. And I'm all for high density living, and I just want to make sure that the council is thinking forward enough to consider that if they approve this, then it's a short-term gain for a long-term loss, in the fact that we could get way more housing if we say no to this and have a bigger project come in. And I spoke with the developer, who I can't remember his name, I'm sorry, that just spoke before. He said that same thing. He iterated it to me, where he said he is new, and this is his first time. So that was concerning to me as well, and it probably should be for you as well. It's a very high traffic and high visibility area. When I expressed to him, well, why don't you buy the rest of the land in this area? He said, well, we don't have the money for that. And so my concern again, which should be your concern as well, is, well, if he doesn't have the money to do this, what if he runs out of money during this project? Why would we push this project through and have something that's only half as good of what it could be if we waited a little bit longer to develop this land? That's pretty much all I have. I've also had some complaints with tenants about parking on the street. I don't know what his plan for parking is. I was under the impression it was a 6-story building. Now I hear it's a 3-story, so that might affect parking somewhat. My tenants have complained. I've even lost some tenants because they couldn't find parking on the street and they got frustrated. So that's another concern that I have as well. I see that I'm probably out of time right now. I didn't start my timer on time, but I appreciate all your time, and listening to my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation and also joining us virtually and waiting for your turn. I'll go to, I think Councilor Jans has some questions for you. Councilor Jans?
Thank you. And to our guest, I was wondering if you could clarify. So I'm trying to look at the aerial view right now. Your lot is the one adjacent to the, for lack of a better term, Miles, sorry, I'm in a meeting. Can you go, please? Adjacent to the service road and the cul-de-sac there on just the first house in from 114th. Is that correct?
No, I'm on the opposite. I'm the first house, the furthest west house closest to the other development that happened. My lot is shaped, I like to call it a pork chop shaped lot. It looks like a sort of like a panhandle. It's got a long strip that goes north-south the whole way across, and then it's shaped like a giant V, or lowercase v, I guess I should say.
And how long have you owned the property?
I've owned it since it was built, so 2003.
Wow. So over the last, through the conversations about the Mckernan Belgravia ARP, your whole block, if I'm reading this correctly, is zoned for 6-story residential. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
So your preference would be that City Council declines this rezoning now and sends it back to administration with the intent then to wait for buyers to build 6-story residential. Am I hearing you correctly?
Yeah, I don't know if I want to be that. I'm not that specific about it being 6-story residential. What I want council to consider is that the interior lots will never be built to high resident or high density that like the proposed change wants near the LRT station. When you asked me about what I've been there for a while and I'm approved this project, I didn't have any complaints with the last project that went through. In fact, we were on board with those guys, Westridge Company, and they were actually thinking about buying the rest of the lots if they could later, which I think fell through because this current landowner bought the last lot, and that kind of put a kibosh on that plan. So yeah, so I don't have a specific what I want to see there. What I want to see is I want high density in the area. If we're going to be moving on from the area and putting student housing in there, as he puts it, then let's fill that whole thing up.
So why do you think those 3 lots won't get built?
I was told that they weren't big enough. So they when I was talking to Westridge and I can't remember the other name of the other 2 developers, unfortunately, they told me that they had a minimum lot size that they needed for the development of these mid-rise apartments, and I believe it was 20,000 square meters. I could be off on my math right now, or my numbers. I got it written down somewhere. But they told me that it was not big enough, so therefore they would be able to do it to make it work profitably for them.
Interesting. I'm looking at some other lots on Google Map here, and they seem to have been built. If there's a will, that's a way. It seems if there's a will, there's a way. So that's a good question. I'll ask admin about if by approving this, if we're limiting or blocking future development potential there too. So thank you for that. Are there other questions you would want us to ask of administration or the applicant?
Just the parking thing. That was something that kind of came up.
Was that parking, did you say?
Parking, that's right. Yeah. So parking's been really tough on the street, but I think a lot of that is to do with the construction guys that are working there right now in the other building. But I have seen a lot of people going into the apartment that live in that new apartment that's gone up on the west end of the street.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. Thank you for speaking today.
Yeah, thanks, Michael.
Thank you. Councilor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks for presenting. Just, sorry, one last quick question. I've passed by that intersection a million times. I'm looking at it right now. How wide is your lot compared to because I think that is where this question is, of what's the total width of those remaining lots? Do you know? Or even if
mine I believe is 50 meters wide,
okay.
or somewhere in and around there. It's a rough number. I'm a subdivided lot, so I'm the only one that me and my neighbor behind me are subdivided.
That's right.
So because for any development to happen on either one of ours, both of ours would have to be bought. And I believe they're at our side, it's about 100 meters long, and then they get skinnier as they get closer to 114th Street there.
And the other two lots beside yours are more narrow. They wouldn't, yours is 50, you're talking about, but the other two are probably that combined, it looks like.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah,
a
that's
little
right.
more. Okay, so we're talking about, all right. Okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome, thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. So that concludes the questions to you, Ryan. Thank you so much. And now we'll go to our administration for questions. Councilor Jans?
Yeah, thank you. And I guess maybe I'll ask this question to legal first. So when we're debating land use consideration here, can I ask a question of administration about the impacts this would have on adjacent development potential of other properties, or is that not to be considered in the deliberation?
Councilor, that's totally appropriate to consider the impact and potential development surrounding it and the build out of the neighborhood as a whole. That would be appropriate, yes.
Okay. If I may then, through you, Mr. Chair, to administration, I feel like this is a game of Connect Four, and if you put the red one at the end of the block, you block the 4 blue ones and you don't get a line. Am I incorrect in my assumption here?
Councillor Jans, the 3 lots that are remaining, we've just done a quick takeoff looking in slim maps. It's about 1,600 square meters, completely developable under RA7 and RA8.
So that would both be possible and permissible?
Absolutely. RA7, RA8 zoning is in alignment with the Mckernan Belgravia ARP. It's what's expected here, given its proximity to the LRT and being part of that university area major node.
So is it possible that, or does council, because in a sense this is a proposed down zoning. It's not, it's the ARP, well, the down zoning is not the right term. The ARP permits up to 6 stories, but if I understand the applicant correctly, they're looking at 3 stories on this lot. So just from a city plan potential, this doesn't seem aligned with city plan, but I understand the owner has the right to do with it what they choose. Is that correct?
They do, and that is the flexibility in rezoning to the RA8. If the applicant chose his mind and changed his mind as he was working through the construction drawing process and the development permit process, and could make some higher numbers work there for a bigger building, then he'd be free to do that. And just a point of clarity, though the existing 3 houses that would be left, or the 3 properties, would need to be rezoned.
Councillor, just to add, what is before you today is a rezoning to RA8, which allows a 6-story building. So keep in mind that you're rezoning the land, not necessarily the builder or the owner, as the land can change hands and plans can change. So what's before you is the RA8, which is in conformance with the plan.
Right, and similarly then the 3 adjacent properties would also need to be upzoned to RA8.
That's correct.
Okay, so the comments that the proponent made about having some mixed commercial and those other sort of amenities, that is permissible within both the ARP and also within the RA8 zoning?
That's correct, yep.
Right, so I think I've had my questions answered. I guess my only other question would be any interfaces with the new SCONA district plan, if there's any proposed changes to this area. Are we getting ahead of that?
Councillor, we don't look at the proposed or draft district plans right now. What's ahead of us right now is the city plan as planning guidance, as well as the current statutory plan.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your help.
Thank you, Councilor Jans. Councilor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Just one question. I'm trying to think about, I know we don't necessarily have a minimum lot size that we would use to say, this is where you would start to create an issue, but the only one I can remember is we had a Beljan development in Jasper Park that was originally an RA7 combined with an RA7 with a single duplex, and council sent it back because that was, but I think that was only a 50-foot wide lot. Is that generally where we would probably sit as a, if you started to box someone in where that's maybe not enough space?
So Councilor, right now in our zoning bylaw, we don't have any isolation clauses anymore. So those were removed as a result of some research done that really those isolation causes or forces larger consolidations than needed, which blocks a lot of redevelopment potential. So typically there isn't that minimum site size. We've seen in Garneau that you can do a 4-story building on one single lot that is less than 50 foot wide and 150 feet deep. So I guess in saying that where there's that creativity there is a way of making it happen.
And from a planning perspective, I think you just touched on that. We don't necessarily always want 6 or 7 lots accumulated, so that's the only type of development along every arterial road. You would want to see potentially some smaller, I don't know how to phrase it, but essentially smaller scale, higher forms of density because you want to have different options for people. Is that fair?
Correct. There's a variety there, and it also allows the evolution of that corridor in a more step-by-step manner. If we were to wait till all these lots were consolidated to 6 lots wide, for instance, there's only a number of developers that can possibly do that, so it would slow that process down as well, which is why, another reason why those lot consolidations and the isolation clauses were removed.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Knack. So that concludes the questions to administration. At this time, I would ask if council members have any questions to administration or to the members of the public regarding any new information arising out of the previous discussion. Seeing none, someone would like to move that to close the public hearing on this item? Councilor Jans, you want to do that? Or?
So moved.
Okay.
So moved.
Thank you. Need a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Wright, right? Okay. Okay, please vote.
Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councilor Jans?
May I speak to it?
No, can you move the first reading?
Oh, so moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Councilor Wright seconded. So we have first reading on the floor. Anyone else to speak before I go to Councilor Jans to close? Seeing none, Councilor Jans, go ahead.
Sure. So my two main concerns here were around, first of all, the future development potential of this area of Mckernan and Belgravia and whether that would be a limiting factor or not. And hearing from administration that it would not be, that assuaged a lot of my concern. My second main concern was compliance with the ARP and the district plans, and it does appear to be compliant in both of those regards. I would say I appreciate the concerns brought forward by the applicant, though, and especially around the parking and the construction and how that University Avenue and 114th is truly one of the busiest intersections in the city, and the impacts of construction, parking, the university, all of them are significant. So I certainly do want to follow up with administration offline about how we can try and mitigate some of those. But as far as the only consideration I can have today is the land use planning, according to legal, and as such, there is this does comply with the plans proposed. So I will support the recommendation of administration.
Thank you, Councilor Jans. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councilor Jans, can you move the second reading?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councilor Jans, you want to move the consideration?
So moved.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
That is carried. Councilor Jans, you want to move the third reading and read the bylaw into the record, please?
So moved. I move that Charter Bylaw 2282 be read a third time.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Wright. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we are on to our next item, 3.15. And that is Charter Bylaw 20231 to allow for medium-rise multi-unit housing, Glenora. And I will just confirm if all the members of the public are here. Chelsea Jersik, you're here?
Yes, I'm here.
Alison Rosland,
Yes, I'm here.
Raz Kavia,
Yes, I'm here.
Art Neistad,
Yes.
and you're to only answer questions, right? Yeah, okay. And for community members in opposition, Lynn Udinsky. Are you there, Lynn?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Wendy Otaniak,
Yes, here. Thank you.
Scott Stelter,
Yeah, I'm here.
Lee Matheson,
I'm here.
Christine Lefebvre,
I'm here.
and Alex Tiha.
Yep, hi there.
All right, so at this time, I'll ask our administration to make a presentation.
Thank you. This application proposes to rezone 2 lots in the Glenora neighborhood from RF1, single detached residential zone, to RA8, medium-rise apartment zone. The proposed RA8 zone would allow for approximately 6-story building intended for residential uses such as multi-unit housing, as well as limited commercial opportunities at ground level. Next slide, please. The site is located between 2 arterial roads at the corner of 138th Street and 102nd Avenue in the western portion of the Glenora neighborhood. Stony Plain Road is also the future route of the Valley Line West LRT, with the future stop at West Block only a short walk away. Just to the east is the current terminus of the 102nd Avenue separated bike lane connecting Glenora to downtown. Next slide, please. The city reached out using advance notice, a city webpage, site signage, and online engagement, and there was a high level of interest throughout these various forms of engagement. While the majority expressed opposition to this application, about a quarter of those who provided feedback online through Engaged Edmonton expressed support. Those in support mainly cited city benefits related to density in the core and the city and near the near the density in the core of the city and near LRT as helping to limit urban sprawl. Those opposed mainly felt the proposed scale of building at 6 stories was out of character for the Glenora neighborhood and that would not abide by the Carruthers caveat. While it is understood that many in the community feel strongly about the adherence to the Carruthers caveat, from a zoning perspective, caveats registered by property owners are contractual agreements between those property owners, and the city has no role in interpretation, maintenance, and/or enforcement of upholding such agreements. As such, the caveat does not restrict council's ability to rezone the land and was not a factor in the planning analysis or recommendation from administration. Next slide, please. In the context of the city plan, this site is within the Stony Plain Road primary corridor, where the typical massing or form expected is mostly mid-rise with some high-rise. Stony Plain Road is at the location, Stony Plain Road at this location is also identified as a citywide route on the mass transit network, with the future Valley Line LRT stop nearby at West Block. Given this context, the site is suitable for the proposed RA8 zone, which would facilitate a mid-rise development. As with many of our mature neighborhoods, the surrounding density is relatively low, and with the future Valley Line LRT coming, there is a need for densification in order to ensure more Edmontonians are able to take advantage of the LRT investment, as well as other nearby active modes of transportation. This site's location near the LRT and between 3 roadways is an appropriate location. Next slide, please. We acknowledge that these transitions can be awkward when some properties are ready to redevelop before others. While this initial RA8 zoning may seem out of character to residents, our policy looks towards the future in supporting the LRT investment. The RA8 zone was also amended in December of 2021 to improve its transition with single detached housing to include a minimum interior setback of 3 meters with an additional 3-meter step back above the 4th story. Next slide, please. In closing, administration supports this application because it increases residential density at an appropriate location near a future LRT stop. It supports intensification along a primary corridor as identified in the city plan, and the site does not contain historically significant buildings. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Really appreciate that. And now we'll go to Chelsea Jersak to make a presentation.
Thank you. The city clerk should have a presentation as well.
We're just loading onto the system.
I believe this is my colleague Allison Roslin's presentation. There should be one other one. Sorry, this one isn't my presentation.
Sorry,
We are
Chelsea.
the correct one.
Okay, got it.
Is this the one?
No.
Okay. There you go. This is the one, right? All right,
Yes,
go ahead.
thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Perfect. All right, I will get this underway. Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Chelsea Jerzak from Situate, and I'll speak just briefly today about our rezoning application here in Glenora. Next slide, please. So as you know, the site in question consists of 2 lots, which together have an area of about 1,350 square meters. This site is located in the triangle of land that's bounded on the northwest by Stony Plain Primary Corridor, 138th Street to the east, and 102 Avenue, which is an arterial road to the south. Next slide, please. So Situate submitted this rezoning application in April of this year, and we followed our usual process of creating a web page to provide information about the project. On the web page for this project, we also included a survey asking visitors for input on the design of the future building, landscaping for the site, as well as input into what types of commercial uses visitors to the website might like to see in the building, if any, because the RA8 zone could allow for some small-scale commercial uses on the main floor. Next slide, please. In April, we also mailed an information letter to 61 nearby homes to let people know about the project. And in June, we posted 2 signs on the site, the rezoning sign required by the city, as well as a custom sign with the webpage information. We also reached out to the Glenora Community League, as well as the Old Glenora Conservation Association, but didn't receive any responses from those organizations. Feedback that we did receive was mixed. We heard some support for increasing density near transit and providing more housing types in a mature neighborhood. The main concerns that we heard were related to height, density, and fit within the neighborhood character. Next slide, please. So in terms of the neighborhood, on this slide, you can see that the site is close to schools in both Glenora and Grosvenor, as well as services and amenities around the high-density mixed-use intersection of 102 Avenue and 142 Street. The site's also really well connected to current and future transportation options, being just over 200 meters away from the future LRT stop at 142 Street. As well, on 102 Avenue, there are bus stops, and the future extension of the 102 Avenue bike route is just to the south of the site. Next slide, please. So of course, the key reason that we chose to apply to rezone this site to the RA8 zone is because the site is located within the Stony Plain primary corridor, which encourages the development of mid to high-rise buildings, which in Edmonton are typically considered to be 5 to 20 stories under our conventional zoning framework. So this proposal would allow for a building at the small end of what city plan calls for along this corridor at 6 stories. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned a moment ago, the site is located just over 200 meters from the nearest LRT stop at 142 Street, making it an ideal location for transit-oriented multi-residential development. According to the city's reports from 2009, the main reason the Stony Plain Road corridor was selected for the LRT alignment was that it had the greatest potential to spur private reinvestment and redevelopment. This application is a part of that intended redevelopment process and will help to provide the density needed to support the new LRT network. Next slide, please. So with that, I will wrap up and hand it over to my colleague, Alison Rosland, who's going to speak in a little bit more detail about what we heard from the community, as well as how the regulations of the RA8 zone play out on this site. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll now go to Ms. Rosland.
All right, good evening. Hello, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Alison Rosland from Situate, and I'll be speaking more about the suitability of the subject site for redevelopment, the regulations of the proposed RA8 zone and how they would apply to the site, and how the rezoning would provide more housing options for Edmontonians. Next slide, please. I'd like to start off by responding to some of the concerns we heard during engagement related to the preservation of Glenora's character and heritage. When we hear these concerns, they are often related to the preservation of the Garden City design, which is characterized by treed boulevards, as highlighted in the image on the left, as well as the radial street network and green spaces. However, all of these features are public lands. Redevelopment on this site or any private property would not impact those features or alter the design or street layout of the neighborhood. I will talk more about this later in my presentation, but before I do so, I will briefly talk about the 2 existing houses on the site. Neither house is on the inventory or the register of historic resources. In addition, this site was not within the original boundaries that administration was considering for the previously proposed Heritage Character Area DC1 zone, as shown in the image on the right that illustrates the boundaries of the DC1 zone. This was due to the site's location in a transit corridor and proximity to the future LRT station, where intensification is expected to occur with development similar to what would be allowed under the RA8 zone. Next slide, please. The land development process is a multi-step process that gets increasingly detailed at each consecutive step. Because this application is to rezone to a standard zone, the design of the future building hasn't started yet. What you can see on in front of you is a site plan that shows the maximum building footprint under the zone. The site is surrounded on 3 sides by public roads, which would provide a buffer between the new building and its surroundings. The only abutting residential property is the existing single detached dwelling to the west. Along the eastern and southern edge of the site are boulevard trees that are owned by the city and will remain as is and continue to contribute to the Garden City feel of the neighborhood. The zone does require significant setbacks. The front yard setback along 102 Avenue would be at least 6 meters, and the rear yard setback would be at least 7.5 meters. In addition, the RA8 zone requires that the internal side setback on the west side be 3 meters, and that the upper 2 stories be stepped back an additional 3 meters to 6 meters, as shown by the orange dotted line. This change was made to the zone regulations to ensure a more sensitive transition to abutting smaller scale houses. Another key feature of the zone is that ground floor dwelling units have to have individual doors facing the street. As you can see on the site plan, example sidewalks illustrate how street orientation would be required on both 102 Avenue and 138th Street. With regards to landscaping on the site, the zoning bylaw will require approximately 17 trees and 40 shrubs to be planted here, which would also contribute to the Garden City feel. Next slide, please. We have prepared a sun shadow study based on the largest building that could be built under the zone to illustrate how the building form impacts shadowing. The study shows that for most of the year, the shadow impact is fairly limited and primarily affects the park space north of the site and 138th Street. The shadow also moves quite rapidly over the ground throughout the day, such that no yard would be in permanent or perpetual shadow. Next slide, please. So before I wrap up, I'm going to show a couple of graphs. The first one shows the population trends for Glenora and the city of Edmonton from 2008 to 2019, where you can see that the neighborhood population has remained relatively the same with a 2% decline. However, the population of Edmonton has grown 17% over the same time period, indicating that the growth the city has experienced in previous years has not occurred within the neighborhood. A multi-residential building on this site aligns with City Plan's goals to add 50% of new units through infill in all neighborhoods and would help distribute density more equitably across the city's mature neighborhoods. Next slide, please. And on my last slide, you can see the breakdown of the housing mix in the neighborhood. The majority of dwellings, 74%, were single detached houses as of 2016. A mid-rise residential building would provide more housing choice and options for current and future residents, including seniors, families, and individuals. Next slide, please. So to wrap up, I would like to respectfully ask for council's support today on this rezoning application, and in particular for your support of an application that aligns with city plan and enables transit-oriented, multi-residential development in a mature neighborhood that would increase density and provide more housing choice 200 meters from an LRT station. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Raj Kavya.
Hi there. I do believe there is a presentation that you have, City Clerk. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, and hello, Mr. Mayor and councillors. My name is Raj Kavya. I'm one of the owners of the site being considered for rezoning today. Thank you so much for taking the time to hear my presentation and to consider the application. As this is my first time in front of council, I wanted to give you a bit of a background on who we are, and we're a group of 3 individuals collaborating on this project. My partners are longtime local Edmontonians who are passionate about the city and their communities. And I'm a business owner and entrepreneur from Saskatchewan, and I have a daughter that graduated this year from the University of Alberta. We think Edmonton is a great city to call home, and we see a lot of opportunity to contribute to its growth and vitality of its older neighborhoods. Next slide, please. Our plan for this site is not to build a typical condo or apartment building. We really want to create something that is beautifully built, fits with the character of the community and its neighborhood, and is neighborhood sensitive. We understand the heritage feel of the neighborhood and don't want to build a modern glass style box that does not complement the surrounding community. Our hope is to create a 6-story building with brick elements and lots of Glenora character. The homes will be geared toward families, urban professionals, seniors looking to downsize, and other Edmontonians looking to live in a mature neighborhood that has so much to offer. We know that the trees, tree canopies, and greenery are an important part of the neighborhood's character, and endeavor to preserve as many of the trees as possible and design the landscaping to complement the historical and neighborhood. We envision the ground floor of the building to have local neighborhood stores like a coffee shop, flower shop, a local bakery that provides services and amenities to the residents of the building and the greater community of Glenora. We're also planning to provide parking based on market demand, likely with one level of underground parking with approximately one stall per unit. Next slide, please. The neighborhood and its many great amenities make this site a perfect location for this type of development. The site is close to both the future Valley Line West LRT and 102 bike lane, which will provide residents with options to move around the city. The future 102 bike network connection will be along the southern boundary of the site, and we see an opportunity to create a bike pit stop for both residents and folks biking by. The site has great access to green space, including the small park directly north across the lane and the nearby Ravine parks. Several schools are within walking distance. The West Block mixed-use residential and commercial area is a short walk to the west. Adding more housing to the neighborhood will allow more people to enjoy these amenities and support the schools and small businesses in the area. Next slide, please. We're excited about the city plan and the opportunities that it's created to provide more housing choices in Edmonton's neighborhoods and to build vibrant corridors like the Stony Plain Road Primary Corridor, where our site is located. We believe that a mix of housing types is important on a major road so close to transit, and we want to be part of making that happen. Now, we understand that the Carruthers caveat applies to our site, and we also understand that it's not a factor in council's decision-making process. People have asked us, though, why are you doing this when the Carruthers caveat applies and your neighbors could take you to court? Well, for me, the answer is personal. The caveat was created at a time when, in Edmonton's history, when it was okay to mandate a minimum investment in a large, single detached house and register that mandate on the land title. There weren't many people who looked like me who lived in Edmonton at that time. And for the few who might have been there, I doubt they could afford to live in the neighborhood, given the restrictions placed on the titles. That's why I'm here today with a rezoning application before you, because I want to help build a more equitable and inclusive community. Next slide, please. Thank you so much for listening. If you have any questions, I would be happy to answer.
Great, thank you. Thank you all for your presentations. We'll now go to questions of those in favor of this proposal, starting with Councilor Knack as the person who exempted this item.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Just a few questions related to the engagement side. So I don't know if it's Mr. Zach or Ms. Roslin there. You know, we have a couple of speakers coming up next, particularly from the Old Glenora Conservation Association. And I know you said you reached out to them, and I've spoken with them as well leading up to this. And I guess I just want to get a sense from you as to, while there maybe wasn't a formal meeting, did you have any discussions with any of the residents or any of the individual members related to sort of the overall heritage work happening in the area and how that may or may not apply to what you're working on?
Sorry, just had to unmute myself there. Sure. So to answer thank you for the question, first off. We didn't have any specific conversations with community members about the heritage work that was being redone in this area, in part because we submitted the rezoning application after council made a motion to pause the heritage work that was being, like the work on the heritage DC2 zone that was being done. In terms of other heritage work that was that's being undertaken by community members, no, we didn't specifically talk to them about that. But I will note that I believe there is an upcoming, hopefully an upcoming heritage management strategy that would come up, I believe, during the budget debate for the next round of budget, the 2023-2026 budget. And you know, we're hoping that the city will have a wider conversation about heritage management and how that can be implemented, you know, across the city and not specifically here.
Okay. And I'm not sure who to ask this to from the speakers in support. I know it was sort of, Mr. Kavia showed some potential images, but again, recognizing that there isn't a heritage body of work underway for this area. It's been put on hold. What kind of engagement would you envision with particularly the Conservation Association on that, if you were to be, if this were to be approved? What does that look like? How do you engage folks on this? This is a community that spent a lot of time on a body of work that's, again, we'll discuss it at a later time, but I know it's really important to them, and wanted to get a sense of how that may or may not be incorporated if you were to proceed.
Absolutely. You know, I think that we would definitely engage with the conversation with the Heritage Society and listen to their inputs and hopefully, you know, incorporate some of that in our design. We want to make sure that we are part of this community and that we're there and feel comfortable with them and working with them. So we will definitely listen and take into consideration on what they have to say.
Okay. A question that's come up in some of the emails I got, and you touched on it, I think, in the presentation, but I want to confirm. You talked about an expectation, sort of a minimum that you would be planning for one level of underground parking. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Is there anything that, and I mean, I don't know if one would even get financing in the city for anything other than that, but or for trying to do without any parking at all. But since it did come up from a number of residents around the parking, is there a scenario where you wouldn't envision doing underground parking?
You know, well, this site's a great location with lots of options for multimodal transportation. And we expect that residents would use the future LRT system and existing bus and bike networks for their transportation needs. That said, we're also planning to provide parking based on market demand. You know, so at this point, that's all I could say to that. You know, we haven't gone forth with our plans for concrete plans of what we want to do here. So we're going to see what the market would like to have.
Okay. Last question is just related to engagement, specifically with the neighbor to the west, as obviously they'd be the most directly impacted. You know, I'm fairly certain there's sort of a number of trees in between. I think they have trees on their side of the property that sort of block the yard. But have you had conversations with that property owner, the residents there? What's been their feedback to you, if anything, if you've talked to them?
You know, we have not had any communication with them at this point.
Okay, I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. That takes us to our dinner break. Orders of the day call for us to reconvene at 7 p.m. Unless anyone has a suggestion otherwise. And not hearing any, then I'll be back at 7 p.m. We'll finish off with any questions of speakers in favor and then move to speakers against and questions there. Thank you. See you at 7 o'clock.
Okay, I would like to call this meeting back to order and do a roll call of council members. Councilor Wright,
Good evening.
Councilor Knack,
Good evening.
Councilor Principe,
Hello.
Councilor Stevenson,
Good evening.
Councilor Paquette,
Good evening.
Councilor Tang,
Good evening.
Councilor Hamilton,
Good evening.
Councilor Rutherford,
Hello.
Councilor Salvador,
Good evening.
Councilor Cartmel,
Good evening.
Councilor Rice,
Good evening.
and Councilor Jans. Okay. Madam Clerk, we concluded the questions to the proponent, right? Council question to proponents?
Yes, I believe so. I believe you're on to presentations from those unopposed.
Okay, and I'll call upon community members in opposition. Lynn Odinsky will be speaker number 1. Wendy Antoniak, speaker number 2. Scott Slater, number 3. Lee Matheson, number 4. Christine Lefebvre, number 5. And Alex Tiha, number 6. And each of you will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. And after that, council members may have questions to you. So we'll start with Lynn Odinsky.
Good evening. My name is Lynn Odinsky. I live in the Capitol Hill area, and I'm a member of the Old Glenora Conservation Association. On September 11th of this year, the Edmonton Journal published an article raising alarm bells about a study recently completed at the University of Alberta, where researchers have confirmed the city of Edmonton has a significant number of potentially dangerous heat islands. The article went on to say the study found that Edmonton has numerous areas where the temperature of the ground has jumped between 6 and 12 degrees centigrade over the past 2 decades. They advise that this drastic jump in temperature can be directly attributed to the loss of vegetation and global warming. Spot rezoning these properties to RA8 will undoubtedly set a precedent that could potentially lead to the creation of yet another significant heat island. Furthermore, rezoning these properties to RA8 will only add to the increased heat effect already occurring in this TOD zone. West Block, the DC2 development adjacent to 142nd Street, is a 3.5 acre development which, when completed, will have 3 high-rise towers, a block of row housing, and an LRT station running adjacent to it along Stony Plain Road. A recent visit there one September evening found the patrons of the restaurant and coffee shop sitting inside in the air conditioning, as it was just too hot on a September evening to sit at the tables on the concrete patio. Moving east, we have another high-rise known as Crescent Place. Across the road from it is a triangular traffic island. It is currently grassed, but the plan is to completely remove it to accommodate the LRT. As well, the proposed R8 development will almost entirely cover the grassed front and backyards of the 2 single-family homes currently located there, and the little green parklet behind them will most likely need to be removed to provide access to the proposed development. To make matters worse, all the mature, primarily elm and ash trees, which currently line Stony Plain Road between 124th Street and 142nd Street, are about to be clear cut. The cumulative effect of all of this development will undoubtedly be a significant rise in the temperature in the area between 138th Street and 142nd Street, unless steps are taken to prevent this from occurring. The irony is, it's the mature trees and green space that are the highly sought after amenities of the Glenora neighborhood. If spot zoning and upzoning continue at the current pace, these highly valued amenities will become a thing of the past, replaced instead by concrete and asphalt. It doesn't have to be this way, and there is a precedent that could be put in place to prevent this from occurring. The Monsignor William Irwin Park, adjacent to the Government Center LRT stop, is an excellent example of planned green space in a TOD area. What is needed is a plan that clearly spells out how the city will prevent the Glenora TOD area from becoming yet another heat island with no allotted green space for the hundreds of residents who will live here. We respectfully request that this and all other spot zoning applications in this TOD area be turned down until a plan is put in place to mitigate the unintended consequence of yet another potentially dangerous heat island from developing in this city. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Next, we will go to Wendy Antoniuk. Wendy?
It looks like she just left the Google Meet. She may be
Oh,
trying to.
we'll come back to her. Next, we'll go to Scott Slater then.
Hello, everybody.
Go ahead, we can hear you.
Perfect. Sorry, I was expecting to have a few minutes, but I'm ready to go. Okay. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Scott Slater, and I have been a resident of Glenora for almost my entire life. And I would like to speak, obviously, in opposition of this proposed rezoning. My main concern is the safety and added traffic that this will cause. This parcel of land is sandwiched between two busy roads with less than one normal block for street parking. The street is already full of cars with just 4 houses facing it. The need for further parking will exacerbate our safety concerns on our street, which is just across 102nd Street from this intended development. I already attempted this year for a Vision Zero street lab, but was ultimately turned down unless I was willing to put my name and phone number for any angry neighborhood people that were in opposition to it. I simply wanted some traffic calming measures. Cars already ripped through our neighborhood, and adding a 40-unit building plus commercial space will add to the pressure on our street. If this unit is approved, I have no doubt that many other lots facing 102nd Ave will quickly be rezoned to stuff large apartments building in our quiet neighborhood. These lots and streets simply aren't designed for large-scale developments. Alleys are narrow and tight, streets barely allow for parking on both sides as it is. And quite simply, I'm opposed for the safety of all the kids in the neighborhood. I personally have a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old that I'm worried about what could happen to them. The city is committed to Vision Zero, a great initiative. Well, now is the time to act on Vision Zero by saying no to this rezoning and for future requests to redevelop single-family homes into large apartment buildings. Vision Zero says that streets are for everyone. Well, the cars are winning in our neighborhood, and it's a time to allow for more livable streets. Cramming people and buildings in without consideration for parking is counterproductive. I've heard tonight from Councilor Knack in another conversation that Vision Zero street labs can be accessed after a development is done. I'm wondering why that's not being part of the consultation process now. We heard from our developer Raj, who is non-committal at best about parking options that they'll provide in this building. And even if he was committal, this is just a public forum, it's not binding. I understand that people want to live close to the LRT, but until the city addresses the significant safety concerns of the LRT, nobody's going to ride it. I know I tried to take my family on an LRT one Sunday. I've already discussed this with Councilor Knack, my concerns. We ended up being scared, having to call security, having to report a theft, and people attempting to attack other people. Simply saying that we should be able to build because the LRT is going to be there is not enough. We need to think about the overall impact to the entire neighborhood and to the kids that live there currently. Yes, it's close to schools, it's close to transit, Some of those schools are already bursting with families that are currently in the neighborhood. Adding further pressure causes other problems. I'm wondering where all these cars are supposed to park, where all these people are supposed to be if this goes ahead. Thank you so much for the time.
Okay. Thank you so much for joining us. Now we'll go back to Wendy Antoniuk.
Okay, I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, we can, yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mayor Sohi, councillors, administration in attendance this evening. I am Wendy Antoniuk. I'm an executive member of the Old Glenora Conservation Association. You've heard repeatedly that the city plan has a guiding principle, one of 6, of adding density. But I want to remind you that there's another parallel guiding principle of preserving and enhancing heritage. So councillors, you are faced with making decisions about these two seemingly competing principles, but they're equal principles. One doesn't take precedence over the other in the city plan. So how do you make your decisions? Well, I suggest you listen to Edmontonians. I'm here to remind you what Edmontonians want. Our organization represents over 200 Glenora residents, and we have heard from them loud and clear. Glenora residents want to preserve this vibrant, walkable, unique green neighborhood, not for themselves, but for the future. They and the hundreds of visitors that come to Glenora, and I know because there's 100 probably today walking through the leaves, they love the Garden City, which is much more than city trees and boulevards. It's a whole design concept, and we can discuss that later. They're arguing that this development should be pursued because it's on the edge of an historic area is a poor argument. There's a 109-year-old historic home right across the street. That's hardly an edge. And Glenora has many edges. That is not an informed preservation approach. Edges get eaten away until there's nothing left. So let's look at the consultation process for this particular development. It was unusually long, from May 18th to July 10th, run by the city. And they found that 86% of the people were opposed to this increased zoning. That's 14%. 10 out of 70 are opposed. So 10 out of 70 were in favor, only 14%. So I have a question. Why was this feedback ignored? Of those people that supported this development, there's some erroneous remarks, particularly about school capacity. I just talked to the principal at Glenora School, and they are 8 children away from full capacity. That's with closed borders and very limited space for portables because they gave up green space for the bike path and the LRT. There's 33 kids in the grade 1 class. So this development doesn't make it more walkable or safer. Scott mentioned the safety issues. And it's definitely an issue with parking when it's a block and a half away from the school. So there'll be fully chock blocks full of cars right next to an elementary school, along with LRT jug handles using 136th Street with high traffic volume. So those in opposition are also concerned about the impact on their property. All nearby properties will be negative impacted in terms of property value. Please consider this. There was also another consultation that took place for the DC Heritage Zoning. The city ran this consultation and talked to residents and non-residents to see what they wanted, people would like to see in Glenora. So online, there were 80 residents and 20 non-residents, and a full 93% of those people wanted the protection of landscaping and trees. They want minimum site areas and setbacks to preserve the historic nature in Glenora's Garden City. These setbacks allow trees to grow. That is what makes a neighborhood vibrant and walkable, not corner-to-corner buildings. So councillors, please consider these public consultations. This proposed development does not fit in with the city plan guideline of preserving and enhancing heritage, nor does it even follow TOD for a neighborhood station. The proposed RA8 has no maximum density, but densities near 500 dwellings per hectare are often seen in this zone, which is more intense than what the TOD guidelines recommend. So we've heard from Edmontonians in various forms who are opposed. We see it's not consistent with the city plan, nor even TOD. And so why do we pursue this particular level of density here? There are many options for increasing density, many. Approving RA 8 here blatantly ignores the public's voice. Please consider feedback from Edmontonians. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Next, we will go to Lee Matheson.
Yes, good evening.
Go ahead.
Mayor Soe, city councilors. My name is Lee Matheson, and I have lived in Glenora with my family for almost 25 years. We love Glenora, and we strongly oppose this zoning application. I've lived here long enough to have been part of many, many city presentations and open houses regarding the future West Valley LRT line. Today, I'm focusing my presentation on what the City of Edmonton had told the residents of this community when they expressed concerns about an LRT that was focused on TOD opportunities. First, I would like to remind you that Glenora is the only residential neighborhood on the West Valley line that the LRT actually runs through. The remainder of the route, as I'm sure you're very familiar with, runs along already very busy corridors, and the other stops are located on busy street corners at major intersections with plentiful commercial and residential development, providing transit goers with generous amounts of choices along the entire route. However, in Glenora, developers like to tell us that the city is encouraging this kind of development, TOD development, but the city actually told the residents something else entirely. The city's own financial analysis report for the West LRT corridor says, and I quote, "The LRT route from Lewis Estates to downtown would be guided by principles that include respecting neighborhoods." And that, in my opinion, and more importantly, while the LRT provides opportunities for densification and redevelopment in appropriate areas, not all LRT stations are to be transit-oriented development opportunities. Residential neighborhood stations are proposed to serve established neighborhoods and are not likely to experience significant land use changes. We have stood by and watched as developers like West Block significantly increase the density of our neighborhood with hundreds of new residents. We watch as developers pave over land to make way for paid parking. We've had no recourse when private landowners decimate all the mature trees on their lots. We protest in futility while the city chops down hundreds of mature elm trees along the entire length of our streets. We've had no say as the city uses a significant amount of land from our elementary school to make way for train tracks instead of children playing. We watch as the city encourages affordable housing on one hand, but allows developers to tear down $400,000 homes and put up smaller square footage residences for at least double that price. We also wait patiently while the city's heritage efforts are put on pause. And we now want to know why the only residential neighborhood along the West Valley LRT line, despite the city's own comments to the contrary, has been subject to this kind of TOD and inappropriate development. And when will it be treated with respect? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Next, we will go to Christine Lefebvre.
Hello. I have a presentation. I have some pictures.
Okay. Does City Clerk have it? Did you send it to City Clerk?
I did.
Okay, we'll just load it in a minute. Here we go.
Okay, so if we could have the first slide, please, and thank you.
Yeah.
So, could I have the first slide, please? Is the next one? Thanks. Oops. Thank you. Oh, yep, that's good. I'm going to take you on a little trip through the neighborhood. We saw some really pretty pictures from Situate, but I think we need to look at the reality of the situation of what's going on in Glenora right now. This is 13818, or was 13818. It's currently a gravel parking lot. It was a small bungalow expropriated for the LRT. I'm not sure to what purpose, but I sort of think it's to replace the parking that was supposed to go in front of Bankers and Traders, so that this is going to be a parking lot. And of course, beside that are the other two bungalows that are left. And on the corner is the new proposed development. We've been promised a lot of things as far as qualitative words like livability, the missing middle, affordability, but this is actually what is happening in our neighborhood. Next slide, please. This is directly across the street from the development. It was a long strand of mature trees that offered privacy, beauty, pollution, and flood mitigation with those giant trees. Next slide, please. This is what it looks like now. This is what we're getting is low density vegetation in this neighborhood. A recent study, of course, that Lynn mentioned by the University of Alberta, which was also partially funded by the City of Edmonton, discusses the heat island effect. Next slide, please. This is our brand new, fully paved, paid parking lot in Glenora that we just got. I'm not sure how this is contributing again to the livability factor in our neighborhood. Next slide, please. Here's an example of a development going on in Glenora. Next slide, please. This is the same area minus all the mature trees. Too often residents in our neighborhood witness this. In a city where you tout planting 2 million trees, how can you possibly accomplish this by continually allowing trees to be destroyed? Indeed, the City of Edmonton itself continues to say they value mature trees and green spaces while tearing all these things down. In the latest census data, it's estimated that Edmonton and Calgary have lost approximately 30% of its green space and replaced it with gray infrastructure. Now, some might argue this has to do with the growing population and a growing city. But the reality is there are other cities in Canada and large urban centers that have experienced large growth, but haven't decimated their mature tree canopies or built extra parking lots in lieu of green spaces. They've protected them. Cities like Guelph, which are growing exponentially, have mature tree canopy laws in place for their mature neighborhoods. So this can be done. Next slide, please. This is all the little squares of green that Lynn and Lee and Wendy were talking about earlier. The first one you see is the one that exists behind the current Situate property that's proposed. All of these are going for the LRT. I feel like in Glenora, we're losing all these and no one is replacing them with anything. Where is the balance? Where does that building really belong? I think it belongs where that current parking lot is. Where is the motion to protect the large tree canopies in our mature neighborhoods? The irony, of course, is that realtors and developers promote these in their brochures. They're disappearing so quickly. I would like to see a land value tax on vacant properties. I know that the statistics that were brought up earlier were from 2016, and it noted that there were 19% of buildings in Glenora that were high rises, 8 stories and above. Since 2016, I'm not sure if this council is aware how many projects have been approved and rubber stamped for development. I'm glad that Wendy and Lynn mentioned that West Block is set to grow another 303 or more units. I'm not sure that we need more and more density in this little corner. Anyway, I'd like to hear more words from City Council, including adaptive reuse. Not only are we destroying all the trees along the lines, you've got to consider the fact that it takes somewhere between 40 to 120 trees that go into building a house. We have to stop throwing everything into the landfill. Okay. The City of Victoria charges developers for such a thing. Anyway, thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for your time. And now our last speaker is Alex Tiha.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the time. I'm just here to add another dissenting voice to this proposal. I'm not sure if I have anything new to add that my neighbors haven't already addressed, but I definitely want to express my profound opposition. This proposal is an absolute atrocity to the relative character of the Glenora area. There's no conceivable way that a looming 6-story box on a tiny plot of land in the middle of a bunch of single-family residences can be made to integrate with one of Edmonton's most beautiful locations. This will reduce the value and enjoyment of surrounding properties. It will negatively impact the safety and the privacy of area residents, and it will continue to harm the heritage character of the community. Many residents, including myself, chose to live here for the beauty and lifestyle that it offers, and many other Edmontonians indeed travel here from other areas of the city to enjoy the same. It's beautifully green, walkable, amazing gardens, amazing architecture, with generally quiet and safe residential streets. Of course, we do see this being systematically eroded as time moves on. The key reason that this amazing historic neighborhood exists are the established zoning regulations and restrictive covenants that preserve character and area homes and the ample green space and naturalized skyline for all to enjoy. These restrictions must be maintained. I sacrificed a significant amount to purchase my home here. I spent over a year renovating it to align with the style of the neighborhood. And part of what made it worthwhile was the understanding that the vision of Old Glenora was to be preserved. My neighbors and I now face safety and privacy concerns and the loss of property enjoyment in the name of developer profits and municipal planners' desire to proudly show a statistical increase in density. Glenora must not be distilled down to a simplistic metric for density ambitions. The intangible value of the overall character of the area is so much greater. There are many opportunities to increase density further west, of course. The two upcoming West Block buildings, in addition to the one already standing, there seems to be more land around that area that would be suited to that use. I'm not sure exactly how it's all earmarked. But Old Glenora was conceived and has been maintained as a suburban area with no expectation by residents to have a city core building practice forced in between our properties. There may be ways to increase density to add multifamily housing respectfully. And this includes matching the aesthetic of the area and limiting height to the 2 or 3 stories we've seen with other new developments thus far. That's personal. What might appeal to city councillors is the concern of the congestion that others have referenced. The LRT will no doubt bring added congestion, and adding a building like this is impossible to do safely. There's very little street space. The project only cites one level of garage parking based on market conditions, which is code for the least possible they can get away with. This will mean streets will be clogged with parked cars, visitors and patrons of ground level businesses, leaving no space for residents and families. So now we have these streets lined with cars that are further narrowed and increased traffic to access these buildings in between 2 major thoroughfares. So nearby families are now facing a massive safety hazard, and the walkability of the area is vastly diminished. The alley north of 102 Ave will shift from a quiet laneway into a new traffic hazard as cars invariably utilize it to cut through for parking and main street access. And I'm very near to this laneway, and this will directly affect me. The proposal just does not fit the area, and the scale of it is impossible to do in a safe, respectful manner. The proposal is a blatant foot in the door technique for developers to gain access to properties in the area that they feel they can exploit for profit at the expense of the community. This approval would set a precedent for this type of inappropriate development and lead to the continued erosion of Glenora's heritage character. 102 Ave is currently still a beautifully tree-lined street with mature trees, less now, as Christine demonstrated. In contrast, the proposal gives less consideration to 102 Ave as an area to be preserved, and I'm concerned this will lead to continued landscape destruction and tree loss along the corridor. There doesn't seem to be any requirement attached. I think the mature neighborhood overlay is removed with this proposal. So less requirements to the builder to respect green space and aesthetic requirements. Renders are nice, and the brochures are very fancy, but once construction begins, I highly doubt that we'll see something even close to what their artist was able to muster.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Sorry,
Thank you.
5 minutes are over. We'll go to questions from council members, so please stay around. Councilor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Sorry, I have a lot of questions, so we're just going to jump right in. This will be sort of a statement in the form of a question. Did you know, specific on the jug handle turn, I just wanted to make sure folks realize, if you didn't already know, that the council did vote to remove the jug handle turn around the school. I brought that forward, I think it was earlier this year, so I just wanted to make sure, if you didn't already know, now you know. That was an important change I wanted to flag. There was a question related to essentially a motion to protect mature trees from Ms. Lefebvre, and I just wanted to flag, again, if you haven't heard, Councilor Michael Jans brought forward a motion related to that, and Council will be debating that in the new year for a mature tree protection bylaw. So had you heard about that previously?
I had heard that there was a proposed protection for trees on private property that was vociferously debated by IDEA
and
so challenged, and I didn't realize there was something else coming forward. But is this also to protect trees on private property?
Yes, so that discussion will come to council, I think it's early in the year, first quarter probably. So I just wanted to give you a heads up that is coming. Council hasn't made a final decision yet, but as someone that is quite passionate about mature trees in mature neighborhoods, it is coming forward for us for discussion, so I can flag it for you when that date comes.
I would appreciate that, Councilor Knack. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. So I guess my question, my biggest question, and I don't know if it's Ms. Antoniuk or Ms. Odinsky or anyone from Old Glenora Conservation Association, the one thing I'm struggling a bit with here, and you don't have to convince me about the need for the heritage work. I get that. Council's had a debate. They've made a decision. We'll maybe revisit a discussion around what a heritage strategy looks like at budget. So generally speaking, I very much agree. I'd like to see something happen in that space. The part that I'm struggling with on this application is that when we look at what the proposal area was, this property, this parcel of land wasn't included in that body of work. And so I guess, forgive me for using Councilor McKean's old lingo about hanging my hat on something, but why is this the one that we should be pushing for on the heritage work when it wasn't originally in the identified land area versus everywhere else that's been previously identified? And whoever wants to jump on that from the OGCA is fine. Ms. Antonio, I think you're muted.
Yeah.
Looks like you're trying to answer my question, but if you can unmute, that would be ideal.
Yes.
There we are.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Yes, thank you. What I can say is, well, first of all, I actually resent that kind of saying, well, we weren't going to include this area. Well, there was nothing included. There's a report, but you can't use the argument of the heritage zoning because we don't have it. And there was I was part of the working group, and there were discussions about having a much greater area not included in heritage zoning. I know that, and it was a bit of give and take and so on. But it doesn't mean that. I mean, there's a heritage house, 109 years old, right across the street. So I think that was. It's not that this is the one, but
sure.
Any kind of density to this degree is just not, it's just more dense than what's appropriate here. We're not saying no density. These two landowners, or the former two properties, could be divided into, you could have 4 skinnies there, no problem. You could have 4 skinnies and garden suites. And, there's many ways to add density.
But so I guess the question is that doesn't fix the heritage concern that you've raised. So if they went and built 2 skinnies or duplex or row housing for that matter, that's what I'm trying to figure out here. I think I very much want to see the heritage work. I'm just wondering why this particular parcel is the one we should be focused on versus the other previously sort of identified. And again, you're right that there isn't anything before us right now, but there was a body of work that has been done that was presented that showed a number of areas between Stony Plain Road and the Ravine, and this wasn't on that original batch. So that's where I'm struggling a little bit here.
I wonder if I might jump in here?
Sure, please. I'm out of time, actually, Ms. Odinsky, so I'll come back if you don't mind. I just want to respect my colleagues' time.
Yep, we'll come back, Councillor Knack, for a second round. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you, and thanks for everyone for being here tonight. I know it's been a long evening. Yeah, I wanted to pick up on a few threads that were highlighted. So maybe to Ms. Odinsky, you know, it's interesting. You mentioned Monseigneur William Irwin Park, so that's actually the closest green space to my home that I have with my family. And I agree, it's a great green space next to LRT, but it's also, you know, adjacent to you know, half a dozen 15-story buildings, a 29-story building. So, you know, that density piece seems to be part of the success of that green space. So I was just wondering if you could elaborate on that a bit more in terms of seeing that as a good model, but opposing the 6-story building?
Sure. So between 138th Street and 142nd Street, we already have 2 high-rise buildings. 2 additional high-rise buildings are planned within that 4-block radius. In addition, the transition from this RA8 to the Heritage Home across the street is drastic. Rather than having a gradual transition from the high-rise buildings on one that will go from 142 to 140, 140 to 139, we're now introducing another mid-rise building at the end of 138th Street. It's not consistent with the transition that has been envisioned by the city as you introduce density.
Well,
We've been told
and
time
sorry,
and time-
I'm just mindful of my time, sorry, but yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, there is a pretty clear vision in terms of these main corridors and what they're intended to include, and I think you know, the mid to high rise is what has been envisioned, and I think that links to, you know, a question I had for Ms. Antoniak. Like, I appreciate your point about wanting to be thinking to the future, thinking forward to the future. And I think that's really what City Plan was intending to do. It was looking at, you know, how we build the city of the future.
Well, I guess my response is, where else are you going to put green space if you don't put it there? As you saw from the photos that Ms. Lefebvre presented, we have parking lots, we have LRT, we have another high rise, we have 2 more high rises coming. Where are we going to put the green space if we don't put it there?
Yeah, thank you. And sorry, I just had a question for Ms. Antoniak, but I think, you know, we can certainly follow up with city staff around sort of the green space provision in the area. But again, just thinking about the public voice and the voice that I think was heard through the city plan process, and people talking about the future that they wanted to see, which again included these higher density corridors close to transit. I think, you know, a question that came up a few times was around the loss of green spaces. So maybe to Ms. Lefebvre, again, you mentioned the loss of green space being a significant issue, heat island effect, but we know that suburban development plays a really huge role in the loss of really significant green space and the loss of agricultural lands. So just wondering how you sort of balance that, recognizing that this type of development can help reduce the need for some of that other green space loss.
I actually don't follow. There's many ways to add density without going with a 6-story building that is higher than TOD, that has more density than TOD guidelines. And we did get feedback. I mean, the feedback was 86% of the people that the city got feedback from were not supportive of this. And
Well,
that's not saying they're not supportive of density.
Well, yeah, and I think that brings up an interesting question about whose voices we hear, and again, the voices that were heard as part of the thousands of voices that were heard as part of the city planning process, and you know, the people who maybe don't live in the neighborhood now but may wish to do that. I think just curious in terms of thoughts around providing more affordable opportunities for people to be in the neighborhood?
Well, I'm pretty sure it's happened every time so far. I mean, West Block added density, but do you know that the apartments are $1 million each? That's not affordable density. The most affordable density, there's 290 units, I think, with Crescent Place. That's the most affordable density in Glenora.
Yeah.
And they don't get lauded very much. But all of the development that's happening here, all of it is not. This is not going to be affordable density. It's just, that's not what developers build.
Okay, thank you so much for your answer.
Can I just?
We have to wait. I think Councilor Stevenson time is over. She would have to come for a second round if she needs an answer to that question or your comments. I'll go to Councilor Tang next.
Yeah, thank you all so much for coming out. I have some clarifying questions to help me understand each of your presentations better.
And also, if just hold on, Councilor Tang, I would request that please, if you're not answering questions, please mute yourself. Because I'll be getting some noise, particularly somebody who's on City Hall, Office of the City. Yes, Ms. Antoniak, is that you? Can you please mute yourself? Here you go. Here you go.
Thank you so much.
That's us. The C is us, right? Okay, all right.
Thank you so much. And you know what? But I'll start by just tossing this over to Christine if you want to offer some comments to the last question.
Well, I don't think that density is a one-size-fits-all for every single neighborhood in Glenora. And I think, Lynn had an excellent answer when talking about affordability and housing choice. I think you have to consider your audience, and people that live here tend to want to live in single-family homes. There's been success with some of the skinny homes, but what I do see is there are some that are sitting vacant. And the first attempt to sort of build a bunch of townhomes, those are Airbnbs. They have had a lot of difficulty selling those. So, and this idea that everything has to be new and we have to tear down everything, that there's no attempt at any kind of adaptive reuse. I grew up on the east coast of Canada. I grew up in the Maritimes, and I lived in Ottawa and Toronto. And this seems to be a West Coast phenomenon where we need to tear everything down and start all over again before anything's reached its best before date. Okay. So I'd like to see a lot more creative initiatives. There are good developers out there who shudder at the thought of tearing down a house with 150-year-old timbers in it.
Thank you very much for that. And just wanted to recognize earlier one of the questions was directed to you, so I wanted to give you some time. But I do have some of my questions of my own. First, I want to start with Scott. Appreciate all the concerns around traffic and parking. I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on earlier the developer's comment about underground parking as part of the building design.
Yeah, obviously underground parking would be great, but even access in and out of that area is very tight already. And there's no guarantee, right? As Alex pointed out, he's going to do the least amount possible. So West Block, actually, that's one thing they did fantastically. There is tons of parking, and they provide it for free for people there. I just see I'm essentially less than a block away from this lot. And people are going to be parking in front of our house where we already have people ripping through the neighborhood, trying to beat the light on Stony Plain Road and 142nd Street. That's not going to get better with the LRT. It's going to get substantially worse as people are trying to beat it. I tried to do the Vision Zero. It didn't work out for us because in other parts of the neighborhood, there's been people against it, opposed to it. Yeah. And so it just left us with frustration. So I'm very concerned about what's going to happen as more and more things are developed, including the LRT.
Appreciate that, and I have some follow-up questions for city staff around Vision Zero. To Lynn, I was curious about kind of your points about the green space. But if I understand correctly, if this rezoning doesn't happen, this will remain a single-family home, which is still private development, private property, not necessarily the kind of green space that will be open, that will be publicly accessible. But you would like to see green spaces to be made more available.
You know, one of the things that has been a real problem here in Glenora is upzoning. The RA3 application that was approved last year, the lot is for sale. The RA5 application across the street from this, the lot is for sale. We are seeing developers come into the area and flip properties. They're upzoning them and they're only adding to the issue of affordability. My understanding is that the realtor that has the property across the street for sale is also an owner of this property. So we are not under the illusion that this will continue to be owned and operated as single-family homes.
Okay. Great, thank you very much. And finally, to Wendy, I just want to clarify something. You had mentioned 86% of, the people who participated in the engagement were opposed to it. So are those people who directly engaged with this project, or are you talking about 86% of the neighborhood?
Oh, that's right in the city report. Yep. What we heard, the report, all I did is take a percentage, 10 in support, 59 opposed.
Yeah.
Add it up.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that. So certainly the people who engage with the project is how I read that. But thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, and that was what happened is there wasn't enough response, I guess, initially. So the city expanded their consultation, or they didn't like the response they got. Initially, it was like, they tried to get more, they expanded it to July to allow more engagement, and that's the result they got. I mean, it's not what the city wanted, and it wasn't what the developers wanted, but that is the response. 86% were not in favor.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you so much. Next, we will go to Councilor Salvador.
Thank you, and thanks to our speakers for coming out tonight. I'll just ask a quick follow-up from Ms. Odensky as well. I'm just trying to get a better understanding. So obviously you talked about concern over loss of mature trees, but looking at the site, the majority of trees that I see are boulevard trees, and that's on public property. So I'm just trying to understand, you're not referring to those ones?
So what we're talking about here is a cumulative effect. All of those boulevard trees are coming down. We received notice they were starting to come down next week, as will the trees on the private property. So we lose all the boulevard trees for the LRT, and we lose all the trees on the private land, and we end up with bare spaces like in the photos that Christine showed you.
Right,
it's a cumulative problem.
Right, so I think I understand what you're saying now. And I'll ask some clarifying questions of administration, because I could understand the loss of some of that vegetation for the LRT, but not just tearing out boulevard trees. That's not my understanding of what would happen, especially with the rezoning that's in front of us. And just to ask some further questions around the urban heat island effect, because I think it's a really interesting conversation, because two of the biggest contributors to climate change are land use and transportation. And with this particular rezoning, I think we have an opportunity to actually move the dial on both of those, because it's so close to an LRT stop. It opens the door for people to be able to live a car-free or car-light lifestyle. And at the same time, we're contributing to that densification as opposed to urban sprawl, as Councilor Stevenson mentioned. So from a climate perspective, I'm trying to understand what your thoughts are on that.
So, I really appreciate those comments, Councillor Salvador. From the reading that I've done and the conversations that I've had, I think the city may have missed this an important point as they think about TOD, and that is the cumulative effect of very high, dense buildings replacing what was formerly green space. And I really would like to see some consideration given to that in the planning stage as we move forward. And one of our big issues here is that we don't have an ARP, we don't have the heritage planning, which would have provided for redevelopment, densification, and heritage protection, which would include protection of green space. As it stands now, we have nothing. And so it is my hope that not only here in Glenora, but as you pursue your vacation around TOD stops with this new line, that serious thought and planning be given to how one mitigates the development of the heat islands and reduces the increase in temperature that is likely to be experienced. And I do think the Monsignor William Park is a very good example of what could be done.
Okay, yeah, and I think, you know, there's some good opportunities even through processes like district planning, the potential heritage strategy that's going to be discussed at budget, to get into some of those things. Just with my last minute though, because I'm aware of my time, to Ms. Antoniuk, you made a comment that this level of density is not consistent with city plan, and I guess I'm not seeing that. Like, this is a primary corridor, right, where we would, according to city plan, expect this level of density, if not higher. So where does that comment come from?
Well, what I'm saying, thank you. What I'm saying is that the city plan doesn't say density over everything. It says density and heritage are both principles, and they need to be considered. And this is a heritage area. So the kind of density here needs to be considered. It's not density at all at cost of all our heritage. So that's what I'm saying. It needs to be considered. So I would suggest you don't go ahead with approving RA, is it 7-8 in this situation? Something more, less, not a 6-story building, corner to corner, where it does take away all our green space, and it really, really makes it pretty impossible for the 109-year-old house, which could have a lot of density added to it, for them to pursue a project like that.
I'm out of time. I'm just going to monitor myself because I know I'm over time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Consul Salvador. Consul Cartmel, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. I'll start with Christine Lefebvre. The slide that you presented and the couple of pictures you showed, the house on 13818, is it owned by the city?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Yes, that was expropriated as part of the LRT expropriation. Yeah. I remember reading that report. It was mislabeled as Grosvenor.
Okay. So it's currently owned by the city, right?
Correct, sir. Okay, yes.
Got it. And the picture you showed on the island between two roads, where you showed trees in one picture, then trees removed in the next picture. Were those removed as part of the LRT construction or planning or construction, or were they removed because of some development related to it?
That was an example of a development at 1 Wellington on 102 Avenue, where previously there were about, somewhere between 15 and 17 mature trees that were there one day and gone the next. Okay. So I was trying to illustrate the fact that oftentimes developers feel the need to clear cut a lot in order to facilitate their building. Yeah. And if you look at that house, it covers the entire lot. Yeah. I don't know where anything is going to go once that's built. Yeah.
Well, I'll ask those questions to administration because those pictures do cause some concerns for me as well, right? So as people age, people want to live in the community that they grew up in or had their connections to the roots in that community. Are there choices in Glenora for people to downsize and stay in the community, maybe an apartment building or a condominium building or other choices other than single-family homes.
Absolutely. I do know a few people who have moved into the West Block. I've had friends that live in the Crescent Place building, which is more affordable. And one of our members of the OGCA has a bungalow that he's modified to allow more light. It's a really interesting piece of adaptive reuse. And I think quite a few people, and I know a couple of people that are here tonight that have moved into single level homes within the neighborhood.
Yep.
People that live here, I've only lived here for 9 years. People that live here tend to stay.
Okay. And are those choices readily available? Are they full or, or?
Absolutely readily available. I think if you look at the realty.ca website, there's quite a few options in Crescent Place, in West Block, and certainly lots of choice in single family homes, including newer sort of skinny homes as well.
Good. And my next question, I'll stay with you, Christine, on this as well. We have a very ambitious goal of being a city of 2 million people over the next number of decades, and half of the population growth is envisioned to be living in the mature neighborhoods. So all of us have to do our part and take in some of that infill. I just want to get your thoughts on that. Like if every neighborhood says we cannot accommodate more density, then how do we accommodate that? How we achieve that target of being a more sustainable city, both from a growth point of view, environmental sustainability, but also from financial point of view, because as we grow out further, it costs a lot of money.
I agree. And I watched earlier this evening when 2 developments were approved out of the agricultural land reserve. So I guess we're still growing out. We seem to be doing it more responsibly in the sense that there seems to be more density sort of incorporated into the newer areas more easily than sometimes in the older neighborhoods.
Yeah.
I think there's a natural life cycle to older neighborhoods. I think particularly like a neighborhood like Woodcroft, where there hasn't been a lot of infill development, but it seems to be experiencing a lot of growth, new families in the neighborhood. A tragedy, they closed the local school there. But there is a natural life cycle, I think, that needs to be respected in some neighborhoods. And I think not having all the density, in all the mature neighborhoods, I don't think Glenora not having this RA8 is in any way thwarting the density goals of the city of Edmonton.
Yeah, no, thank you for
If that makes sense.
No, I understand. I struggle with because we hear this from communities all the time. So, not here, but somewhere else, right? So, if you have to accommodate 500,000 people in the mature neighborhoods, right? All of us have to do our part. That's what I'm trying to get at. No, I'm out of time. Sorry about that.
Okay, it's interesting debate, and I think there's more to say on that. I have I have more to say on that for sure.
And I'll move the second round.
Second.
Please vote. I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell.
I'm a yes as well.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried, and I'll return the chair.
Thank you. I'll go to Councilor Knack next.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Maybe I just want to pick up right where you left off with Christine, because the one thing that caught me off guard a little bit when I was knocking on doors throughout the campaign, and Glenora was the one where, fortunately, I think I had the greatest percentage of people home. We had probably had a good 400 or 500 doors where I've talked to people. And what was interesting to me was that this was the only neighborhood by a large margin that regularly raised the point around the need to have more options. I think about I won't out their specific address, but I think about the woman on 136th Street, close to the Community League Hall, who was talking about how she was hitting the end of the point where she can maintain her home, and really didn't feel like she had a reasonable option because, of course, the problem with West Block, while it's beautiful, I mean, the lowest priced property is $1.1 million. Crescent Place, very affordable, but you know, for being honest, it's a really old building that's not everyone wants to be in, and this woman, along with many other seniors in the community, did raise that concern about not feeling like they have a place to continue living in their community as they age. And so one general question, I guess, is how do we help fill that gap? Because I actually don't believe we're filling that gap in this community based off the number of times. I pulled up my door knocking list just to make sure I was still accurate on that, about how many times that came up compared to any other neighborhood that I knocked on doors in.
So let me redirect the question back to you then. Do you think this particular building fills that requirement?
I mean, I think having a diversity of housing choice does, right? Whether this is the right building still to be determined, but really
I don't think it is, but sure.
Yeah, and I guess that's the thing, because besides Ortona Village, which is a lower density built form, which again, having met with the seniors in that building, that building isn't needs some work still. There's the one right by West Block. Like, there's not a lot of.
Well, there is one on 102 as well.
Yeah.
That's brand spanking new. That should be coming online any minute now, right?
That's right. You're talking the one just east of 120 or Wellington, like the new seniors development?
Yes.
Yes, yeah, the one property there. Yes, that's right. And I guess that's the thing is that, you know, do we need more than sort of giant towers and the lowest form density? Like,
well, and I think, you know, Wendy made a point that could be several, that could be, you could have townhomes with a garden suite, with something with a little less lawn maintenance there that isn't as imposing and
I guess
a place as an RF8 on the corner.
Is there, are we essentially suggesting that there's no appropriate place in Glenora for any type of sort of newer, lower rise built form property?
No, and I mean, but that's coming. A lot of that has been approved by council already. Like, I think there are several along 142, all the way up to the circle. There's empty lots, vacant land.
Because I think the only one on 142 that was approved was a urban character row housing that never got developed. I don't think, but there's no, like, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, like, for a 3 or 4 story or 6 story building, something that's a smaller scale, like, you know, I live in a 3-story building. I think I've shared that with everyone, and, like, there isn't that I can recall a newer building like that exists. So if I wanted to move in tomorrow to a lower rise built form, I don't think I could right now because there isn't that newer option. And I'm wondering,
I mean, look at the hundreds of condos available for sale right now in Oliver, downtown. I mean, maybe it's not exactly in Glenora, but it's just around the corner.
No, that's
I mean, fair. I remember speaking to a man whose home was expropriated for the LRT, and he was looking to buy something in Glenora, and he couldn't afford it.
Yeah, and that's
so.
That's
I think that's
issue.
a problem, but I think
absolutely.
those prices are being pushed up currently by land speculation. But
that's the struggle. I'm trying to figure out how you, because I mean, what we've seen with, I think about the development in my neighborhood, where there's been a lot of row housing, some low-rise buildings approved. And finally, we're starting to see some things on the market in my neighborhood that are competitive with suburban developments. But it took a large unit count to get to that point. And sorry, I realize I'm out of time. Okay.
It's okay. I just think this is not that.
Okay. No, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Knack. Councilor Cartwell.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm not sure that I have a lot to add, honestly. But I was just. And I guess just continuing the conversation with Ms. Lefebvre, I'm curious why you think the price point is so expensive in the West Block. Is it quality of workmanship or quality of the newness? I shouldn't say quality, but the newness of the building. It's not as dated, or is it a scarcity thing? You know, if there was many more similar properties available, would the price come down? Would the affordability equation change? And would that, justify this development more?
No, I don't think so. I think, people benefit from the exclusivity of Glenora. And if you look at some of the marketing materials that they use, that's what they're selling. So I don't think they would enjoy that competition as well, but I don't know. I can't speak for them, but I don't think that if you increase the density exponentially in Glenora, you'll see prices drop. I think you'll actually see the converse. You'll see prices increase.
So
because I think there is a cachet with the newness. It seems to be a uniquely Western phenomenon where suddenly your land is worth more than your home because it's more than 50 years old, which I find bizarre.
Yeah, I hear you. So a couple thoughts come to mind. So first of all, it's not scarcity of this type of housing. It's the cachet or the status that comes with living in Glenora. Now, but what I'm hearing from many in your community is that we want to maintain that status. We want to maintain that notoriety. We want to maintain that exclusivity. And, it's being couched in language like heritage and unique community, but I'm hearing that, quite frankly, I hear this every second Tuesday. This community is unique, just like every other community. So I'm struggling with that, and I'm struggling with that from exactly what you're suggesting. When and this sounds awful, it's bad language, forgive me, but when I walk around the West Village in New York, I don't see big wide open spaces with 1,600-story bungalows. I see 4- and 6-story walk-ups. So maybe there was a time when those were farmhouses and it got redeveloped, but I see density. And I see the same cachet and exclusivity. So when do we start? Because otherwise we're going to build more of this product out, frankly, in the ward I represent, at a third of the cost. At a third of the cost to the person purchasing, but at monumental cost to the city to build another school, to build another rec center, to build another pool, to build more roads, to build more transit. So when we sit here as city councilors, not ward councilors, at what point does it tip to the point where we say, sorry, Glenora, you're going to lose some exclusivity because we can't afford to keep.
We won't lose exclusivity.
Well,
because the developers benefit from it maintaining a certain amount of cachet. So I don't think.
But your colleagues have come here and said that this development causes the loss of exclusivity.
I don't think that that's what they're saying at all. I think what we're seeing in our neighborhood is we're seeing a loss of green space. We're seeing a loss of mature trees and things that make the neighborhood livable for the people that are there and for the future generations. So
yeah,
livability is a qualitative word, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't mean Botox shots and $10 lattes for everybody.
Yeah.
Right. And I think it's interesting because downtown is losing people. When I looked at the Stats Canada for Edmonton, out of the top 5 population centers in Canada, Edmonton is the only city losing downtown population. People still want to live in downtown Toronto. They want to live in downtown Vancouver. I don't know how they can afford it. I lived in downtown Vancouver, but they want to live there. People don't want to live in downtown Edmonton. They want to move to your neighborhood. We're losing people.
My brother used to live in Abbotsford. Yeah, compared to Abbotsford, I'd love to live in downtown Vancouver, but I'm not sure that the same, I'm not sure that's comparable, I guess is what I'm going to say. Anyway, my time's up. Thank you for your thoughts.
Thank you, Councilor Cartmel. Councilor Wright.
Hi, thank you very much. I think it was Ms. Antoniuk who was talking about the schools and the traffic around there. Was that right?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm just looking at a Google map and it looks to be that there's 4 schools within the sort of neighborhood of Glenora. Is that right?
Is that, I need help from my colleagues. I think so. Westminster.
I've got St. Vincent.
Yes, 4 schools.
Okay, and Glenora, okay. So
One private one, one private one and one separate school and a junior high and an elementary.
okay. And so, you know, and I'd be concerned about the traffic around the schools too. I think we're all concerned about that in any of the schools in the city. I'm just wondering, do any of those schools have lotteries for the children in the area to?
I don't believe so, but Glenora School is just on the edge of that. So they are just like 8 students away from full capacity. And the population in Glenora is increasing and the population of children is going up radically. The principal said that they've been warned that the number of young children in starting kindergarten and grade 1, they just won't have capacity for. And Portable in an elementary lot with the LRT there and the lack of green space, he's very concerned.
Okay.
That there won't be play space.
And I think, you know, any parent is concerned. They want a child to be able to, you know, to go to school close to home and that. And there just seems to be like a number of school options, I guess, in Glenora there for the kids to go to.
There's a junior high, one private one. I don't think we would count that. It's the Scientology school. I forget what the name of it is. And then the other one is the separate school system. Which is,
were you aware that there are schools in Edmonton that are
yes,
that
but
have a lottery system?
But I did raise it because people they constantly say, and it was actually said by some of the feedback in support of this development, that we need more people to be, assuming that because we're an old neighborhood that our schools are empty. And so there was that erroneous claim. And it's often been said that we need to rejuvenate. We're full of kids here.
Okay, and I guess that problem is faced across the city as well. And I just thought in the older areas, the more mature areas, that they had more capacity.
It's not usually faced in mature neighborhoods. That's the schools being at capacity, right? It's usually in the newer neighborhoods. And so Glenora is unique. There's talk that we need to be rejuvenated, bring life. There's a ton of life here. There's a lot of rejuvenation. People we have so many new houses, skinny houses. We've added a lot of density here. Take a look around. Like every street, every single street has skinny houses now.
Okay. And then who was the one who spoke about the Guelph, how they've managed?
Christine, yes.
Okay. I guess I've only got just a minute and a half here, but very briefly, can you just maybe tell me a little bit more? Is like Guelph similar population, and what have they done specifically, I guess, to protect those mature trees?
What they've done is they have a bylaw that protects mature trees in mature neighborhoods and monitors density in mature neighborhoods as far as making sure that they're not tearing down canopies. And where I lived in Vancouver, you couldn't just go and chop down trees on your own property. You had to get city approval.
Okay.
And explain why you were tearing down trees. Edmonton it's the only place I've ever lived where it's like cut them all down.
Okay. And are they looking sort of at the same population growth as Edmonton has?
I think they've grown more than Edmonton percentage wise, but they seem to have managed to maintain their green space. And I got this when I was looking at the Stats Canada article on the reduction in green space from green to gray. Edmonton and Calgary are in the bottom 10. And Vancouver as well, but Vancouver's recognized this. And then their latest city plan, they've made significant strides to include green spaces and promote green spaces, protect what's left of their mature tree canopy because they realize that they've decimated it.
Okay, I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just to continue on the thread of the trees, I will ask administration about how our tree canopy strategy is going. I know that everyone on council was very disappointed that those trees had to be cut down along the LRT route. But just one point I just want to follow up on the idea that populations are leaving the downtown. So, and I'll just get your thoughts on this, because picking up where Councillor Cartmel left off, one of the things that we're doing is we haven't done a hard stop on outward builds. That is coming. We do have boundaries that once those are reached, that's it. There's no more. We've actually delineated that. But it's just this idea that we are building where people can go and buy a home or rent a home for far less on the outskirts than they can in the core, because there's a plethora of housing, and they get more space for their dollar. And if we could provide more housing, we might see a little bit of a decrease. And maybe in your area, as you said, there may not be a decrease, but the more supply there is, obviously, how you spread it out, I mean, there would be more opportunity for people to actually move back into the core, especially if we get more density and stop that outward expansion or slow it a lot more than we are right now. So your thoughts on that?
So I'm hearing lots of things, but I don't think increasing density necessarily increases affordability, nor does it necessarily increase people's desire to be in that one place. Vancouver is one of the densest. Vancouver is one of the densest cities in Canada. It's the most expensive city in Canada. Gregor Robertson, when he was elected to council, we were going to build up. We weren't going to build out in Vancouver anymore. Everybody was really excited about that. Like, look at the affordability in Vancouver. Those two things don't necessarily follow each other. So I just want to caution. I just want to caution you on that.
Build out, though?
Vancouver, people are trekking out to Coquitlam and driving 2 hours in a day on Highway number 1.
Right. So Vancouver actually, within their borders, they absolutely cannot build out anymore.
But people are still moving to the satellite cities and commuting every day.
Yeah. And that's the nature of it, right?
Right.
So
and that's
a hard stop today on our outward expansion. There would be no choice but to build up, and everything would get more expensive. So we've got to find that balance, right?
Mm-hmm. But I also think too, people always answer with their feet. Like, they might not come to city council and tell you their thoughts, but I think you have to make it an attractive place to live. And I think providing good, affordable housing is part of the puzzle, but it's also finding that sweet spot. And what is it that people really value, and listening to Edmontonians and finding out what it is that they want in their city. So,
well,
I know
what they want. They want increased services. They want it to be more beautiful. But the more we keep expanding outward, as Councillor Cartmel alluded to, the more expensive it is, the more we're spreading those tax dollars out, so that
I think we're getting into a debate.
Do a little bit of a poorer job of providing those services to everyone. So it's interesting to get your thoughts on this, even though I enjoy this this conversation we're having, where it's not particularly just in that call and answer frame, but we're actually able to have a conversation. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. I just think that I mean, when we look at our own neighborhood, because that's what we're here talking about mostly, the things that we value are our green spaces, our mature trees. Vibrancy means, to me, it's being able to get outside every day and be in nature. Like, I don't know, I commend you all for being able to sit and talk and be inside the whole time, because that's not for me. But Edmonton has some beautiful neighborhoods. And one of the first things I noticed when I moved here from Vancouver was it felt very human scale. And sometimes when you look outwards and you're trying to look at like other cities for solutions, you ignore what is the best of what you have. So I would caution against like the New York example, because I don't live in New York. I've been to New York. I don't ever want to live in New York.
Yeah, and no doubt there. And that's sort of, I think, is that sort of the philosophy where we're focusing density on the edges of communities rather than plunking it right in the heart of them.
Yeah.
Okay, right, thank you very much.
Thanks.
That was a fascinating conversation. Both of you should go for coffee one day, and I'm pretty sure you will have lovely, long few hours.
Mr. Mayor, you're more than invited to join us. You always have the best anecdotes.
I will come at the end of the conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I
Thank
appreciate
you
it.
so much. Okay, that concludes the questions part to our members of the public. Thank you so much for being here. Really, really appreciate. But stick around. Now we're going to go to questions to administration from council. Councilor Nack, you exempted this, so you go ahead first.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a number of questions, and again, I appreciate that we don't have a heritage zone in front of us. That work has been set aside. But I do still feel I want to ask broadly about heritage and get a sense. I think it was identified in the report that the feeling is that these parcels wouldn't fall within that. They're not identified on the inventory. So I want to just get a sense from you as to how this does or doesn't fall within any heritage considerations, broadly.
Broadly, it doesn't fall within the area that was being considered.
And can we talk about why? So what I'm trying to understand on that, does anyone have any knowledge as to why that area wasn't being considered? I know that little parcel was, and some land about west of, I think, 138th Street on 102nd Ave.
Council, we may be straying a little bit off course here, considering that work is no longer being pursued.
I hear you. Yeah.
I think the important part here on the heritage aspect is that these houses are not on the inventory or the list. And just to add some further context, there was some conversations about the heritage home across the street that has been rezoned to RF5 previously with expected redevelopment on it.
Yeah, I remember that discussion. Let's talk a bit about the overall green space in the area, because that is something that's come up. And I want to chat specifically with the rezoning application. There have been changes over the years around the percentage of a lot that can be paved over, essentially, whether it's of a building or a parking lot. What are the rules on that? Because it has been a while since I reviewed those rules.
At 70% impermeable surfaces is the maximum that you can have.
And that was something we brought in, because in the past there was no rule, right? It was, if you wanted to pave every square meter of a lot, I don't think there was actually a restriction. Is that the case? Mr. Johnson is looking to stop me, maybe? Oh, it looked like you were getting close to Mike.
Councillor, that 70% relates to mainly single-family development. So in the RA8, the buildable pocket is restricted by the setbacks, which are 3 meters, essentially 3 meters on all sides except for the rear setback at 7.5. So depending on site size, that'll vary the amount of permeability. However, through the drainage bylaw, the amount of stormwater that is to come off, there's usually on-storage site requirements on any new development that ensures the restriction of those outflows into the system.
Okay. From a, let's see what else, I have a lot of different questions. From a traffic perspective, I guess, you know, I hear those concerns about traffic safety. I'm struggling a little bit on that because, you know, unfortunately we have two massive arterial roads that run right through this community that see tens of thousands of cars per day, which in itself is a whole other host of not great for traffic safety. But this one, because the way the alley's set up, it feels like it should actually keep the impact sort of contained within that street, within that alley. I don't really get a sense as to why that spillover would happen on either side of Stony Plain Road or 102nd Ave. Because if I lived in a building like this, I don't know why I'd want to park on the other side of an arterial road to get to access to my building. But am I missing something, or how did you review this?
Yeah, you are correct, Councillor. And when we reviewed this, we also looked at what changes are going to happen as part of LRT construction. Mm-hmm. And that construction is further going to constrain this alley from rest of from the north. So if we can see the slide 7, if we can bring that up, it will. So while the slide is uploading, so that's the thing that it, to answer your question, no, it will not be the case. And then In addition to that, as far as the overall circulation of traffic in this area is concerned, previously the concept did include an all-directional intersection at 136. That will no longer be the case. So if you look at the entire stretch between 142 and all the way east, there is very limited opportunity for that traffic to either penetrate through this area and increase that impact.
And specific, and it's worth, I mean, I know it's not right beside, but since you did bring up the jug handle turn, I think it's important because there was a traffic safety concern around anything that would happen. Council made a decision to pull that out around the school based off the feedback of the parent council and a number of Glenora residents.
I think you'd probably be out of time by now, because I can see it.
Am I out of time?
I think so, yeah. But last question, go ahead.
That's okay. Well, I was just going to, no, if I'm out of time, I'm out of time. I'll come back.
But, okay. I think Councilor Stevenson, you were next?
Yes, thanks,
Oh,
Mr.
yeah,
Mayor. Just want to make sure that I wasn't misunderstanding anything in the application, just based on some of the comments that we heard. There's no loss of green space as part of this proposal. Is that correct? These are two private residential properties that will be a private residential property moving forward?
That's correct.
And actually, sorry, just from that slide we just saw, is there some new green space being added as part of the LRT? I just saw there was green drawing. I don't know if that actually denoted a green space.
There's a large road island between the tracks and Stony Plain Road.
Okay, and that will be greenscaped and that,
Yeah, I don't know if we would qualify that as open space as it's between two significant transportation
For
pieces,
sure,
but green nonetheless.
Yeah, and I think in terms of addressing some of those urban heat island impacts, it is green space that would help mitigate some of that. Okay, so that's a great clarification. Also, to just under the standard zone RA8, are there landscaping requirements for new buildings in terms of tree and shrub planting?
There are.
Great, so new planting would be provided. Existing boulevard trees would have to be preserved as part of this development as well?
That is correct. There's special permits for those.
Great. And again, just always a really important clarification that this is very much in line with what the expectations for a primary corridor in city plan.
Very much.
And city plan was developed with the input of thousands of Edmontonians. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Great. Thank you. And I think too, the broader points around affordability, around housing mix are, I think is very important in terms of that housing diversity. I don't know if it's appropriate for me to ask, but maybe just looking at precedents in other cities in Vancouver, my understanding is that one of the major contributors to the affordability crisis in Vancouver was sort of the preservation of low-density, single-detached housing areas in the city. Is that?
That is my understanding, although I don't work or live there.
Okay, so these pieces do have a relationship to each other, not only sort of the individual affordability of a specific unit, but just overall, how we're building our cities and helping them meet our needs. Okay, well, thank you so much. I think that helps clarify the questions that I had. Oh, and sorry, and I did also final one. We have seen a decrease in population in this neighborhood. Is that correct?
Since the 70s, I believe we've seen significant. We're currently at 3,695 as of the 2016 census.
And what was it previously?
I think it was over 5.
Over 5. Okay, so there has been that population decrease as well. Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councilor Stevens. Councilor Tang.
Great, thank you very much. I think the point about Vision Zero and traffic management, and I recall this comes up all the time, but as part of kind of reviewing these applications that you are planning is in touch with Vision Zero for some of those discussions. Is that the case?
Yes. First and foremost, we do see if there are any ongoing projects in the area. and then try to see what needs to be done to further reconcile the issues. In this case, there are no active Vision
Zero, yeah.
Vision Zero projects at the moment. And I think the reason is because a very recent review was done, a very comprehensive review that looked at 102 Avenue, and this was in regards to Glenora School. So that safety review was done early this year.
So in relation to other applications, you mean?
In relation to, that was done generally for this area.
Okay.
So that's where I'm going, that a recent review was done. There's no active application at the moment. But if there is any, we definitely touch base with the Vision Zero team and make sure that we are up to speed on that.
Yeah, appreciate that. I mean, I know that came up as one of the comments, whether or not, that is part of the consideration, and it sounds like there's some pretty active conversations going on in that. And just so I'm clear from earlier discussion on another item, it's 10% of the neighborhood for open space, which doesn't necessarily mean green space. Is that correct?
That's when we're dedicating MR, so that's really more applicable in the suburbs.
Okay, I see.
What we're looking for right now, in Glenora, we have over 10 hectares per 1,000 people. Through the mature neighborhoods, we're looking at a spread between 2 and 10 hectares, and with the average being about 8 hectares per 1,000 people. So Glenora is in the highest category from Breathe in terms of the amount of park space per population.
Great, thank you for clarifying that point. And just for, I think Councilor Stevenson asked about the trees. But as part of this development, there is no trees that will be removed.
I haven't looked at the private site to see if which trees there might be on the private site to be removed, but there'd be no public trees removed as part of this.
Okay, public property. Thank you for clarifying that. And then I think my final question is around, I think sort of on there's, 2 presentations. One highlight is kind of, as the Edmonton population grows, this neighborhood's population has seen sort of a gentle decline.
Yes.
That is true, and is that kind of the trend even now? That was, I think, 2018.
Yeah, the most recent census data that we have is from 2016.
Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering if you can comment on that in relation to school viability, because I also heard that schools are viable, and this is not necessarily a concern. So I'm just wondering if you can comment on that.
We did reach out to the school board, and they had no particular comment on this application. I do know that they consider the population and the new housing starts when they're considering whether or not a school is viable, but I haven't done individually per community.
Yeah, great. Thank you. I think those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Cartmel, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. This is to our legal, just need advice, Mr. Johnson, on the questions that were raised about the house that's related to, was expropriated by the city, now city owns it, and the removal of the trees on part of that public property. Are those legitimate questions for me to ask?
Mr. Mayor, I'd advise you could probably discuss about the trend of tree loss in the neighborhood and the impacts on that, as far as a specific property owned by the city and what the operational
Is the
side that is.
can I ask about untidiness?
I'd be careful.
Okay.
I'd be careful to focus on the rezoning of the parcel before you, but if you need to look at trends or whatnot, absolutely.
Yeah, okay, well, maybe that's one question, like, are we losing trees in Glenora?
I think it's been well documented that through the LRT construction that there's a number of mature trees being lost. Speaking to some of the houses along the LRT line, some of those expropriations have occurred to allow the construction to occur for the West Valley LRT line as well.
So we lost trees because of the LRT, but are we losing trees because of redevelopment happening, infill happening?
There's no specific count, but I think you can speak in generalities that through infill, there's typically trees are lost, that mature trees are
And
lost.
do we require some way of replenishing that within the neighborhood?
There are landscaping requirements for each new development. There's also an incentive to keep the mature plantings, so you get credit of 2 trees per 1 mature tree saved.
Got it. So
And
this-
Mr. Mayor, just add that this is not something that's just specific to Glenora. This is something in the city as a whole, and we are working on a motion right now that we'll be bringing back in 2023 in response to the motion
Got it.
about private trees.
On private trees and private properties, okay. And I'll just carry on with my questions to you, broader questions about infill, densification, that they're okay? Right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so we have been on this journey for, I would say, more than a decade now, and finally we are getting to a point where we have started meeting some of our targets on infill, and our goal is to accommodate 500,000 people of the future growth of 1 million people within the existing neighborhoods. So every neighborhood is unique, people can argue that, but if we start excluding neighborhoods, then, how would we meet that target? It'll be tough.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, that's a very important observation here. And the city plan doesn't say that one neighborhood should not have growth. It says that growth will occur throughout the city, and that we are looking for intensification within infill, 50% of our 50% of the intensification. Sorry, 50% of the growth to happen within in existing neighborhoods.
Yeah, and we all have to share in that.
Absolutely, and the other really important message in that too is that we're looking for a diversity of housing types in our neighborhoods as well, so that we can allow for a diversity we can allow for all Edmontonians to be able to live in any single neighborhood within the city.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that, and I will take the chair back. Okay.
Return the chair.
Thank you, and that concludes.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I can move closure of the public hearing.
That concludes not yet. That concludes the questions to administration. At this time, I will ask if council members have any questions to administration or to the members of the public regarding any new information arising out of the discussion so far. Seeing none, now can someone move the closing? Councilor Stevenson.
Apologies for jumping the gun. I will move closure of the public hearing.
Thank you. Need a seconder?
Second.
Councilor Tang seconded it. Okay. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll move first reading of the item.
Thank you.
Second.
Second by Councilor Tang. We have a first reading on the floor. At this time, I will ask if council members wish to speak. Councilor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So there's a few things I want to cover, and I know we have a little limited amount of time. So I just want to quickly highlight 3 of the big concerns I heard, just generally mature tree loss, and just reinforce the point that council is going to be debating something at the beginning of next year related to that. I think it is time we have a proper tree protection bylaw, but that's not before us today, but I have heard that, and I think it's really important. I didn't get to briefly mention about the vacant land tax. There's going to be a separate conversation council will have around vacant and derelict property. I also agree we need a vacant and derelict land property tax, and that will come forward, I think, at the end of this year for a conversation. And just again, a quick reminder on the traffic safety piece broadly. We addressed one of the major concerns in Glenora as this council around removing that jug handle turn. That was something that we had a long, heated discussion on, but ultimately we made a decision to remove that. So I just wanted to flag those because I think those apply independent of this. So what I wanted to focus my time on is on the 3 groups that I heard from about this application over the last sort of 6 to 8 months here. I've heard from a small but still a vocal group of individuals who feel that there shouldn't be any type of multifamily buildings like this at all in Glenora. I've heard from some who are supportive of development pretty generally and including this development, and I've heard from some who are generally supportive of development but have concerns related to the loss of heritage properties. So I'll quickly cover all three. For those, and again, I do think it truly is limited. I knocked on every door multiple times in this neighborhood during the campaign, and I think there are very few people in this neighborhood who actually believe there shouldn't be this type multifamily homes in this community. And to those that do believe that, frankly, we're going to agree to disagree. I'm going to agree to disagree with them because I think every community does need to have some variety of housing choice. I go back to the point that truly right now, if I wanted to move from my home, and I don't because I really love my 15-minute community, but if I wanted to move here, I couldn't because I want to live in low-rise developments. And if I wanted to move into West Block, even in my current wage, in the top 10% of probably most salary earners, I don't think I could afford a home in West Block. And I think we need to provide more choice. That doesn't mean that it's just, the Wild West, we approve every single thing that comes before us, but we do need variety of homes in every community. And I heard that when I was knocking on the doors, particularly from seniors in this community. And so I do think there's a need for variety. So I think that notion that there shouldn't be any type of, we should only have a couple of high rises and single family and skinny homes, I don't think is the right approach to take. I don't think that's fair to all of the residents in every community. For those who are supportive of the developments, I think it is worth noting that this is in fact not the only community that's seen a much heightened level of development along the Valley Line West route. I think about Glenwood, where we have approved numerous multi-story developments. I think about West Jasper Place and Jasper Gates saw massive approval. I think about my home community of Jasper Park, where we've approved 6-story buildings, 4-story buildings, substantial amounts of row housing. And so it's actually been something we've done across the boards. I don't, again, think we should do development for the sake of development. I've voted against developments in Glenwood that I felt didn't align with the overall body of work. And so you have to take these in a case-by-case basis. So when I think about this, what I'm left with is that this particular property, is this location, something I need to say no to because of the heritage work that I appreciate council has had a say on and has currently said no to any standalone heritage preservation work here. I would like to revisit that conversation broadly at the budget time around how we're going to do heritage management. But even if I can convince council at budget to reevaluate how we're doing heritage management in certain communities, this particular lot is not one that I think is one that we need to say this is something we shouldn't do because of heritage. I mean, from a planning perspective, I think about the property we approved in Westmount on 128th Street just a few months ago. This is even less impactful than that property that council almost unanimously approved in Westmount, because there's some properties just to the west, but then there's that space to the south, to the north, and an arterial road to the south. And so what I'm not seeing here is a reason why we should say no to this particular development in this location. Do we need to do heritage work? Absolutely. I'm going to keep pushing on that. I believe strongly in that and the work that this community has done, but I can't in good conscience vote against this when we have approved similar developments like this across the city to provide that choice. So I'll actually be supporting this. Appreciate your time. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Salvador? Councillor Salvador? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Knack did a great job hitting a bunch of the points that I wanted to say as well. I'll also be supporting this for several reasons. So just first and foremost, we're looking at a primary corridor that is 200 meters from an LRT station. The city plan is very explicit that we expect to see this level of density and more in a location like this, which is incredibly desirable. I think we've heard that today, and I'm excited about the possibility that more Edmontonians will be able to live there in the future. And, we also heard that absolutely the city plan is about preserving and protecting heritage, but to be clear, this site does not contain historically significant buildings, nor was it included in the previously proposed heritage character area. And if we're talking about the values that are embedded in the city plan, yes, it talks about preserving and protecting what we love most. It also says, I want access within my city. I want opportunities to thrive. I want to belong and contribute. I want to be able to create and innovate, and I want to live in a place that feels like home. I think that this rezoning is clearly in line with the values that Edmontonians have made clear and have laid out in the city plan. Also really appreciated the opportunity to talk about urban heat island effect. And I hear those concerns, absolutely. And I look forward to talking more about preserving our urban tree canopy when that comes back to committee early next year. But for this particular application that's being made, it's clear that the boulevard trees will be maintained, landscaping requirements are in place, and there will not be a loss of green space. And what I also wanted to reiterate is when we're talking about environmental concerns and climate concerns, again, two of the largest contributors to climate change are land use and transportation. Continued low-density land use and the retention of low-density land uses that create car dependency and auto-centric lifestyles result in a high-emission city, right? Roads and asphalt are some of the biggest contributors to urban heat island effects, and the further we spread ourselves out, the more roads and asphalt and deforestation there will be. And not only is this problematic from an environmental perspective, from a climate perspective, it's also incredibly expensive. And I'll touch on that in a second, but we heard a desire to see potentially lower density uses on this site, such as garden suites, for example. And to be frank, that's not good enough on a site like this. We're about to build several $1 billion worth of LRT 200 meters away from this site, and we need to make good on that investment. Edmontonians expect us to make good on that investment, and they expect us to make good on the vision outlined in city plan. And part of that vision is getting to a more fiscally sustainable place where people's expectations around city services are met in a more efficient manner. And I appreciate colleagues touching on that through some of the questions from admin. And the reality is we can't do that unless we're actively taking steps towards our infill targets. So, you know, I would say if this location is not suitable for this kind of missing middle building, then what is? I share the concern of my colleagues who mentioned that every 2 weeks we hear about the uniqueness of each neighborhood and why each neighborhood is more deserving of special consideration. But again, the reality is Edmonton is growing. We're planning to welcome another 1 million people to the city. And I want to be able to welcome them into neighborhoods like this one, incredible, mature communities with beautiful tree-lined streets, good access to amenities, good access to transit. And at the end of the day, people are wanting housing choice. They want to live in walkable TOD locations, 15-minute communities. Families want alternatives to single-family home ownership. Seniors want opportunities to downsize and age in place. And we also need to stay ahead of housing affordability by avoiding approaches that preserve single-family homes at the expense of all other forms. So for all of those reasons and many more, I will be supporting this rezoning and look forward to eventually seeing some new neighbors and businesses in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Cartwell, can you take the chair? I'll be very quick.
Yeah, I have the chair.
Thank you. You know, everyone who appears in front of City Council, and we had a number of people who appeared in front of us today, we deeply value your time and your commitment to your communities. And there are a number of people on the screen from Glenora that I have known for last few decades, and they have been in front of City Council before as well, right? So, you know, thank you for your commitment to the community and the way you're engaging with City Council. I am going to be supporting this. Number of reasons that other council members have identified, but I also want to thank Councillor Knack for his ongoing engagement with the community. He has spent hours and hours of his time representing you and engaging with you at a community level to understand your needs and trying to figure out solutions to some of those needs. And he has some motions that have been in the works, and he will continue to push those and continue to deal with your. So you have the one of the best representatives, I would say, that is willing to work with you to facilitate some of these changes. I want to thank him for that, right? And my reasons are, along with other reasons, are very simple in a way that we have this ambitious goal of accommodating 50% of new population in mature neighborhoods. And as we build this city, we have a collective responsibility that we accommodate that. And that means that every neighborhood would have to take its share, that every neighborhood would have to do its part, right? And if one starts saying no, then it's very difficult to convince the next neighborhood. So that's why it's very important. Yes, we can't say no to everything, but it's important that we be persistent in that, in reinforcing that to everyone who appears in front of us, and that all of us need to do our part for this change to happen, and for our city to be more sustainable and more livable and financially sustainable as well, right? So I hope you understand that we are on this journey, and you've been part of this journey. We haven't always agreed, but we still can go for coffee and enjoy good conversations with each other, right? And that's the beauty of our city. And thank you for your participation. Yeah.
I'll return the chair.
Thank you, and I'll take the chair back, and I'll go to Councilor Hamilton.
Yeah, I just wanted to say to the speakers, thank you for coming today, for waiting all night to speak, and for speaking really, I think, passionately about your community and the reasons that you think the City Council needs to consider very carefully the type and the type of land use that's happening in your neighborhood. Nonetheless, and I think for many of the reasons that my colleagues have outlined, I'm going to support this in part because it is within the transit-oriented development corridor, and in other part because this is, I think, for this area, a really good sort of built form. It's not as high density as I think could go into the area, and I think might provide a good transition for the neighborhood. I was really sort of moved by the conversation around sort of what cities do high density living really well, and and sort of what I'll say is a larger middle class housing crisis that has been that by and large, frankly, Edmonton has been spared from. We have a housing issue here, and we certainly have a housing. We have a low housing stock of a certain type, but as was noted in other major Canadian cities, people with very good incomes cannot afford to buy a home, full stop. There was I bring this up because there was a editorial in the Globe and Mail either yesterday or the day before that said the biggest barrier to housing affordability in Canada is municipal government. And respectfully, looking to some of the other jurisdictions where the conversation around character and heritage have become really challenging. And I don't want that for Glenora, and I don't think any of my colleagues want that for Glenora. But in a city like Vancouver, for instance, we've seen a lot of we've seen no densification in some neighborhoods, and it means other neighborhoods have had to take on a disproportionate share. And it's led to probably not great growth patterns in that city. I think in a city like Edmonton, the city plan identifies equitable growth, and I think equitable growth and infill, I should say, and something that I think we need to become much more sophisticated about talking about this is about difference in housing typology and densification. And it doesn't mean that in that process you lose, if single family character is what makes I think we have to be more nuanced in talking about what makes our neighborhoods special. And this isn't pointed to the speakers, but as Councillor Cartmel pointed out, there's a lot of folks who come out every week and talk about the thing that makes their neighborhood special is single family character. And I don't think that's quite what we're getting at. I think we have to start to help people, our communities, flesh out what those qualities are, because I think this question is going to become more and more prescient, especially after the zoning bylaw renewal. So all of which is to say, you know, I hear what the residents are saying, and I think that, you know, I'm open to that conversation about talking about the things that make Glenora special. But I think that the give on that is going to be what, that it can't just be a single family housing type, so to speak. So, you know, coming back from that, you know, I agree with this land use. So I'm going to support this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Stevenson to close.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to all of my colleagues who have already spoken so eloquently on many of the points that I would have touched on. So I will not repeat some of the great points that have been raised. I think I would just reflect on, you know, again, this tension point that we're feeling as we make these decisions, as we build towards the city of the future. And that change is hard, change is challenging, and particularly seeing the places that we love and value change is a difficult thing to do as a community. And I think my colleague, Councilor Hamilton, is absolutely right that we have a role to play in terms of supporting our communities through that shift and the importance of doing it and the imperative of doing it, not only for the local benefits of housing choice, of walkability, of diversity, but also the broader implications at the city scale in terms of how we grow to be more resilient and sustainable in the future. So pleased to support this, and thank you again, everyone, for the conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Stevenson.
So sorry, I'll read first reading.
Second.
No, second reading. My goodness. Second.
It's long day. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move consideration of third reading. Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll move third and final reading of Charter Bylaw 20231. Second.
Thank you. Please vote for the final reading.
We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, now we go into our item 3.16, Bylaw 20117, single-use items, and going to check if members of the public still here. Sean Stepchuk.
Yes, I'm still here.
Oh, thank you, my God. Thank you so much for waiting. This is the second day of that at the end of the day, right? So for you. So Daniel Metisiu.
Mr. Mayor, we've reached out to Daniel and they've indicated they no longer wish to speak today.
Okay. All right. And we'll go to our administration.
Sorry, Mayor, so I'm going to move to extend orders to finish this item, to finish our agenda. Finish the agenda, sorry.
Second.
Okay, Councilor Salvador was seconded?
Okay. Oh, wait, we're 9:30s are.
Yeah, we have.
Might not need to do that.
We have another half hour.
Yeah,
I'm going to take that back right now.
Yes, only 9
I'm
o'clock.
going to take it back.
No, 9:30. Yeah.
We'll be done.
Yeah, so no need to extend the order of the day yet. Right. Okay, presentation, please.
Thank you. As you know, this charter bylaw is a key component of Edmonton's plan to reduce single-use items. The plan describes the range of actions that are needed to achieve a meaningful reduction in the number of single-use items used each and every day, each year in our city. The bylaw before you today is a result of engagement and refining going back to 2018, when administration began work on Edmonton's 25-year waste strategy. The 25-year waste strategy was approved in 2019 and included a commitment to ban plastic shopping bags and plastic straws. Edmonton's waste reduction roadmap followed in 2021, and both reaffirmed that commitment and expanded the scope to include a broader range of single-use items and a more nuanced set of regulatory tools. The bylaw reflects feedback and recommendations we heard from the public, business owners, charitable organizations, and City Council. Changes we've made along the way reflect priority Council places on supporting equity-deserving groups and the organizations that serve them. It also recognizes the need to build capacity among businesses and other organizations, and for habits to change among Edmontonians. Administration will continue to work with charitable organizations to achieve voluntary compliance, particularly with the element of the bylaw that mirrors upcoming federal regulation, as the federal regulations do not offer exemptions. We will continue to find ways to support businesses transitioning to reusables, including the introduction of a grant specifically designed to offset the upfront costs of buying and cleaning reusable serviceware. Our communications team is poised to launch large-scale awareness campaigns targeting business owners and residents, and our outreach team is prepared to offer one-on-one support to business owners. While the bylaw is enforceable, our goal is to reduce single-use items, not issuing warnings or tickets, so our entire community can benefit from the reduction of single-use items. As I end our presentation, I have an administrative request that Council make a motion to amend Bylaw 20117 to recognize it as Charter Bylaw 20117 prior to closing this public hearing and initiating the second and third reading. A draft motion has been prepared reading that Bylaw 20117, Single-Use Item Reduction Bylaw, be amended to read Charter Bylaw 20117, Single-Use Item Reduction Bylaw. With that, we look forward to hearing from today's speaker and answering any questions you have for administration.
Thank you, Mr. Jubenville, for that presentation. We'll now go to our speaker in favor, and that's Mr. Sean Stepchuk. Are you with us, Mr. Stepchuk? I think you are.
Yes, I am.
You have 5 minutes. Please proceed. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much, and thank you for agreeing to have this heard tonight despite the late hour. My name is Sean Stepchuk, and I'm a co-founder and director of Waste Free Edmonton. Waste Free Edmonton is a grassroots organization founded in 2018 that works to significantly reduce the amount of waste produced in Edmonton, and we're 100% fueled by passionate volunteers. Now, first I want to start by thanking the City of Edmonton for developing this bylaw. For too long, the focus in the city has been on finding better ways to divert waste from landfills, rather than putting the focus on avoiding creating the waste in the first place. While diversion is important, the focus should be on reducing what we produce, use, and consume at the front end. That way there's less waste being created in need of diversion. Now, there are many types of waste that are in need of source reduction, but the single-use items being addressed in the proposed bylaw are one very important subset. Now, I could spend all my allotted time just discussing the environmental, human health, climate, and financial impacts created by our reliance on single-use items. However, these have been addressed in previous reports, utility committee meetings, and before council, so I will not belabor the point. But suffice to say that almost everything that humans buy or consume has some sort of negative environmental impact. The trick is to weigh the utility of the product versus the harm and decide if it's something that we really need in our society. Now, the single-use items being addressed in the proposed bylaw are really the low-hanging fruit when it comes to waste. I ask you to think about the actual benefit of these items. People drink from a disposable cup for 10 minutes while sitting in a coffee chain and throw it out, while reusable mugs have been used since the Neolithic period. Straws are put into every drink at some establishments, at an added cost to the business, I might add, when the vast majority of people wouldn't even notice if there was a straw or not. Drawers in homes are filled with unneeded and, quite frankly, unwanted plastic cutlery, merely because it's thrown into every takeout order as the automatic, as default. The fact is that the negative impacts of these items are high, reusable substitutes are readily available, and the benefit of these items is minimal. Now, Waste Free Edmonton has been advocating for the city to take steps to reduce single-use waste since 2018. We've presented a framework to City Council and the Utility Committee previously, and we're happy that the proposed bylaw contains many of the recommendations proposed by Waste Free Edmonton based on our research. Now, while it doesn't have everything that we've advocated for, what it is a tailored, well thought out, and reasonable bylaw. And most importantly, we believe that it'll have a real and substantial impact on the reduction of waste in Edmonton. Moreover, I note that this proposed bylaw isn't reinventing the wheel. Everything that's included has been done somewhere else with success. Fort McMurray, or regional municipality of Wood Buffalo, has banned plastic bags for over a decade. Many businesses already changed providing straws upon request only. If you walk into a fast food restaurant in Berkeley, California, you'll be provided with a full reusable dining set, which is even beyond the reusable cup that's required in the bylaw here. As such, Waste Free Edmonton fully and strongly supports the proposed single-use item bylaw as it's currently drafted, and we urge Council to vote yes today. And once again, I'd like to thank the city for making waste reduction a priority, and I appreciate your time and consideration of this important issue.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Let's see if there are questions to you from council members. Councilor Stevenson. I can go to Councilor Tang first.
No, Mr. Mayor, that's fine. Just thank you to our speaker for coming out and for your advocacy on this issue. Thank you.
Councilor Tang.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. Also heard you speak at the previous utility committee. Very strong presentation. I was wondering if you can just comment a little bit, getting lots of feedback from the public about this and arguments around, for example, alternatives to, so the reusable alternatives, some of them, for example, still contributes to things like deforestation, and they're not very carbon friendly, et cetera, et cetera. And I was wondering if you can kind of comment on the implication, the more holistic implication that hasn't really been brought up, like some of these things.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And I think in the proposed bylaw, it's been addressed to a good extent. For example, if we take a look at shopping bags, that's the one that a lot of people think of right away. If all you do is ban plastic shopping bags, well, then people are just going to use a bunch of paper bags or bioplastic bags or whatever alternative, still single-use alternative. And those all have their own environmental impact. I mean, like you say, deforestation to create a whole bunch of paper bags now. That's why you need to also disincentivize the use of those. And that's in the bylaw by having an escalating price for the substitutes like paper bags. Then the step beyond that is if you have reusable bags that are free or cheap, I mean, there's retail establishments that just hand them out because it's good marketing for them, even though the environmental impact of those is worse if they're just used once or twice. What you do then is you have a minimum fee on reusable bags as well at the grocery till. And that's also in the proposed bylaws. So all of these together, the real goal is to incentivize people to reuse. I would be surprised if I asked everyone on city council or who's listening here if you don't own a bag or multiple bags at home, backpacks, bags that you were given at a trade conference, whatever the case may be. People have them. They just need to be incentivized to use them to the point where it becomes habit. And hopefully with everything that's been included in this proposed bylaw, that'll happen.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And for your comments, in which I agree with that this report and research has been quite comprehensive in considering a lot of those. So thank you very much again for staying this late and for speaking.
Thank you, Councilor Wright.
Hi, just in regards to the incentivization by charging for the bags, who retains that that revenue? Is it the store or is it somehow collected and put back into some good use?
The way that it's drafted is that it would go back to the store. It's not taxed or directed into anything else. Now, stores could, of course, voluntarily or be persuaded or recommended to donate that to an environmental cause. But the fact is, businesses also need to make money, and it is the cost to them to provide that. And if they can put it back into their own environmental purposes, I mean, that's ideal. In other cases, it will, for example, offset if they have to make changes to how they do things or change their infrastructure within the business. But that the money is retained by the business.
Okay. Well, that's why I carry a big purse when I forget my reusable bag. So, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So that concludes the questions to Mr. Stepchuk, sorry. Thank you so much for being here today. Really appreciate your commitment and dedication to this and all the work that you have done. Really appreciate it, and your organization has done. So thank you so much. Now we will go to questions to administration, and Councillor Knack, you exempted this, right? You have questions?
No questions.
Okay, anyone have any questions? Councillor Principe?
I have a lot of questions, actually. So here we go. First of all, on page 4 of the report, it says that there was no need to amend the bylaw. What does that mean? A review of the federal regulations indicated there is no need to amend the single-use item reduction bylaw at this time.
So my peer Sarah has a lot more in-depth knowledge on this, but in essence what it means is this bylaw was drafted to complement anything that would come out from the federal government. So the federal government has released a plan to reduce or to eliminate certain types of plastics. This is a single-use item bylaw, which was developed in recognition that that was coming forward. And therefore, we didn't need to make any changes to our plan based on what the federal government brought forward. And I'll ask Sarah if that describes it accurately or if there's anything more she'd like to provide.
Thanks, Dennis. This is my first time speaking, just like some of our other speakers tonight. So thank you so much for letting me have this opportunity. Right? It's been a long time sitting up there. No, Dennis, you cover that off quite well. The focus of the federal regulations really is plastics and just bans, whereas our bylaw focuses much more, as Sean was saying, on incentivizing people to choose reusables. There is some overlap in our bylaw where we have also chosen to ban plastic bags, which is what the federal government is also doing. But having our bylaw in effect first will help businesses in Edmonton be prepared for the federal regulation, which will come into effect about 6 months later.
That just feels a little redundant to me. If it's only 6 months time, I'm not sure the point of this.
Can I clarify something on there? Okay. So we've included exemptions for charitable organizations in our bylaw with the goal that if there are plastic bags, and it's also for styrofoam, that will be banned by the federal government. But if we ban them sooner in Edmonton, then those items that are already used will be able to be donated to charitable organizations who will be able to use them. Our desire really is for items that have already been purchased and manufactured to be used and not just thrown out right away. When the federal regulations come into effect, you'll no longer be able to distribute plastic bags or styrofoam at all. And so we're trying to have a bit more of a phased ban on them in Edmonton to ensure that items are used up and are used before they're thrown out. Does that help?
Councillor Principe,
A little.
You are correct. Part of it is redundant with the federal ban that's coming in, and the reason for that is to help with the culture change. But this bylaw is also more holistic than the federal ban in that it's looking to reduce the number of things that go into the landfill as well.
You know, a concern of mine, and I'll explain. I went to a venue in Edmonton here, and did not have reuse or disposable cups, single-use cups. It was reusable cups. So now that heavier plastic is ending up in the garbage as opposed to that other. Because even though it's a reusable cup, they're not all being reused. A lot of them are being discarded. How are we contemplating that?
Once again, I'll start. So it's habit changing. We're in a habit of throwing things away. In fact, we throw away, I think it is something like over 450 million single-use items every day in this, every year in this city. And so we need to change those habits. And when we do change those habits, we'll start to get reuse of these items that shouldn't be thrown away, such as those reusable cups.
Yes, and I just wanted to clarify that my husband and I are one of the biggest supporters of the Eco Station, so we're but realistically, I understand that we're trying to change a culture here, but I just feel that there are maybe too many unintended consequences. Sorry, I'll come back for another round because I do have another question, but I don't think there will be time to answer it.
No problem, Councillor Principe. Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you. I'm just wondering, I guess maybe a jurisdictional scan or any work that's been done with our neighboring municipalities? Because, I can drive in from Sherwood Park and, pick up extra plastic and that, and then dump it in my garbage at home that goes into our landfill. Is there any work being done to coordinate things?
Thank you for that question. I'll take that one. The City of Spruce Grove has already passed a similar bylaw, came into effect in 2020, I believe. And the city or town of Devon also has a plastic bag ban, as does Wetaskiwin, which is perhaps not quite so much in our backyard, but still not too far away. There are other jurisdictions within the region that are considering this and are really looking to Edmonton for some leadership on this as well.
Okay, that's great to hear. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Tang.
I guess I'm wondering if we need to extend in order to finish the agenda.
We have 15 minutes.
If you're you're confident? Okay. Okay, good. And I was wondering if I I would like to put that amendment on the table.
Then we won't finish in 15 minutes.
Well, we have to put the amendment.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
So would you like me to?
Yeah, please. I know what you meant. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll move the amendment first, that bylaw 20117, single-use item reduction bylaw be amended to recharter bylaw 20117, single-use item reduction bylaw.
Second by Councillor Knack.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
And I just have one question. So I think it's been a while since we revisit this, but I really appreciate the thoughtful approach administration has taken on single use, and really this is about readiness and getting people onboarded. And I was just curious how things are going with what was the organization who came out to speak?
Meals on Wheels.
Yes, that's right. I'm just wondering how things are going and how is your experience so far with helping some of these organizations transition with some of their materials?
So what we chose to do in a revision to when we actually brought the actual bylaw was to exempt charitable organizations from the bylaw requirements. So that would be an example of where Meals on Wheels can continue using plastic bags after our bylaw comes into effect, but they will be impacted by the federal regulation.
Yeah, and I guess I'm just wondering, how are we working with them to kind of get them ready for that point when they finish all their materials?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we are developing a grant that will be
Right, so
available
they will access
to
that.
businesses and charitable organizations. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And then can you just speak a little bit to the issue of accessibility, straw using for people with disabilities? I know we discussed this during utility, but it's good to revisit some of this.
Absolutely. So the approach that we took was really first of all, it's what we call material agnostic. So we are not banning plastic accessories like plastic straws, for example. But what we have said is that accessories like straws are available on request. So anybody who needs a straw for any reason, whether visible or invisible or even personal preference, honestly, can request a straw.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate that distinction. I've gotten lots of emails and messages kind of opposing this, and I actually think there is a bit of
misunderstanding of what this bylaw actually does. And so I think whatever effort is out there for clarifying that with the public is very helpful. But anyways, that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Tang. Councilor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Solhi. So my question, I would like to get some clarification for the impacts if this bylaw will be implemented. So there are two. The first one is the legal implication. So legal implication, we do have the federal regulations will be in place and then covers all the items, most of items for the single use. So right now, and in our bylaws, there are 4 types of single-use item. So I think I'm comfortable for the last 2, but for the first 2, I still need some like clarification. Is there any way we can address this, and from that supports business perspective? And because I heard some concern and then from business owners and then from implementation, it seems there's something is not easy for them. So can you explain a little bit more?
So if I understand, the first part of your question was about the federal and bylaw interaction. So I'm actually going to ask our lawyer who's on the line, Christina, to answer that question.
Thanks, Sarah. So to start off, the federal regulations only talk about plastic items. So it's actually a much narrower legislation than our legislation. Our bylaw talks about any type of single-use waste. So anything that can become waste. It can be made of paper, it can be made of plastic, it could be made of bioplastic. So we have a slightly different focus there. Which means that essentially we're asking people to change their habits for all types of materials that can become waste. The federal legislation that comes in later is much stricter in terms of how it affects plastic than how our bylaw affects waste. Mm-hmm. So the federal legislation also focuses on producers and manufacturers. Mm-hmm. So eventually the effect of the federal legislation will be that these materials actually just disappear from the market altogether, and that all that is left are choices that are not made of plastic. So eventually it will merge kind of with our bylaw, in that our bylaw will still exist and still get you to make better choices with waste, but that waste may no longer include plastic naturally because of the way the federal regulation works.
This is a little bit different from the report. If you look at the page on the report, page 4, and it's actually indicated for the single-use reduction bylaw and federal regulation is most of items will be addressed by federal regulations. I think that is why my question come from, because this is a little bit different from what you described here.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble finding that paragraph. Let me just...
Christina, I might be able to help here. I think it's just a matter of interpretation. I think what that sentence in the report is trying to say is that most of the items that are addressed in the federal regulation will have their manufacturing and import restrictions enforced by the end of December 2022. But there's some nuances in the federal regulations, things with longer timelines. So like a plastic straw attached to a juice box gets treated a little bit differently than a plastic straw that's just sold loose. And we didn't want to get into all of that, those like little exceptions in this report, but it's not the case that most of the items covered in our bylaw are covered in the federal regulations.
And that's correct, Sarah. I would agree with your interpretation.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. And my next question about the budget implication. So we talk about the budget if we implement this bylaw. So right now, the implementation. So what's the budget is already approved, or is there new budget we need to be considered in the 2023-26 budget deliberation?
So this initiative was considered when we did our rate file under the waste utility, so it doesn't impact our tax levy.
So will not impact our next 4 years tax levy?
It will not. It's part of the waste
And
utility.
then even though the effective date will be 2023, July 1st, so we still use the budget from the carry on from last budget cycle?
It's actually a totally separate budget through the waste utility. It's not tax levy.
So it's not tax levy. Okay, so that's something like related to the utility committee.
Correct.
Discussion as well. Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Can you move that we extend the order of the day to finish the agenda?
Yeah.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
Councillor Knack seconded that. Please vote. Okay.
We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And also, Councillor Rice, can you move that we do the second round of questions?
I will move for the second round.
Thank you. Second by Councillor Knack. Okay, please vote.
We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Principe, you're next.
Well, I just wanted to say that on page 2 of the report, there was a point about mitigating unintended consequences. I think unintended consequences may not be seen for another possibly 50 years. Never mind 6 months. Do you see, as the example I used, where people are getting reusable cups, which will be discarded in the garbage? Do we see, mitigating these unintended consequences will be hard to do?
Sorry, I thought I better check with my boss before clicking my microphone on. So when we spoke to unintended consequences on page 2, we were really focusing there on the equity concerns, because that was something we had heard from Utility Committee and Council earlier, that were we putting people who belong to equity deserving groups at a disadvantage with our bylaw. And so that's really the changes we made to the bylaw were to mitigate those types of unintended consequences. But I understand where you're coming from too. And yes, a durable item does take more resources to produce, and that's where the behavior change piece comes in. We often say that our 25-year waste strategy is exactly that, a 25-year waste strategy. It's not a sprint. We've got our work cut out for us for 25 years. So we will need to work hard to get people to understand that reusable items are best when reused.
And Councillor Principe, as we work through the implementation and we work with council here and Edmontonians, if there's changes to the bylaw that we need to make, we'll bring them forward to council as we learn as well.
Yeah, I just, we encourage people to be going out and enjoying our city, going to movies, going to restaurants, lounges and such. I don't think everyone's going to be wanting to carry around their reusable cup. And the reusable cups that are going to be used, I still foresee that going in the garbage. That is my concern. And banning, I think, is a very strong word. And I think that that always concerns me when I hear the word ban. There are some things that I feel do need to be banned, but yeah, just that it's always a concern for me. Another thing, dog waste. How are we to pick up dog waste? What's the idea?
So we're just talking about plastic shopping bags, which I am not a dog owner, but the dog owners I know typically use a small roll of bags for picking up dog waste, and those would not be impacted by this bylaw. And again, the federal government will be banning plastic shopping bags eventually, so those will be off the table at some point, regardless of our
Right,
bylaw.
yeah, which again seems redundant to me. But yeah, we own a dog and we typically don't buy plastic bags. We try to reuse them. So the bags that our bread comes in, that's what we use. Whatever bags we have, what we can find is what we use for dog waste typically. I don't really condone necessarily buying plastic bags. I prefer to reuse. But yeah, I do have some concerns with this bylaw. And yeah, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, and by the way, you can buy really inexpensive rolls of biodegradable bags for messes, just FYI. That's what we use. You know, we're talking about behavior change, and Councillor Principe raises a really good point about like behavior now and how this bylaw affects behavior now. Might be a little bit slow, but we need that behavior change. So when would be the best time to start that? Would the best time to start that be now, or would it be in, like, say, 20 years?
It sounds like a rhetorical question, but yes, I mean, clearly we should all be
the only
attempting to
time
do the
I'm
best that we
allowed.
can. And starting now, knowing if this bylaw is passed today, knowing that it is coming next summer, and to start changing our behavior as soon as we can.
Yeah, okay. And if it was in the report, I didn't see it. And maybe we don't have this information, but do we know what the rate of microplastics are in our environment in Edmonton and surrounding region?
I don't have scientific information on the tip of my tongue, but I know that there has been a study done of microplastics in the North Saskatchewan River by researchers at the U of A, and they were detected. But I'm sorry, I can't share more specifics than that.
No, that's okay. Maybe you could just expand upon the impact of microplastics in our environment and in our bodies and in like like developing children, things like that.
I can try. I'm not a biologist or an endocrinologist or any of those things, but I would perhaps refer you to the Government of Canada's scientific assessment of plastic pollution, which really focused primarily on the effects of macroplastics rather than microplastics. But they concluded that it was necessary to apply the precautionary principle and said that there was no evidence that microplastics are not harmful and lots of evidence that there is. And so it is best at this time to be moving away from having plastics in the environment.
Yeah, I've heard that, I've read studies that indicate that it actually impacts the development of well, it impacts cell replication on a very small level. It's actually really harmful. And that's only growing. So this, in addition to reducing the amount that is going into landfill and things or into our waste system, which would ultimately result in cost savings, I'm just wondering about the impact of this maybe on the...
You're really fading out, Councillor Paquette. I think this is your bedtime, right? So.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I am. Oh, sorry. Was I muffled?
Yeah.
My apologies.
Yeah.
I'm wearing a mask.
Oh.
Let me just. So I'm just wondering about the impact on what we can anticipate if we're getting rid of single use. Will that impact the way the city looks and the amount of trash that we see piling up on boulevards and things like that?
We do expect to see a reduction. The last time that our colleagues in Capital City Cleanup conducted a litter audit was in 2019, and that audit found that 42% of the large litter items were items that will be addressed by this bylaw.
Okay, well, that's great. And that's another cost savings, plus it just beautifies the city. And so when we talk about getting ahead of the federal legislation, we're not just saying we're duplicating federal legislation. This is quite different, isn't it?
It is, and that's why we call it the single-use item bylaw and not a plastics bylaw. This is broader because other other options would be to use disposable wood product or other types of biodegradable product. We want you to not use this product. We want Edmontonians to reduce the use of items that can be reused. And so it is far broader, and we really hope that this is going to start to trigger that mindset within the city. So it's more than just the waste reduction. It's the change of the mindset of the people within our city to start looking for where they can actually reuse items, share items, lend items versus these single-use items.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, I regret to inform you I had a huge piece of cake after dinner, and I think I'm still flying high on the sugar if I'm talking a little too quickly. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Make sure you don't reuse that spoon.
Will do.
Or fork. Or fork. I do. Or plate. Okay. All right. We're having fun now. Okay. That concludes the questions. Okay. No more questions on this? All right. So we have. Okay, go ahead. Councilor Rutherford, do you have questions?
No, I was going to
Speak? Okay. Okay, Councilor Reyes, questions? Go ahead.
One more question regarding two things. One is about the health concern. And because many businesses in our city are restaurants, so if we implement this bylaw, and then from that perspective, we are allowed to use reusable and cups, everything like that. But how we address that, the health concern, and for our frontline workers, and also for our consumers. I think that is a question I heard many times, and when I spoke to people.
Yeah, it's a good question. We certainly did consult with AHS in developing this bylaw, and they are supportive of the bylaw as written. I would say that historically, we are used to using reusable items in restaurants when we go to dine in. There are provincial regulations and codes that govern how those reusable items need to be washed and sanitized between customers, and that wouldn't change, right? That's a standard practice already. We also know, particular to COVID, that transmission from items is very minimal. It's much more of an airborne disease, so that passing over your reusable cup to a barista to fill with coffee is not a primary means of transmission.
Oh, okay, so a lot of questions about trees. And we know if we stop using the plastic bags, and then we start to use the paper bags, everything like that. So to me, it's more reverse, because we want to protect our trees, and then but the tree are the resources for all the paper bags. Yeah. So how that environmentally makes sense? To me, it's a little bit reverse. You know what I mean? I try to get a bit understanding for that.
I do know what you mean. I think when plastic bags were first introduced, it was to save trees, right?
Yeah.
And so now we're maybe going back again.
Yeah.
I would have sort of two parts to my answer to that. One is our goal, as we keep saying, is reduction. We don't want people to switch to using a paper bag from a plastic bag.
Yeah.
We want them to use a reusable bag or no bag if you're only buying a couple of things. The other piece is that we do have a requirement in our bylaw for the bags to contain a significant amount of recycled content, as opposed to fresh fiber from trees.
Yeah, I think I have same question as Councilor Principe asked for that redundant piece. And how 6 months can save us time and to build the habit and to prepare for the federal regulation regarding this. Okay, so that's my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rice. So that concludes the questions. And we do have, just procedurally, you need to know, we have this amendment, right? Right? So we have to pass this, then we come to the bylaw to be moved and voted on, right? So we have a motion, this amendment on the floor, so please vote. So we are not voting on the bylaw yet. Yeah, it's just the amendment, yeah, it's just this suggestion from administration for some cleaning up. So please vote.
We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we are on to bylaw. This was exempted by Councilor Knack. So Councilor Knack, there's, before I go, no more questions, so we are going to close the public hearing? Oh, we will come to that. We'll come to that, yeah.
Sure, happy to move closure of the public hearing on item 3.16.
Second.
Second by Councilor Tank. Please vote.
We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay, Councilor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I'll move second reading.
Second.
Thank you. Councilor Tank seconded that. Okay, we have a second reading on the floor. Now I will open up the floor for people to speak. Councilor Paquette to speak.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am going to be supporting this for a number of reasons. And the first is because it's such a long time coming. I remember being way back in, well, I'm not going to tell you what year, but way back in high school, a long time ago, perhaps before some of our counselors were born. And I just, I remember back then feeling hopeless and helpless about what was going on and what decisions that leaders were making about my future and about the kind of world that my children and grandchildren were going to inherit based on the decisions of the time. And here I am, and I am the one who is in the greatest surprise, being in a position to make a choice like this for some other kids and grandkids, and for their life as well. And, you know, it's these little tiny building bricks, brick by brick, that makes a difference. A lot of people throw up their hands when it comes to environmental issues, whether it's greenhouse gases or plastics or local issues, and say, well, hey, if some of the biggest and worst polluters aren't doing anything, what's the point in me doing it? Why should I put myself out? And I understand that point of view. It can be really frustrating and daunting, like trying to bail out the ocean with a thimble. But if enough of us do it, it starts to make an impact. And that kind of leadership gets validators. We will not be the only ones doing this, and our example will help others. And in fact, others have been there before us. And as this gets more and more momentum, we will see that if everyone grabbed a thimble, we'd all be able to make a difference. And that's really what it's all about. You know, even nations don't make these kinds of choices without the will of the people. And the will of the people has been extremely and 100% clear that they want to see environmental action from their governments across the board. And so we are fulfilling that mandate. And we are doing so in a way with a bylaw that doesn't duplicate what is coming on the federal level, but dovetails with it and makes it stronger. And the wonderful byproduct is that we'll have a cleaner city. And we will have less of this. We will divert more trash from the landfill. And we'll have less trash in our waste system. And there are those savings to be considered as well. So, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to also take a moment to thank our administration and these good folks here today for all of their hard work. Because this isn't easy stuff. there is a lot to consider, and they've done so really, really well. And I could not be more pleased with how they've presented this work and how they've represented administration and how they've served the public. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all from me.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, I debated whether I was going to speak because I'm so tired right now and I don't know how eloquent or articulate I'll be with my words. But I will emphatically support this. I was the one that pulled the first reading and had a lot of questions about how I was worried about all the exceptions and how diluted that would make the bylaw. But I think after that discussion, it really hit home the balance that we've struck with this bylaw in terms of moving people to change but not leaving people behind. And so I'm really impressed with administration and the work of administration that they've done to get us to where we are today. I know it's been a lot of work, even work beyond my short tenure so far. But I think it is getting us in the right direction, and I don't think it is duplication in any way or redundant to the federal work, because this is single use. This is single use, and it is a big distinction with plastics. And I think that it is an example of other municipalities will look to Edmonton, and they will look to this bylaw as an example of how we can continue to reduce our waste. And it will take time. It is not going to be change overnight. But just like carts and other things that we do, we know that. And we're in this for the long haul. And so I'm excited to support this, and I hope that others on council see the value in this too, which I think they do from conversations I've had. And again, I just really wanted to take a minute to, in my delirious, tired stupor, thank administration for your work and your diligence and the balance you've struck with this bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also would like to thank administration. Although I will not be supporting this bylaw, I do thank you for your work. And Stephanie, I think you did a fantastic job tonight. Well done. I do think that the litter reduction would be achieved with the federal regulation. That's my take. And then with COVID, the primary means of transmission not being by touch, but I can tell you hepatitis is. So COVID is not the only virus out there. I have a healthcare background, and I can tell you hepatitis is a very viral virus, and that is a concern of mine. So at this time, I cannot be supporting this bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Anyone else to speak before I go to Councillor Knack? All others? Okay. I just want to say a few words, Councillor Cardinal. You know, I must say how lucky we are to have such a committed and dedicated staff working for our city. And the enthusiasm and the excitement that I see through your presentation is remarkable. So thank you for that. And thank you for all the work that you have done and others have done. It's a city is in good hands. Thank you so much for that. Each year, Edmontonians discard an estimate 450 million single-use items, such as shopping bags, takeout containers, cups, utensils, straws. And there are very good reasons for making sure that those single-use items are banned. But I also notice, I don't know if this is my perception, I'm seeing more and more litter on our streets, right? And I go for a walk in my neighborhood, I see more litter. I go walk in Chinatown, in downtown, I see more litter. Some people like to blame it on houseless population, but that's not the sole reason. I think a lot of other people who use those single-use items discard them, and I think we need to figure out a way. I think this bylaw, through education, will nudge people in that direction. And we need to step up, and Weber City needs to provide that leadership. I'm really glad that we're doing this. Yeah, and that's it. And I will take the chair back and go to Councilor Knack to close.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. I mean, I feel like I just want to close by saying we're in a climate emergency. Let's get going. But I'll expand. I mean, we are in a climate emergency, so let's get going on reducing our waste, reducing the impact to our landfill. This is going to save us money. This will help the environment. I mean, in the long term, you think about the amount of space in our landfills. It's terrible, and we got to do some work on this. And I appreciate that this change is hard. And I think about when I first started thinking about the environment, and I didn't really think about it for many, many, many years. And so I was wastefully throwing things out. I was using plastic bags, tossing them out, and that's what we did. And yet now I'm at the point in my life where, I went to Heritage Festival this last time, and I brought my own fork and knife and my own reusable container to make sure I could get food in that container. And I don't know how I went from that point to the other, but it was, over time, it was this gradual transition that I never quite realized until I finally got to that point where that's where I am now, because I think about that in every decision I make now. I think about when I'm buying groceries now, what comes in individual packaging versus what isn't, because this is such a big deal. And so I'm now that annoying person that overthinks all those little things because I'm worried about the impact I'm having. And so I think we need to do this. Yes, the federal government's going to have their own, and I appreciate that, but this is more than that. And I think it's a really positive step in this. So again, just a testament to the work that you've all done to help get us to this point. The fact is, I think about how little people emailed or called me about this, which again, I think it's fewer than 5 emails. I usually get more than 5 on almost anything else. And the fact that I got so few on something that seemed like it's going to be big, but it's not in most people's mind. I think we're at that point where we realize we need to do it. So just thank you for all of your work. Very excited to get this moving. And again, I'll close by saying we're in a climate emergency. We got to do this and a million other things to get us going. So I'm going to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Knack. Please vote.
I have 2 minutes left, and just for Councilor Carmel, I'd like to speak more.
The part where you said you're going to support it, and I floored me.
Has everyone voted?
We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I'll move third and final reading of Bylaw 20117.
Second.
Second by Councilor Tank, please.
Oh, charter bylaw. Sorry, charter bylaw. And I don't think we have to do consideration because we did first reading at a separate one, right? So charter bylaw 20117.
Okay, please vote.
We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, now we have one item remaining. This was a subsequent motion related to item 3.6, 3.7, and 3.8, right, Madam Clerk? Okay.
That is correct. We have it up on the screen for you.
Yes, this is the subsequent motion. Here we go. And it is on the floor, and I would be beneficial, Councilor Stevenson, if you could reintroduce it, because
Sure, absolutely. So as you know, it's our common practice that any residential zone, all of our standard zones and any direct control zones that we pass include supportive housing as a listed use. One of the 3 direct controls under these 3 items had that included, but 2 of them did not. So this motion allows the zoning that we approved earlier today to move forward, delaying that
if I had pulled those items and requested the amendment on the fly, it would have required re-advertising, would have led to a public hearing in December, actually, so a significant delay for those applicants. Because the use doesn't become operative until after the construction, I felt that this was a reasonable approach forward so that they could move forward with the zoning solidly in place, but then we can come back with the amendments through a future public hearing. And the critical part I want to emphasize here is that with a direct control zone, those provisions are locked in forever. So, and this also includes secondary suites. So a scenario is 5 years from now, if someone wants to build a secondary suite, they would actually have to come in for a rezoning at public hearings. So this is just a way to address that. Reduce future public hearings, reduce barriers to supportive housing and secondary suites in the future for these properties. And happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Councilor Stevenson. Councilor Dang.
Just want to clarify, so, I guess to administration, was there a reason why one had the use and the other two didn't? Just sort of a...
It was an oversight just due to the complexity of the bylaws that had three very similar looking direct controls.
And have you communicated this with the applicant? And they're
Yeah,
agreeable to that?
they're okay with this and aware of the direction that this is taking.
Councillor Tang, we will have to re-advertise and come back to a future public hearing.
Sorry?
So the motion here is to direct this back to go and then change these direct controls essentially. That will come back for council's consideration. The landowner could come and speak to it if they wish. The neighbors could come and speak to it. Council would have an open mind in making that decision when it returns. This is simply to do the work.
Oh, okay. I thought the whole point was not to have them come back.
No, it was just so that if you're asking about
Yes,
mover, okay.
Mover.
It was just to ensure that they could move forward with the rezonings currently. But also I would just clarify too that the risk of not doing this is that 5 years from now, someone wants to open a group home. They as individuals would have to come forward to public hearing and face potential community opposition to that. So it's just to avoid that and ensure that there's equity for all housing types and needs in our zones.
Awesome. Thank you for clarifying all these points.
Thank you, Councilor Dang. Councilor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is to the mover. So that administration returned to a future city. So this is something that we are not actually voting on today. Is that correct? We will vote on it at the future city council public hearing, correct?
That's right. So if for some reason when these came back to us, there was a reason that we didn't want to see supportive housing or secondary suites, you could vote against the bylaw at that point.
It's a functional rezoning that we would be bringing back to a public hearing, which would follow its normal procedures, which would allow applicants, which would be the city on his behalf, or landowners and concerned public to voice their opinions, and council to vote on the merits of the bylaw at that time.
Sorry, is it for this specific charter bylaw, or is it for all of them? This is where I'm getting confused.
So this highlights the complexities in DC1 zones. So the only way we have passed the DCs, the 3 DCs, those are passed. They can get development permits. They can move forward with their development with those zones. In order to change those in any way, shape, or form, we have to completely rezone the properties. You can't amend a direct control zone. You just have to rezone to a new direct control zone. So it is effective. It has the effective impact of an amendment to the zone. But it's just the process. Mr. Johnson could probably speak more eloquently.
I think we're all getting tired as we get late. Maybe I can help clarify this a bit. What we will do under this direction is bring new zones for these parcels that are under these current direct controls based on these. So essentially they'll look exactly the same, but with 2 new uses added. That would be the application that's then brought to you for consideration. And you could pass that, or if you didn't, the current zoning that was passed today by council would remain.
Okay, and is it just for those two specific charter bylaws, though?
Yes, yes, it will be
Okay,
based on
thank
those
you.
two and replace those two with two new ones, yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
I think this is a similar question, just a little bit of further clarification. But this, if this is passed in the future and when they come back, and then this will reply to all the rezoning regarding the direct control, like direct control ones we're talking about here, or is just only apply to this two chart bylaws today? So is general standardized for every bylaw, every rezoning to DC1S?
Councillor, this would apply to the specific geographic areas of those two bylaws that you passed already today.
So
That's
it's
all.
not applied to other?
No.
Okay,
No,
so,
ma'am.
okay, thank you, that's clear.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright.
Hi, so it will, so bylaw 86 and 87 will mirror what 85 already is, right? To including the supportive housing and secondary suite.
Yeah, so we would bring back a direct control that would include supportive housing, which is already included in bylaw 85, I believe, as you referenced.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Any more questions? Seeing none, we have a subsequent on the floor. Please. Ready to vote? Okay, please vote.
We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Any notices of motions or motions without customary notice? No? Can we adjourn now? We are adjourned at 10:01.
Lucy motion.
Let's